Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. We got ourselves game day, always the best day, even when it's at 10 in the morning. We're still wiping the crust out our eyes. Seattle Seahawks going out on the road here to play the Atlanta Falcons today, looking to keep the good times rolling, looking to keep pace in the NFC West, looking to keep the hopes alive for maybe division title, number one seed, bye, home field advantage throughout the playoffs. I hope you're hungry for it because I know that I am. I thank you for watching today. As you walk on in the door, if you could do me that favor, as I always ask, hit that like button, sub on up if you're just newly to arrive here to the channel. Welcome aboard to the Hawks Nest. We're a couple minutes away here from the start of the game, so just a quick shout out, if I can, if I may, to my sponsor of this show, and that's going to be Sleeper, the number one sports app running in the game right now. There is none better. I'm telling you, better options for picks out there. A little bit more of an ability, you have a little bit more control over the functionality and getting your daily fantasy, weekly fantasy. You've lost your fantasy team, get in the fantasy at the home stretch of the NFL season. Go recoup a little bit of that pride. Earn yourself some money at the very same time. Use my code NEST, and they will match you up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. So $100 from me to you through the Sleeper app, and you support the channel at the same point in time. But wait, there's more. Because if you just create a login itself, they'll put a free $20 into your account. No code needed. So $120 from me to you through the app when you use my code, and then just create a login itself. As you can see here on my picks, I've got Kenneth Walker going over 60.5 yards today on the ground. I think we're going to run the ball a decent amount. Bijan Robinson, I think, will get over 66.5, maybe not a lot past that. And then I picked a couple picks from the Rams game with Kyron Williams on 66.5 yards and a rushing touchdown, as I think that they're going to run the ball against the Arizona Cardinals this week quite a bit. I also got a 50% boost on this one, so it's a 7.21 times on just these four picks. Please use Sleeper today. Terms and conditions do apply. Please see their site for details, but a big shout out to Sleeper for sponsoring the show as they have this year. I hope everyone is having themselves a great morning, and hopefully we'll get ourselves some good football action today. It's my hope here. Falcons are going to be coming into this game a little bit of struggle in shape here, as far as not decimated by injuries, but some injuries at key positions, including, of course, starting quarterback. But Drake London will also be out of this game. So very well worth noting. Seattle on the other side of it, to the good end of things, is going to get, it would appear, Julian Love and Jaron Reed back today. They'll be on pitch count, as Coach likes to say. But yeah. See this? I wonder if Brandon will ever take out the Metcalf jersey. I might. It seems to trigger some folks a little bit on it, so I might have to. As there's been a couple folks that have mentioned that they're not fans of it. I got given it as a gift. See this? As much as anything, I had somebody send it to me. They spent decent money on it. It's autographed. It's I feel a little bad taking it down. I think it kind of bounces off the backdrop, but I'll try to get some more jerseys maybe added. That might help balance some things off a little bit. Preacher's seen a 40 burger today. Let's go. I could definitely go for a 40 burger, man. Double decker, all that beef. Holy Sasquatch, how you doing? It's good to see you, Shadowbot. Hello. Shadowbot, I think we're going head to head today in fantasy, my man. Playoff fantasy, me and Shadowbot going at it. Horns are locked. Brock Townsend, thank you for the $2 donation, Brock. I smell 100+ yards for Zach Charbonnet today. We need this. Ooh, Charbonnet coming. That's a bug. Got a bold prediction from Brock. Sharp's coming in with the first 100-yard game of the season. That'd be interesting. Possible. I'll tell you what. They're lighter up on the defensive line in this game, and you got a little bit more of the hammer going through on this. It'd make a lot more sense. Just coming downhill all day on the run game, and let it happen. So I could see it, Brock. There's always a balancing act between these two backs. So I love it, man. Bold prediction on that one. Thank you for the dono. Retruth's with you. He says Sharp is going to break out. Oh, okay. Guys have got a feeling today. Okay. Some folks got some feelings today. I feel it. All right. I'm with it. Jam's like, I feel a classic JSN show coming. Go Hawks. I can see that as well. Terrell's a good corner, but we know at JSN, he can take out even good corners. Even the good ones struggle a little bit with him. Space in the house. Hello, CK Hawk. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. CK. Motive. Hello. It's good to see my peeps in here. It says burgers grilled, check. Bottle of yummy red wine in hand, check. Hey, 12s, hope you're fired up for this game. Check. Hee hee. Yeah, I think everybody's ready for this one. Fan base is definitely like, ooh, we're coming along here. This is working. Aaron, Jaron Reed coming back is going to be big. Love back big as well. Tayakata held the line, no doubt about that. But Julian Love is a real top end safety in this sport and big communicator on that back end. Maze Guru, how you doing? Good to see you. Carmen, hello. Sean, aloha. Dogzilla in the house. Brian Myers, Herbicide, all my peeps. It's good to see you. Brian Kennicott from Durham, North Carolina, home of Duke University. The ACC football champions checking in. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, man. All right, we got the opening kickoff here. Fielded the 1 yard line, brought back by the Falcons. And he will be brought down by D'Anthony Bell on a short return. Only says keep the Sasquatch jersey up. I think I'm going to keep it up. I know some folks aren't real big on it. CK says, thanks for the live stream, B. So much better than national announcers. My pleasure, man. I love doing it. And you guys watch all the time I go live. So it's a great hand-in-hand situation as far as my perspective goes. But I really, really love doing this, and I'm glad it's resonated with you guys too. We'll try to give you some good scintillating play-by-play if we can today. All right, we've got 1st and 10, 2 tight end look here for the Falcons. We're going to see a lot of that today. Kirk under center here, 4-man front from the Seahawks to kick things off. Hand off to Bijan Robinson. He is going to be capped by Ernest Jones after about a 3 or 4 yard gain there. Falcons down a lot of receivers right now. A lot of receivers here, so worth paying attention to on this one, how much they're probably going to try to employ a very conservative attack today. Heavy amount of Bijan Robinson, a heavy amount of Tyler Algiers in their backfield. They're going to give him 5 on that one. Yeah, that's a healthy spot. 2nd down and 5. Kirk, pitch play here. Wound back inside by Bijan. Byron Murphy's there to catch him, though, and this will be a bit of a shorter gain and bring up a 3rd and about 2. Falcons run at about 74% clip to the outside. And that is the highest rate in the NFL. So they do tend to be fairly predictable in where they're going with it. We'll see if that holds again true today. I feel like Seattle's well suited to kind of deal with this outside zone scheme. They practice against it all the time with their very offense. Empty look here for Kirk Cousins, 5 wide. Drops back to throw. He's got Bijan Robinson. Bijan Robinson beats Josh Jobe there on a little slant route. Showing off his versatility. Able to beat an outside corner there. Wasn't bad coverage by Jobe necessarily, just a good release there by Bijan. First and 10. Pistol look here for Kirk Cousins. 2-man backfield. Hand off again. Back inside here, Robinson. Robinson cooking it up nicely for a gain of about 12 yards there. So I talk all about how they're obsessed with running outside. I think all 3 runs have gone right up over through the A gap here to start things out. So a little bit, maybe some tendency breakers here for the Falcons to begin things here in the running attack. 3 carries already for Bijan Robinson here. 19 yards in this opening drive. 12:38 to go in the first quarter. Ball at about the 47-yard line. Falcons territory still. 2 tight end look. Another handoff, outside zone. Devin Witherspoon in there to clean things up. Short little gain there for Bijan. Nice job by Devin. Second and 7. Tyler Algiers comes into the backfield now. 2 tight ends again. Play action pass. Kirk Cousins has got nowhere to roll. And the Seattle Seahawks, they continued to do a great job of anticipating the play action rollout game. It kind of started in about, I would say, the Rams game that you saw them do this, where they've got their off rusher in DeMarcus Lawrence. And Lawrence did this last week in causing the turnover, the interception. if they're feeling like they're going to get a lot of that play action, which you're getting a lot more of it with Kirk Cousins than you did with Michael Penix, especially under center, just attack the quarterback on the drop back. Don't play to the run. Have one guy at least itemize it. You're going for the QB on the play fake. And then when he turns around, you're right in his face. Good job of pressure there by DeMarcus. Third down, Cousins dropping back to throw. He's going to go up over the top. And nice job in coverage down there by Julian Love, able to knock the ball away from Pitts. Looked like that thing might have a good opportunity. Oh, no, that's Weatherspoon. Sorry, Weatherspoon. No, that's Julian Love. Julian Love down there. Close play there by Julian. Almost gets the contact in there a little bit too early. Might have been some subtle contact in there before the ball got in there. Nothing overcoming, and then just able to get his hands slid in there to knock the ball free out of Pitts' hands. Looked like danger, though, because Love was definitely recovering on that late. 4th and 7. Something to keep an eye on in this game, on this punt and throughout, is strength on weakness as it pertains, and fair catch at the 11-yard line here by Rashid Shaheed, is you've got some of the biggest, one of the more weaker special teams unit in the sport here in the Falcons and how they're rated and how they perform. You got one of the strongest to the other side. So definitely all times keep an eye on the special teams today. Something might happen. Space's Cousin took a big hit. Nice. We ran a little bit of a creative pressure front there. That's for sure. Cousins made a good read there. He had his guy out there. Kind of one of those throws too with Kirk. You wonder a little bit in watching him where some guys, the arm strength starts to wane as they get older, and Kirk was never the guy with the biggest arm to begin with, and it did feel like he's lost a little velocity since the injury. And you watch a throw like that does kind of feel like it hangs up in the air just a little bit on him. Younger Kirk probably throws that with a little more pop. It's a great play by Love there. Sentry. He didn't panic. Sometimes you get those corners in that position where they know they're beat a little bit and then they panic. Get draped back up on the guy. Go find the man. Be looking for the ball to come in. As soon as the ball comes in there, mangle your hands through there and try to just knock it free. And that's what he did. Good technique there on when you're trying to kind of recover on that. Yeah, she doesn't have a lot of targets in these 3 games. We'll see if there's maybe more of a plan for that here today a bit, especially if they're going to get more of doubles kind of drawing over into JSN's territory of things. I would have to think that eventually is going to free him up. Industry Worth Cal in the house. Good to see you, Cal. Thank you for the $2 donation. Good morning. Hopefully you're having a good one. Jesse Lund with a $2 donation says, Wari breakout game. I'm calling it. Hey.
Enough said.
I'm with it. I'm definitely with it. I can go for a Nick Wari. I've arrived kind of game. He's having a hell of a year and definitely get a lot of respect out there for how he's playing right now, Jesse, which is so cool because it's not necessarily statistically driven in what he's doing. It's just a good football player. Balling. I love it, Jesse. Let's go, man. Thank you. Appreciate the dono. All right, we got Sam Darnold out under center here with a 3 wide receiver look to begin things. Barner goes in motion prior to the snap. I'm going to go a little bubble screen out to JSN here. Nowhere to really go. That's actually going to lose about 2 yards on the play. Seahawks got all 11 starters out there on the football field today. On offense and on defense, too, by the way. 2nd down, 11. Sam in shotgun. Arroyo goes in motion prior to the snap. Sam dropping back. He's going to throw this out to Walker. Walker tackled in space instantaneously there. Boy, both plays right there. Quick throws, trying to get the ball out quick. Bubble screen and throw out in the flat. You lose yards on both plays. Falcons do a good job rallying up. You want Sam to be careful here. Shotgun look 3 wide. Falcons threatening a blitz down around the line of scrimmage. They fall out of it. Sam dropped back to throw. Sam is going to be sacked. James Pierce gets back there and brings down Sam Darnold. Pierce working on Charles Cross on the play. Yeah, very quick pressure there. So Dixon's going to have to punt this out of the shadow, like standing on the back of his end zone here. He gets it off. Short punt, short, low punt. This is going to allow him to field this up a little bit, and he's going to take this back up to the 40-yard line into Seahawks territory. Dixon had to kind of rush to get the punt off because there was a man bearing down on him, and he had that shorter distance there when you get sacked like that in the end zone. Fifth straight game in a row with a sack for James Pierce. 1st and 10 for the Falcons. 9:18 to go in the first quarter. They're going to set from the 39-yard line in Seahawks territory here. Play action pass. Cousins dropping back. He's got Kyle Pitts open up here. Pitts with a nice catch and run down the field for 15, 20 yards there. Kind of weird play there by Joe. Looks like he was in man coverage, but also sort of playing an off-zone coverage thing, and he got caught in between covering Pitts there because he trails him all the way across the football field. 1st down and 10. Hand off here to Algiers. Algiers will be swallowed up by a couple Seahawks defenders there around the line of scrimmage. Gain of about 1 yard or so there for him. Boye Mafe in and around on the play. Sorry about the scoreboard, by the way. It's doing some weird thing today on the deal where it's like updating and then flipping the deal when it updates. So I'll try to catch that as I can, but it's kind of being strange with it today, some reason on the browser. 8:05 to go in the first quarter. Falcons second drive, ball at the 18-yard line, 2nd and 9. Hand off inside here, Bijan. Bijan with a nice bounce to the outside. Able to fight through the first tackler and able to extend the run nicely to put this very close to another first down for the Falcons, about 3rd and 1 or 2 here. That's a play where Hall's got to not slide in there. He loses his edge there, and that's where as a defensive end, you've got to keep the edge here. And he got a little bit caught with his hand in the cookie jar trying to collapse that down into the B gap there with his block. That allowed Bijan to bounce it back outside. 3rd down and 3. Shotgun look here for Cousins. Drops back to throw. Very good job in coverage there by Josh Jobe. He closes on an out route there and is able to knock it free. Great job there. 4th down. Gets his hand in there. Yeah, good job. Well played there by Josh Jobe. See, the Falcons maybe are thinking about going for it here. Beware the hard count with Cousins. 4th and 3. Shotgun look here. Yeah, I think he's trying to get him to jump off sides here. Don't jump. There we go. Just a hard count try there by the Falcons. They'll call a timeout and take the field goal, I'm guessing. Oh, no, let's take the penalty flag. Zane Gonzalez comes out for the Falcons, 7 of 8 this year on field goal attempts. Coming in for young one, Kim, who I can't say the guy's name. They cut him. 35-yard attempt here. Kick is up and through. So the Falcons take it early. 3-0 lead. We'll kick it over from there. Woo. Industry Worth Cal, thank you for another $2 donation. Appreciate you for that. Very, very kind of you. Martin Lawrence has been celebrating almost a year as a Hawks Nest member, and I thank him for that. Very kind of you, Martin. This is Sunday in the Hawks Nest, play-by-play. Go Hawks. Let's go. Let's go. It's always a good Sunday. We got a little football going on. We only get 4 more of these weeks, technically regular season here after this. And we gotta savor these, man. Gotta savor these games. But thank you, Martin. I appreciate you. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Solid start. Is there a concern building on offense? I think it's still a little early for concern offensively speaking wise, but would like to find some consistency here. I think the thing we need to start getting a little more of the consistent drives. That's 3 and out and kind of ugly right out the gate there, but we've been pretty good on opening drives. Usually the issue kind of comes more into second half stuff with the offense for the most part. But we'll give it a little more time, Keon. Let's see what's going on here with it. It was a weird first drive there a little bit. Not one run there, just basically 3 passes. Kubiak does come out pass happy. I'll tell you what. You think he's going to run the ball sometimes. He's like, I'm throwing. We're chucking it. It's throw time, baby. Jeffrey Thistle, if all teams have to do is blitz Sam to completely shut him down, we'll never win a playoff team with him. Thank you for the $5. We need more from him. I mean, it's first series, kind of the first series of the game there, Jeffrey, with it. You know what I mean? It's like Charles Cross got beat off the edge. Could Sam maybe have stepped up in the pocket there? Yeah, but they technically didn't really blitz. They just kept their front 4. They had guys up around the line of scrimmage, and then they just dropped the guys. They just kind of had them standing around the line of scrimmage. Might have been some of the reason he didn't step up too, is because instead of coming on the blitz, the guys just kind of stood there in the A and the B gap a little bit and didn't come. But I mean, the first 2 throws are scripted throws on a bubble screen and a scripted throw to Kenneth Walker out in the flat. So it's like that was their play script coming into the game this week. So Sam's got to play better. He has maybe in recent weeks for the most part. I don't think he played bad last week necessarily per se. But I know that this is a thing that exists out there where I think some people are, and I think Jeffrey, you're one of the folks that might be in this place of things where you're just kind of feeling like there's a pumpkin that he's going to turn into here, or that there's some, deficiency to Sam's game that prevents him from getting to this place and performing that well. I just can't say that I see the same thing from it. There's ups, there's downs, performances. No quarterback in the sport's playing perfect brand of football. Every guy's going to have a couple games or a stretch of games through a year, probably where they're not maybe at their best. Stafford had a couple picks last week after playing so brilliantly throughout the course of the year. I think Sam's going to be fine. I really do. And I do think he can win us playoff games. And the story of what's gone on the last few weeks has not just been about Sam with it, Jeffrey. It's been, as I've mentioned many times over, as much the offensive coordinator, which quite frankly, I for the folks that are kind of on the hill with this with Sam, we got first down here under center. Sam's going to change the play here with a 3-4 look from the Falcons. Pitch play out wide here to Walker. Penetration. Walker able to extend it out. Keeps feet moving for 3 yards. I guess just some of the thing I see sometimes that doesn't seem to be connected with the Sam stuff on the criticism with the Jeffrey is just where's the Kubiak criticism comes in on this as well. Like starting out in this game with 3 straight passes. Is this the smart offensive approach? And I'm not giving it all I'm just saying that we got to kind of parse it out a little bit on this. Certainly Sam deserves what he did, but we can't just go every failure to the offense falls and lands on Sam's back, especially when there is quick pressure, especially when the game planning isn't that great. It's hard to determine this type of stuff, but I think it is a part of this puzzle. Play action pass, Sam dropping back, rolling out, throws it a little bit high and away from JSN on the run there. 3rd down and 7. We'll see though, man. We'll see how we go down the home stretch. They've got some challenges and tests here to see if it'll hold up, but would like to see him improve over the last couple of weeks. Don't want to let him off the completely here, Jeffrey, and to say that it's not a part of this puzzle too, with him needing to perform better too. We need him to step up as well. But thank you, Jeffrey. Appreciate that. All right, a 3rd and long here for the Seahawks. Not the best of territory for them this year, and they've been in it. 5-man pressure look with the linebacker, in addition, dancing around the line of scrimmage. Sam dropping back to throw. Lets it rip. He finds JSN for a 1st down. Nice throw there by Sam. Six minutes to go here in the first quarter. Seahawks down 3-0. Appreciate you, Jeffrey, on the donut, by the way. Thank you for that, man. Elijah Arroyo goes in motion, 2 tight end plus a fullback look here. Play action pass. Little screen that they're trying to set up here, and that's going to go nowhere. The Falcons snuff that out all the way to A.J. Barner. Octavius Street. We do have a flag on the play. Offsides on the Falcons. Hey, all right. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Leonard Floyd offsides. First and 5. Pistol look here from the Seahawks. 2 wide. Handoff here to Charbonnet. Charbonnet up through the hole. Charbonnet's loose up through the hole. Charbonnet's got a grip. Charbonnet's moving down the field. He's down to the 31-yard line. Zach Charbonnet got loose, baby. Nice cut there. The hole opened up inside. Might have to give Bradford some props on this one. Let me see what he did. It went right over Bradford's. Just a good job by Zabel. Zabel had a 3-tech that was shooting the gap, and Zabel punished him for shooting the gap, rerouted him completely up out of the hole. That left open a nice gaping spot for Charbonnet to run through. We had somebody calling for a 100-yard game from Charbonnet today. 27-yarder off the rip will certainly help. 1st and 10. Fake pitch play here. Sam Darnold getting out wide here. He's going down the field here, and he ends up overthrowing it there to JSN. Wasn't a lot of separation. I think that's just a throwaway throw there from Sam. James Pierce remains on the ground for the Falcons after the play. I like that throw from Sam, though. That's a little bit of the spot where you want him to put that to me a little bit. It's not completed. It's not a great throw, but it's also put the ball in a spot where your guy can maybe run underneath it. And if he can't get to it, nobody gets to it, especially as you got that double team kind of trailing JSN there. James going to gingerly walk off the field here. The rookie already a sack with this game. And thinking Brandon will Darnold ever just run the ball in the rollouts? I'd love to see him use his legs more. That's another spot that's completely valid criticism. It's like, go take a 5-yard gain sometimes. 2nd down and 10. Ball at the 31. Handoff here to Walker. Walker has to sidestep 2 guys, 3 guys. Then he finally gets cut down by that 3rd guy. Just too much penetration, too many bodies in the backfield too early on there. Oluwatimi just completely lost his block there. Third down and 11. Let's look here from the Falcons. 6-man. They're bringing it. Sam, get rid of the ball, buddy. Out to JSN. JSN with the catch and run. JSN's going to have an angle, and it gets knocked out. Oh, Lordy. They're going to have him knocked out he had the first down, but the ball got knocked out as he was running out of bounds. So where the ball got knocked out is about a half yard short of the first down, and that's where they're going to spot it. Runs a little in-cutting route here, and then cuts it back outside after the catch. He's trying to stiff arm to extend the run there a little bit, but Terrell able to knock the ball out. And now you got a decision here from Macdonald. Do you go with the barnyard? And they do indeed here. The barnyard is here. And we might have a offsides here on the Falcons. Falcons jumped offsides early on the barnyard. I don't know if they hard counted them, but they did. All right, let's go. Oh, barnyard works even when it's not used. I think he hard counted him. It looked like Barner did a little hard count in there. Smart, because we're seeing these defenders jump very quickly on first movement on that tush-push type of play. So if you hard count it, that's one way to kind of counteract that. 1st and 10 for the Seattle Seahawks here. Ball at the 16-yard line now. Under center is Darnold, 2 tight end look here. Handoff inside to Walker. Walker dancing around through inside. We're going to get a hold call here on Seattle. Oh, no. Sorry. Hands to the face. Falcons sloppy here defensively speaking. Ruka. Bradford got his hand right up there in Bradford's face. Boy, he got his money's worth on that one. That was a big old paw right up there in Bradford's face. Felt like kind of put that thing up there and held it up there. Automatic first down for the Seahawks. Ball down to the 9-yard line. Jake Bobo goes in motion prior to the snap. We're going to get a false start by Seattle here. Okay. Two minutes to go here in the first quarter. Seattle down 3-0, but they are driving here. We're going to have 1st and goal from about the 14-yard line. Sam in a shotgun look to begin things here. 3 wide. Sam dropping back to throw. He's hit as he tossed. He tries to kind of put that on the back shoulder of Walker. Charles Cross is not having a good day so far. Arnold Lebeketti beat him inside cleanly and very fast. That's the second very quick pressure that Charles Cross has given up in this game. You gotta get in there and hold on a little bit longer than that, bud. Handoff inside here to Walker. Walker cuts back inside, keeps his feet, fighting hard. Great run there by Walker. He sidestepped a tackler there to go get another extra 3 yards. Boy, is he running well. Finding some success up inside, and just a nice little cut there. Really punished that weak tackling attempt there by A.J. Terrell. Give yourself a chance here on 3rd and goal. 1:07 to go here in the first quarter. Ball at the 4-yard line. Barner goes in motion. Sam dropping back to throw. And he tries to hit JSN in the back of the end zone. JSN makes the catch, but his feet are out of bounds. Not a bad pass there by Sam. Just JSN kind of lost track of where he was on the field, and he just kind of slid back in towards that out of bounds marker there. So a 22-yard attempt here for Jason Myers. And that will be good. Seattle ties the game here. The ball too predictable, forcing it too much JSN. Spread out more. Gotta find some balance in this passing attack, man. That is for sure. 100%. Martin, thank you for the $5 donation. I know it's not his game, but couldn't we have a few of the quarterback designed runs? Might help improve our run game by making opponents have to account for the quarterback. I think even if you don't have the design runs, to your point on this is where, to me, as an offensive coordinator, you should be in Sam's ear saying, look, there are opportunities for you to be able to break the pocket and go get some yards. And I know running is not your forte and the main part of your game, but you have functional mobility for the position. And if they're going to give you the freebie 5, 6, 7 yards, you got to sometimes take those freebie 5, 6, 7 yards, especially on the days when the offense is struggling. And that's a place with Sam that, frankly, this does go back to stuff that I would even see on tape with him in Minnesota, where, he just doesn't want to run this. We saw this with Geno at the end there here in Seattle as well. Geno had legs capable of running, but game by game basis, you may not see him even try to attempt to utilize it. And I think as a quarterback, like you say on this, you just have to use this to keep these guys honest. I mean, maybe not, you're going to, maybe you don't get even a spy for a guy like Sam, but you can at least say, hey, dropping everybody in the coverage and you're just going to completely leave me unaccounted for, and you're going to rush wildly out of your pass rush lanes. You're going to give me an opportunity to go get that 5, 6, 7, maybe even more of a scramble run. And if he just did it, I think he would find success doing it. He just doesn't really choose to do it. He wants to stay in the pocket and try to throw it and make it work that way. But one of those spots where the criticism's fair completely on Sam on this one, and one where I think this is one of those places where I think there's an easy enough adjustment from his standpoint. He doesn't have to learn how to read things better. He just has to have some moments in the game where you decide to run it. Just selectively choose a couple moments where you go, okay, I'm going to take it and go get that 6, 7 yards and get a positive play out of this and let the defense know this is a possibility here. Because like we were talking on the show on the Syndicate a couple weeks ago, when he's coming up off the pocket and he's scrambling up into the front side of the pocket, you look at the defenders in zone coverage, rather than, if it's a quarterback they think is going to run past the line of scrimmage, rather than rallying up to him at the line of scrimmage and then leaving their coverage responsibility, they slide to the coverage responsibility. And that just says that the tape is out. They're aware tendencies are there on Sam to, have, he's not going to run it. So stay sticky in coverage, essentially. Thank you though, Mark. Jeffrey, appreciate you for your donation. Keon Lund, Jesse, you guys are awesome. Got a couple Lunds in here. We got Keon Lund. We got Jesse Lund. Let's go. Appreciate you. Keon with another $2 donation says, good drive. I'll take it. I'll take it too. A little bit of footing there on that drive. Well, I'd like to get some touchdowns here, but that's all right. Well, we got a little headway and running the ball. It's good to see. Here's the kickoff at the 4-yard line for the Falcons. They'll take it up there to the 29-yard line. 43 seconds to go here in this first quarter. Appreciate you too, Keon. Very kind of you, man. Atlanta comes out with their third series here. Had a field goal drive on the last one, albeit they got to set up on a little bit of a shorter field. Kirk Cousins is going to change the play at the line of scrimmage, facing a heavy front from the Seahawks. Oh, let's go. DeMarcus Lawrence. Oh, Bijan able to slide out of his tackle. Looked like Lawrence had that thing swallowed up in the backfield, and Bijan was able to squirt through and go get himself a 6-yard gain. Wow, nice run. He's so impressive. Marcus was running like a bat out of hell to try to catch him on the backside of that play. And it looks like the Falcons are going to let this thing just wind down to the end of the first quarter here. So Seattle Seahawks, Falcons tied 3-3. 2nd and 6 once we get back from the break on this one. Yeah, he might be the hardest tackle in the NFL. He's got such great contact balance and change of direction and explosiveness, just the full package. He's got to be your chat's becoming Reddit game thread. People are freaking out about literally everything. It's the season's winding down. People got a bit of a sense of urgency. I think that they're feeling on this a bit, which I can understand and relate to. Well, that's why we'll keep them calm down here, Yami. Scores 3-3. Sullivan, and I'm wrestling with my browser today. For some reason, it's every time it refreshes, it goes to the top of the page, where you can't now see the scores cleanly. So sorry about that. I'll try to stay on top of that. If you guys can for me today, please hit that like button. It's a little thing, but a big thing on this channel. We got people looking for Hawks content right now for people trying to figure out what's going on with the game action. You can help them out by hitting that like button, directing them my direction. Yeah, we'll try to stay on the scoreboard, folks. Again, it's just a little bit of an issue today where every time it's freaking resetting, it's deciding to draw it back to the top of the page. So I might have to figure that out. We're going to be back on our old broadcast, I think, next week. So we'll figure this. We won't have to deal with as much at that point. Yeah, Sean, every game is important at this point. Playoff positioning and all that. Say nothing of the potential of, I think in a lot of ways, Seattle controls their fate here through the rest of the season. And it's going to be hard to do so because you're probably going to have to win out to do it. But division, first round bites, there is a possibility for sure. Oh, sure. Early action, Miami Dolphins up 21-0 on the New York Jets. Steelers up 7-3 on the Ravens. Saints tied with the Buccaneers 7-7. Indianapolis down 7-14 to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Tennessee up 14-3 on the Browns. Cincy up 14-3 on Buffalo. 2nd down and 4 here for the Falcons. 2 tight end look here for them. Seahawks bring a lot of guys around the line of scrimmage, and now they're going to drop out of it as Cousins is going to draw an adjustment here. I think they're adjusting to Cousins pre-snap adjustment here. Handoff. Outside wide here. Nice tackle by Ty Akata, but it does look like, are they going to say he's short? Yeah, good job tackling him just short of the first down there by Akata. Nice job coming up, and he put Bijan right down in his spot there. They'll bring out Tyler Algiers, their short yardage back here for 3rd and 1. Falcons finding some headway here early on and run the ball. 8 carries, 38 yards here. Falcons are going to call their first time out here and think about this play, I guess. Got to stop the run today. Atlanta team is going to reduce down the number of throws they have to make in this game. Down the receivers, they're down. Heavy front for the Seahawks. 5 men on the line of scrimmage here. Anticipating run all the way. Cousins under center. Algiers in the backfield. Pitch play out wide to Algiers. He stretches it out wide. He looks like he might have a pathway. We'll see where the mark is. The mark is going to be short. Interesting to go to a pitch play with Algiers, I guess, just thinking Seattle's going to load up for everything inside. And so you take him out wide there, but Seattle seemed to be pretty on the details with that run play. They were lucky to even get it back close to the first down marker there, as Seattle had penetration in the backfield on that one. A little bit of holding on Ernest Jones went uncalled as well. That probably helped. 4th and 1, the Falcons look like they're going to go for it here. Kirk Cousins comes out now. Hand off. And he's going to get a first down here. Looks like there was a fumble initially, but they're going to say he was down. Can't see the angle of when the ball got out. Is that the best angle you guys got? Come on. Oh, yeah. It was down. 1st and 10. Ball at the 43-yard line here. Seahawks bringing a blitz. Kirk Cousins falling off of his back foot. Throws it to nowhere. How is that not intentional grounding? Oh, he got hit when he threw. That would help. That makes sense. Bringing Tariq Woolen on the blitz there. Seattle getting creative. Eamon also coming on the blitz there. I don't know. It's a little. I think that's intentional grounding. There's nobody in that zone, man. He just threw that away because he didn't want to be. He's old and he didn't want to be hit. Pitch play out wide here on second down and 10, and this is going to be a negative play to Bijan Robinson. Negative 1 or 2 yards lost on that one. Cousins just threw that up into Nowheresville. That was very derpy by Kelly. He's lucky to get away with it. There was not a receiver in sight. 3rd down and 11. 12:31 to go in the second quarter. Tie game 3-3. Cousins in shotgun. 5-man front look here from the Seahawks. Ernest standing in the A-gap. Cousins dropping back to throw. He's going to flip this out. Beautiful tackle in space by Devin Witherspoon. He comes up and is able to rally up on Pitts after the catch instantly. Short gain, 4th down for the Seahawks. Nice job defensively. Great pre-snap communication between Witherspoon and Kobe Bryant on that play. Kobe was really signaling, it looked like, to where this route was going to go to Kyle Pitts. And then just Devin Witherspoon, being the tackling demon he is, rallies right up, and he's given a good 25, 30 pounds up probably to Pitts there. 4th down and 8. High punt there, which will be fielded at about the 9-yard line by Rashid Shaheed, where the Seattle Seahawks will take over. There we go, D. There we go, D. Get a little more coffee. I'll be right back. Keon Lund with a $2 donation says Z-Bot must be squirming. I would say indeed. He is a little nervous right now. The Bills did get a touchdown, so it's 14-9, able to come back a little bit closer in that one. But yeah, I would imagine his his blood pressure is going through the moon at this point, Keon. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you for that, Megan. She says, I just woke up. What happened? It's been a lot of running the football in this game. We got 17 rushes for 82 yards between the two teams here through just the first quarter plus about 4 minutes, Megan. So a lot of running of the football so far is what we've kind of seen. But a good drive by the Hawks offensively in the last one. Tough drive to begin things. Weren't able to get much done in the first 3 and out, but that's been about it. It's been pretty nondescript so far. Defense looking pretty good. Glenn Karn, thank you for the $2 donation, Glenn. They're re-showing the punt for some reason. All right. 1st and 10. 2 tight end look here from the Seahawks. Plus a fullback. There's Walker getting through the hole nicely. Just lightning through the hole, but we got a flag. Okay. Yeah. A lot of flags in this game, too. Man alive. Holding on Seattle. Robbie Oots gets flagged there. Guess we're not going to get a replay. Sam standing in the shadow of his own end zone here. 1st and 15. Hand off here to Walker. Walker, nowhere to really go there. Just kind of falls forward for a gain of about 2 yards. And definitely both these two teams benefit highly from running the ball today. Glenn, you got to stay committed to it. You expected it with both and what they're going to look to do. So wait for Seattle to counter the pass rush. Certainly wait for Falcons to counter the Seahawks pass rush, but then also counter the fact that they're coming in a little bit light at the receiver position as it stands right now. 2nd down and 13 for Sam. He's going to be in shotgun here, 3 wide. Cooper Kupp goes in motion prior to the snap. 2 high shell here from the Falcons to the other side of it. Sam dropping back to throw. He finds Rashid Shaheed. Shaheed stretching for the 1st down. See if they give him the spot there. It looks like he was a little bit short to me. But this will be a 3rd and makeable now. Maybe barnyard time. Nice throw there. Hey, how about Shaheed getting a little work into the offense here? Wouldn't that be nice to see? Man, it looked like he got the 1st down. I know Mike doesn't want to challenge that, but boy, it did look like he stretched out there past and had that at the sticks. Sam's going to come out here in 3rd and 1. Play action pass. Sam looking. Ball will be tipped up and intercepted. Jesus Christ. Come on! God, dude, you God. Hand off to Robinson. He's going to gain 11 yards here. Jesus, dude. Inexcusable interception by Sam there. Can't throw the ball. Cannot throw that ball. I've been harping on this stuff right and left, and you got to stop trying to force things to happen there. I hate the play call. I do. I hate the play call too, but Jesus, damn. You got to stop turning the ball over. And Elijah Arroyo does nothing on this offense, by the way. He's a second-round pick that's giving us absolutely nothing. Like right now, that looks like a wasted second-round pick a little bit at times to me. Hopefully in the years to come, he'll be fantastic, but it ain't happening in this year to come. Guy creates no separation. There's no holding here on the Falcons. It'll be 1st and 20 here. So the run will be brought back. Ball on the 38-yard line. Handoff, outside zone out of shotgun here to Bijan Robinson. He'll take it for about a 2-yard gain. Eamon Wari does a nice job on the tackle to bring him down there. 2nd and 15. They're giving 5 there? Interesting. Throw out here into space to Bijan Robinson. Seattle does a great job rallying up to the ball there, and it'll be just a short little game. Third down and very long. Shotgun look here for Kirk. Pressure. Ball's tipped. Beautiful job by Boye Mafe. Mafe got back there and tipped that ball. Looked like they were trying to set up a screen there, and he was able to knock it down. Very smartly done there by Boye. I think he's kind of clapping his hands like he thought maybe he had a chance to tip that up to himself, but very well done. Wow, hell of a defensive effort here to stand against the Falcons after being put on a short field. 4th down and 12 will mean we're going to get a field goal attempt now here for them. It's on the longer side, I would suppose. 50-yard attempt here. Ball's blocked. Ball's blocked. Eamon Wari gets the block. He was close on the last one on the field goal attempt, and he gets on this one. Eamon Wari able to block the ball. Well done there. As the Seattle special teams unit continues to perform fantastically this year. Eamon Wari using all of that 6'3" long frame off the edge and able to knock it down. Wow, what a job by the defense. Wow, what a job by the special teams unit. Great job defensively getting the block there. Hell yeah. Nice work. Hey, Chad's looking good today. Somebody was calling for an Eamon Wari breakout game. Looking good there. He made a couple plays prior on that. Somebody else was mentioning Charbonnet on a 100-yard day. He's got a 27-yarder on his one carry. Looking pretty smart in my chat today. I'll tell you that. Banker El Prez, thank you for the $2 donation. Are you and Jake doing a live collab for December 18? Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we are. We will try to get that done if we can on the Tuesday of that week leading up to it is what I try to shoot for on those behind enemy lines. But yeah, we'll be definitely doing one for sure with him. Looking forward to having a chance to chop up with Jake. I think last time we were about 3.5 hours. So we'll probably go pretty heavy on that one, Banker. But thank you, man. Appreciate the donation. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. He says literally every pick he throws is at the 35. Yeah, it's the part that is growingly starting to now. I'm getting frustrated here. You got to protect the ball in your side of the end zone here, on your side of the football field. Look at what the defense is doing today. Look at how good they're performing. Look at how reduced you have this Falcons offense. You can't give them short fields on turnovers. You got to eliminate that from your game at all costs, Sam, at all costs. And I'm a guy that does a lot of explain a lot of stuff for Sam and give him a lot of credit with this and standing up for him a lot of stuff with this, but this is not a place I'm going to stand up for you on. You've had time here to correct and fix this now. It's the same stuff we've talked about on these plays where it goes wrong. We're late in the play. He's getting jumpy. He's getting into I got to be superhero Sam mode. And now he starts to do something he shouldn't be doing. And look, it's 3rd and 1. You don't want to throw a ball away in the moment like that. But look, it's a crap ass play call, Sam. You have nobody open. Arroyo has created no separation on his route. You're already broken outside the pocket. Throw it away. Trust your defense. Throw it away. Trust your defense. I know it's not the ideal situation. We want the offense going up and down the field, back and forth, but you got to take this play by play at times and not get caught in the big picture. If we got to score, we got to do this. That's the wrong way of looking at it, in my opinion. But yeah, he does have this tendency to throw it right down at that spot of the field every time, doesn't he, Keon? It's like a psychological tick or something. 1st and 10 for the Hawks. Sam under center, play action pass, dropping back to throw. He's under pressure instantly, steps up in the pocket. The second man providing the pressure is able to get there. Street having a really great day. There's a sack for him, and the Seahawks offense looks like a mess right now. The passing offense is a complete mess. It is regressing here more and more as we're watching this thing go along. If you don't throw it to JSN, you just have nothing, and Falcons are creating too much pressure here too. Come on, I don't know why Keanu gets so wanton down there on his own side of the field, but he does. 2nd and 15. Sam dropping back to throw. Sam double clutching. Sam finds JSN for a short completion here. 3rd down and very long. Nobody open on these dropbacks. Sam's looking, and patting the ball, and there's just nobody open. 6:23 to go in the second quarter. Third down and 8. Blitz look here from the Falcons. Sam dropping back. Lets it rip. Goes back shoulder. Trying to get to Rashid Shaheed. And they're not able to be in step. A couple back shoulder throws have been kind of ugly today by Sam. This offense has just got no feel right now. It just feels like it's kind of searching in the dark and just sort of trying stuff, and it doesn't know what to really lean to or have much of a purposeful nature to it. I'm not really sure what we're trying to do here. Back shoulder throws and good punt by Dixon will draw him out to the 11-yard line where the Falcons offense will take over from there. Mumbles, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Sam, the first was open to Walker, wide open. I didn't have a chance to see. I'll take your word for it on that. Freaking tough play there in that situation on that pick. Tell you what. Thank you, though, Mumbles. Appreciate the donation. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $5 dono. That was a terrible play call, backed up by an awful decision and a crap throw. There was a pitch play onto Walker at the first down marker as well. FTS. So there we go. Mumbles was mentioning that above too, Martin. So you guys must be onto something with that. Yeah, it's the combination of all three there. I think you accurately capture it. I hate the play call. I hate the decision by Darnold rolling to your left and throwing late back across your body where there is no separation, where there is no place to throw Arroyo open at that point. And then it's a bad throw where you put it back on him in addition to that. So it's like the trifecta there. Just an awful, awful play. And it's just hard to excuse when you've got that much time to walk through the process of the play from Sam Darnold's perspective to end on that decision. That can't be where that decision ends. But you accurately capture it. I would say all three of those were just big factors into that play. And offense is going to have to find some footing here. This is getting uglier and uglier as the year goes on with the offense right now. I'm not really sure what's going on here. Glenn Carn, thank you for the $5 donation, Glenn. Says, I agree with Arroyo. I agree about Arroyo, but that pass from Sam was ill-advised. Seems like his accuracy is not what it was earlier in the season. Love the defense. Defense is phenomenal. No doubt in that. Absolutely there. And yeah, Sam seems like there's a regression going on here, and I'm not really sure what to make of it. You have the full totality of your offense healthy here and rolling. You got all your playmakers. You've added Rashid Shaheed to the mix, and yet we're seeing this regression go on. I don't know why. And that's, and that's where come back to, like Martin said, it's an awful decision and a crap throw. It's a double-decker. It's a double-decker dump. You can't have both of those two things. You know, if you're going to throw it to a spot where just your guy can go get it or nobody can go get it. But because he's rolling to his left and he's throwing it back across his body, and it's hard to get your mechanics right like that, this is where we come back to just throw it away, Sam. He can't seem to have this thing in his head to like throw it away. You know? And yeah, the Royal pick continues to bother me. The more I watch the kid play, I'm hopeful for his future. I'm not out on him, but bothersome is the word I would use. Handoff here to Bijan Robinson. He'll take it for about a 7 or 8 yard gain here. Jake Waldman, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, okay, I'm officially concerned about Sam. I'm getting concerned about Sam as well on this one. This is starting to get this is starting to get annoying, and this is starting to get concerning. We're seeing some of these games starting to really stack up here, and I don't know what's going on with him, but we're seeing a completely different Sam than what we saw earlier this year. Decision-making, accuracy, it's not there right now. 2nd down and 2. Bijan bounces this outside. He'll get this for about a gain of 5 or 6 yards. Thank you, Jake. I share your concern. Maybe Jeffrey Thistle was on it with this one, huh? Maybe Jeffrey was on it with this one. Bijan, 12 carries, 56 yards here. A lot of first half use. 4:36 to go. Falcons would love to just work this clock down and bury it through the end of this half. Kirk in a pistol look here. Ball at the 26-yard line. Bubble screen. Great job by Ernest Jones over there, flying over there to get into Tompkins. Looked like that play had a chance to go for 10, 15 yards, and Jones was able to get over there and knock it down for a 4-yard gain. Good job. 2nd down 6. Kirk Cousins, 5 of 10, 35 yards in this game to start things. A lot of Bijan Robinson. Two tight end look here from the Falcons. They're going to catch Seattle in a blitz with a screen. Well-timed. Well-timed. Caught Seattle at the right moment, but we are going to have a flag on the play. Looks like there's holding. Devin Witherspoon's indicating he was held. And that is what it will be. Receiver got his hands a little bit high around the shoulder there. Clock continues to roll. 2nd and 4 because the hold was down the field, so you're not going to get as far back on this. 2-man backfield for Cousins and pistol. Hand off here to Algiers. Algiers right up the middle. Nice big gaping hole there for him. Gain of about 7 yards on a 1st down. Falcons rushing attack starting to gain some steam here. Double team on Byron Murphy there at the point of attack. Got him cleared out of the hole. 2:38 to go here in the first half. Handoff outside. Whoa, there's Eamon in the backfield, upending the running back. Just a blur off the line of scrimmage, and he's having a hell of a day so far as Eamon. Block kick and a couple of very nice tackles. This might take us down to the 2-minute warning here. The Falcons seem happy and intent on just letting this clock roll throughout this first half. They're definitely giving we're ready for the season to be over and vibes a little bit. And that will take us to the 2-minute warning. Tie game. Seahawks 3, Falcons 3. See what happens here. Noah, thank you for the $2 donation. Noah Myers says, Sam is playing like a first-round exit. You're not going to be able to get away with this against good teams, to your point, Noah. You're not going to be able to get away with good teams on being so flippant with the football, having so many possessions where this is supposed to be an offense that's able to churn out first downs, even if it's not getting a ton of points. And so the 3 and outs, the turning the ball over has been consistently a staple of this offense for far too long of this season on short fields. I mean, this is a no-no. I mean, this is something quarterbacks are taught right out initially. You know, this should be a hard lesson he's learned. And okay, it happens here and there through the course of the year. That's fine. That's something that's going to happen. But every single week we're turning the ball, throwing interception on a short field like this. And you're not getting away against good teams in the playoffs like that. Certainly, no, to your point, not getting away on the road against good teams playing like that. This has got to get cleaned up fast, or this is not going to go anywhere in a hurry. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Daniel Jones has an Achilles injury. Ooh-wee. So Daniel Jones is out of the game. Riley Leonard for the Indianapolis Colts is in the game for them, the old Notre Dame quarterback. This is, of course, important because the Seattle Seahawks will be playing the Colts at home next week. So tough there with Daniel. And you do wonder if it is going to be an Achilles injury, if some of that is affected by the broken leg he had. I don't think it would be interconnected there, but you do wonder a little bit about something like that, Jordan, with Daniel. Thank you for the donation and the update. Mumbles, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, don't recall his injury, but we need Horton back badly. Definitely haven't seemed to be able to find a way to utilize Rashid Shaheed in the same way that you had Horton cooking and rolling. And unfortunately, I don't think you get him back until right around the end of the year there, Mumbles. But yeah, maybe he's that factor that we really could be missing here from this offense a little bit. Certainly the offense was humming a lot better when he was out there, huh? John Naylor, thank you for the $5 donation. John says Sam's roll to the left throw privileges have been canceled. Sam, dirt it. Please, no hero, zero BS. Well said, man. Pistol look here. 2nd and 12 for the Falcons. 4 wide. Kirk dropping back to throw. He's going up over the top here, and he's got it to Kyle Pitts on a beautiful throw. Eamon in coverage. Pitts using all of that big, long frame to go and make the catch. First down, Falcons. Yeah, I'm good with the rolls to the left stuff. The rollout to the left has never caught any team, it feels like this year, off guard at all. Beautiful throw by Kirk Cousins, by the way. Eamon was in pretty tight coverage overall, but just a perfect throw by Cousins, really utilizing that length of Pitts on that throw. Best toss of the day for Cousins. 30-yarder down the field there. First down and 10, 122 to go here. Ball at the 30-yard line. Cousins in pistol again. Bijan Robinson's going to go out to the flat there. And we'll throw out bubble screen to him. He'll gain about 2 or 3 yards. I'm good with the rolls to the left, though, John. It just doesn't seem like it has worked any point in time. Quarterbacks always look awkward trying to roll their left anyway, but it just hasn't worked, and it's not his strength. He does not throw the ball well rolling to his left. He loses accuracy, and it seems like he loses velocity. No more hero BS, too. Great point on your part. You got a great defense. You don't have to play like a superhero, man. Play within yourself. 150 total yards for the Falcons to just 66 for the Seahawks. Empty look here. Seahawks showing a blitz. Drake Thomas might have shown a little early there. I think Cousins can see it coming. Blitz is coming. They're able to still get a free rusher home there, and Kirk Cousins just throws it into the feet. Nice knockdown on the play by DeMarcus Lawrence. Third down and 6, 1:11 to go in the second quarter. Seahawks have all 3 of their timeouts. Atlanta with just 2. Cousins in shotgun. 3 wide to the far side of the football field here. Seahawks threaten a blitz. They fall out of it. And Josh Jobe gets beat down the field for a touchdown. Seahawks are pointing at something on the end line here. Oh, he stepped out. He stepped out. Seahawks caught it there. They were pointing on the sideline there that he had stepped out. The official threw his hat down. He seemed to catch it as well. So it took him a little while. The telecast gave him a touchdown. That looked like the official got it instantly there. So 4th down and 6. Let's see what the Falcons do here. They're going to go ahead and take the field goal. 1:06 to go on the clock. Boy, that's big. He stepped out of bounds. Jobe got beat there, but just that 1 foot out. Zane Gonzalez, 1 of 2 today. He had his last field goal attempt was blocked. Here's the kick. That one was almost blocked as well, but he is able to sneak it up inside the left upright. And the Falcons will take a 6-3 lead. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, repeat, is there concern building for the offense? Yes, I'm officially in concerned mode here. Yeah. I'm to the point now where this is looking disjointed. It's not just looking like they're out of rhythm. It looks like they're really searching and they just don't have any answers, which is hard because you're this far into the year. You played 12 games and you don't have anything from a staple standpoint you feel like you can fall back upon offensively speaking. And that's weird with how much talent we have. That's weird with how healthy we are. That's weird with how much we kind of thought this offense would be getting better as the year went along. That's weird going up against this Atlanta Falcon defense, which is not a particularly strong defense. But you made them look like world beaters in this first half. There's definitely some concern building here. This back half of the schedule for the Seahawks, this back run has just seen the offense continuing to like a stove that you're turning down the temperature on bit by bit by bit, getting colder and colder and colder. Jeffrey, thank you for the $10 donation. Your double don't know, bro. Looking pretty smart on this one, man, from your earlier one. Thank you for the $10 donation. It says, not going to pile on about Sam. I wonder if a sports therapist would help him get out of his head like it helped Russ early in Seattle. This is what I've been saying the last few weeks in heavy blitz. Definitely maybe there's something going on with him. Maybe just he's in the bit of the funk here too, to your point, and playing with confidence is a big part of the position. And if you don't have it, if you're just searching for it, you can't kind of fake it to make it. You got it or you don't. I feel like he needs a couple of throws down the field to kind of waken him up a little bit, and get a couple of throws. And this is where back to Kubiak's side, getting him some easy scripted throws. God forbid, where have those been today, right? Where in the offense have been just, let's get him a rollout in space, a little 4-yard throw to just get him kind of peppered and going. None of that's been in the offense. Again, not to take away from the fact that Sam's got to play better on this too, but it's kind of a full meal deal. It's like not pass protecting well enough in this game. Sam's not making good enough decisions. Accuracy's been off. Play calling's been weird. It's all in a little bit of out of sorts kind of shape right now, Jeffrey, So maybe so. I feel like just getting a little confidence can move this around a little bit, but I also don't have a great explanation for it because, again, there's no factor in this which should be allowing this to be pulled down so much as it is right now in this offense. It's kind of inexplicable thing as much as anything, I guess. All right, here's the return by Shaheed. He's going to be brought down about the 25-yard line where Seattle will take over. 57 seconds, down 6-3, 3 timeouts. Good news is, Jeffrey, at least maybe they've been good in 2-minute situations. Maybe you can get Sam. Maybe you can get Sam kind of driving the engine up or cook the engine up here a little bit with some, just get him in time, get him in rhythm, quick throws, get going. We've seen him better in 2-minute situations at times with that. So come on, Sam. Come on. 5 of 11, 37 yards passing in this first half, an interception, 16.1 quarterback rating right now. Sam dropping back to throw. Lets it rip out here to JSN. JSN with a catch and gets out of bounds. Stopping the clock. Second and 6. Shotgun look here. Sam dropping back. A little jump pass in there to Charbonnet, and he'll gain about 4 or 5 yards. Breath held there for a second when he jumped up in the air to throw that thing. I went, clock continues to roll. 33 seconds to go. Third down and short here. Sam's just going to take this forward and get the first down, burning a lot of clock to do that. Boy, okay. Frustrating first half here for the Seattle Seahawks, offensively speaking, man. Even on this, where it's like 2-minute drive, and it just to get 10 yards took you 40 seconds off the clock. Everything just feels so hard right now, offensively speaking. They take their first time out, 22 seconds to go in this game, and first and 10. Sam dropping back. He's going to scramble with this and get brought down for a first down. Nice carry. Timeout. Got the timeout. Good. 13 seconds to go in this football game. Falcons have done a good job of getting pressure in on Sam today. So we got 14 seconds, 2-ish plays that you could probably run here, maybe a third if you got a real fast one out. You're at the 49-yard line, so you probably need about 14 yards to feel pretty good about where you're at from a field goal attempt standpoint. You could certainly try it longer than that. Jason's got the leg. Sam lets it rip here. He's got his man Shaheed there, right? The 35-yard line. Perfect. Timeout. I would imagine here you just probably bring out your field goal attempt, and give it a shot. If you're Mike Macdonald, don't risk with 7 seconds here doing anything else. Anything else weird there? Nice throw by Sam there to Shaheed. Looks like Seattle's going to try to see if they can maybe run one more play. They're going to give him one more tick on the clock and put it up to 8 seconds, or the officials. See if they can get this another 4 or 5 yards closer here Guessing you're trying to run like a little out route here, and you just have Sam hit the back foot, throw the out route. If he can hit it, he can hit it. Not, Jason comes out. Sam dropping back, throws an out route. AJ Barner completed. Nice gain. Good play. Love it. Beautiful job there by Sam there on that drive. 5-yard gain there. Bring this in nice and closer here for Myers. This makes this imminently more makeable for him. Offense did a good job. There we go. "48-yard attempt." The hold is down. The kick is up. The kick is through. Gets on through there. Jason Myers continuing to get better and better as this year has gone along. Boy, we needed him, and the Seattle Seahawks able to tie this game at the end of this half and come out of this salvaging a little bit of pride offensively speaking on that side of things. Glenn Carn, thank you for the $2 donation, says Cousins is looking like a good game manager. He's doing good for them today. I mean, you've got him under some pressure, 7 to 14, 77 yards, nothing special, but he's not making a mistake. He's getting the ball out of his hands. He's not letting the pressure get to him. I think they're calling a pretty protective game around him with it and how they're trying to run the ball. I mean, the 18 runs to 14 passes in that first half, definitely keeping him comfy there, but he's doing fine with it. He's doing fine with that. Thank you, Glenn. Daniel W., thank you for the $2 donation. Says Colts have one good season, trade 2 firsts, bad organization. They're an organization that I think misidentified hunger for this being the right time. And that trade with Sauce Gardner, 2 first-round picks like that, doing that at that time of year, it did feel a little premature for them to be doing that. You love aggressiveness, you do, but at the same point in time, it just kind of felt like they were like, no, now it has to be the time, right? We've been wanting this to be the time, so now definitely has to be the time. And it's always the hard part about making those kind of trades is that there's always the potential where some of you you're drawing to hope that now's the time and the right point, and as opposed to really being the right time to make those kind of trades. You could also say maybe the argument is you never should make those kind of trades, really. But yeah, you got Sauce out, I think, too, right now with a lower leg injury as well. So I think he's going to be due to miss our game next week. And you really want to be careful. And it all comes down to, as I always say with this, Daniel, being sure and making sure that you designate appropriately where you are as a team and how really ready and how really close you are to being a contender if you're going to make these kind of moves, and being sure about that assessment, not in a kind of way, not in a, well, if we think positively in a glass half full kind of fashion, then sure. Yeah, we're ready. Yeah, we're ready. We can do it. Yeah. Careful. We gotta be careful on that one, don't we? And so yeah, definitely interesting move there by the Colts in that going like that as they have, and now they're in a real pickle because you're giving up your 2 first-round picks. You have Daniel Jones now potentially with an Achilles injury by the sounds of it. It's not going to be an easy offseason for them at this point, say nothing of what this does to the rest of their year and their potential for the season without Daniel there. I mean, this could knock them out of the playoff hunt, say nothing of the division title, Daniel. Mumbles, thank you for the $5 donation, Mumbles. He says, I mean, O-lines have been getting beat badly at times this game. O-line's been getting beat badly at times. This game doesn't really, Sam's looking frazzled. Definitely, there's been some pressure in the first half on Sam for the few dropbacks you have. You take out that 2-minute drive, and the other moments you've had him dropping back to pass, there's been some quick pressure right there in his face. Pass pro has not held up as well today. Falcons do a good job of creating pressure. They blitz, second highest rate in the NFL. These are the things that they're going to come at you, and you walked into this game knowing this was going to be the case. This isn't them throwing out or trotting out a game plan that you didn't anticipate, much like last week. But much like last week against the Vikings, you don't seem to have a real method in place for how to counteract it or stay ahead of what they're doing to you on the play calling a little bit. And then Sam, as you're saying within this, does look frazzled then within that. He's not looking like a cool, calm customer back there. He's looking jumpy. He's looking like he's not seeing things clearly from pre to post snap from what they're doing to him from a coverage standpoint. And would like to see him start to clean some of this up a bit. Doesn't mean you have to play perfect, but definitely the lowlands that we seem to be finding ourselves in, from the peaks and the valleys of Sam. Spend a lot of time down the bottom of the valley here recently. Like to go back up there and get back up to the peak, wouldn't be too bad. But thank you, Mumbles. Appreciate the donation. Bear with me one sec here. I'll be right back. Mumbles, thank you for another $2 donation. He says, I think Sam heard us to yell for him to run. I think he might have. Yeah, you might be onto something there with that. And that he's finally, man, I got to get him going. Look, first time he goes and grabs a 12-yard run where he actually decides to, take it. And I would come down to like your searches as an offense and you're kind of like, nothing's working. We're out of sorts. We don't have any rhythm. You come down to like, okay, let's start this scratch step by step from a Kubiak standpoint in this first half and looking at it. You've got Charbonnet with a 1 carry for 27 yards. Walker running relatively well. He's only at 3.2 yards per carry, but he's running pretty good in this first half as well. Got to get back to running the football. Got to find that, right? We got to find some easy completions in here for Sam. Yeah, you're going to have to at one point or another push the ball down the field. And they flashed a stat in this first half of him being like 0 for 7 on throws past 10 yards down the football field. So you're also, in addition to this, going to need to at some point or another take a shot down the field and challenge them down the field, especially with as much of their blitzing. That's one of the counters to teams that want to be heavy on the blitz front like this team does. Oh yeah. Boy, that looked awkward from Daniel Jones. He definitely tore his Achilles. Poor guy. Jeez. That does not look good. He did the whole move where he went to that back foot and it did that whole snap thing on the back foot thing. Good to Sam to run, though. So use your legs, Sam, in the second half. Get to the ground game. Work some of the short passing attack. Keep Sam in a bit of some rhythm here until he can get in a rhythm to where you can take some of those shots down the field. These would be the places that I would build off of it if I could with Kubiak into the second half a little bit. Lean into that stuff. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation, Keon. He says, it almost seems like Mike doesn't have any say on the 2-minute drill when it comes to clock management. It seems so obvious to take a timeout, and we don't. There's some weird moments of letting the clock run, to your point on not doing the timeout, not kind of valuing those precious seconds in the way that you kind of need to value them. And that we've been a little sloppy in letting things just kind of run off inexplicably at times. And I think there's a little bit of a thinking there of, if we don't get the first down, we don't want to punt the ball back to them and give them any time on the clock to do anything. So I think there's a little bit of that at play on that third down for why the clock gets rolled. But I think you got to be a little more aggressive than that. I like trusting the defense. I do, but it's a 3rd and 1. You're going to go get that. You can go bring out Barner if you had to on it or whatever, they got the tush push to make it work. So there's some moments there where there's some oddities. We saw it in the Rams game at the end of that one with somehow slow they could kind of work some of that 2-minute drill. It's like, you got to have some urgency there. Got to get it up, get it going. Come on, boom, boom, boom. You can't be standing around there just watching the clock burn. But I do think that they were worried about giving the ball back to Atlanta with some time to work. Thank you, though, Keon. Appreciate all of your support today. Very kind of you, man. Very, very kind of you. Jim Fleming, Thank you for the $10 donation, Jim. Doesn't have any comment there on your dono, but thank you for the $10 donation, man. I appreciate you for that, Jim. Hope you're having a good one today, bro. Very kind of you. Joseph Miller, thanks for the $5 donation. He says Kubiak's trying to play chess when they're playing checkers. The problem is we're playing checkers, not chess. Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. I think he's definitely a bit odd in some of the game plan calling in the first half from my perspective on this and how you're looking to attack. Back shoulder throws to Walker, back shoulder throws to um, they're trying to Rashid Shaheed at one point. It's like those are kind of just prayers into the wind a little bit to me versus having some tactical points of how you're looking to attack. Where's been the play action game as much today that just doesn't feel like it's got any effectiveness as much. I don't know. I like Kubiak a lot as a coordinator, and I think he's done a great job for us this year, but he does have his share of games where things, when they go a little bit wonky and odd, they really are wonky and odd and hard to like grab the thread, pull on the thread back and find an explanation for why he chose this method and that method of approach. I mean, I would challenge anybody in the chat to kind of walk me through what he was tactically trying to choose to do in that first half with the offense. You know, you kind of came out running and then you sort of just got away from running. Well, you came out with 3 straight throws to begin the game right out the hook. It's like, yeah, we're throwing it today. We're chucking today, which was right out the jump, kind of strange. I don't really. A lot of that was kind of off in that first half a bit with how you were looking to attack and where you're going and how you're looking to get there. Hopefully it changes up. We found some great adjustments last week against the Vikings into the second half, able to find something that felt like it made a lot more sense, even if it wasn't tremendously explosive and you just dropping points up on the board. You got back to moving the ball consistently, back to finding balance offensively. Maybe they can do the same here in the second half. Emmett Gaming, thank you for becoming a new member of the channel. Emmett, really appreciate you for that. Members of the channel, please do keep an eye on your community post. That's where I post those benefits out. We got Monday morning PFF scores will get out to you tomorrow. And then we'll have a Thursday call-in show this week for members of the channel. So please do be on the lookout for that, Emmett. But thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Welcome aboard. Jim Fleming coming in with another donation. Jim, thank you for the double dip dono, man. Very, very kind of you, Jim. Very kind of you. Thank you for that, man. Operative Mass, thanks for the $5 donation, Operative Mass. I think the 10 a.m. start has the offense off to a slow start. Solid 5-4s drive to end the half. Need the momentum swing to carry into the second half. Well said on your part. Did kind of feel like a little bit of the sleepwalk 10 a.m. thing going on there offensively, maybe a bit. Good news on this kind of stuff is that you do tend to see these games where 10 a.m. and it does happen, be offense or defensive side of the ball in my lifetime, that you do get in the second half and things do tend to get a little bit more livened up and awakened up and it a little more business as usual, I guess, is the feeling that you do tend to get when they get into that second half. But we're not in a bad position right now. We're tied up here. We get the ball at the end of halftime. We can take back in control of this game and finish this out fine and right. And a dub is a dub. So just get the win here on the road by any means necessary against this Atlanta team and keep this thing rolling. That's all we're looking to do. All we're looking to do. But love it, man. Hopefully they can move a little bit of the momentum off that into that first half, getting some points, moving the drive a little bit there, moving the ball a little bit there. That would be great to see. Great to see. Solid 54s drive. Not sure what 54s is, but it was a solid drive at the end. That was good. Well executed. JMG, thank you for the $5 donation, JMG. Seahawks only have 4 touchdowns since the Rams game. Yeah, there's a growing worry here. And some are getting it caught up on Sam. I think Sam's a part of it, but I think it's the offense as a whole, that there's a regression going on here that should not be going on. Not when you're at full health, not when you've added a Rashid Shaheed at the trade deadline. You should be, if anything, continuing to just gain more power as you go along in the year, not see it just sort of pulling back, you know? Yeah, we've got to find some answers here, offensively speaking. And they're really, really searching for it right now. And hard to say why, But as has been said a few times in the donations here alone this stream, we got the second half kickoff to Shaheed. He's going to field it about the 1 yard line, come up 30s. He's loose. He's down the 40. He's at the 50. He's cutting through. He's loose down the field. Rashid might take this to the house, and he is going to do so. Let's go, Seahawks. Touchdown. Lightning out of the start of the second half with Rashid Shaheed. He got at the 1 yard line, and he said, fine, I'll do it myself. Caught a crease, and he hit it. Hit that crease. Jay Harbaugh in his bag, block kicks, kickoff for a touchdown return. It's got to feel good for Shaheed. Boy, is he fast. Extra point up and through. Let's go Seahawks. Well, that'll fix offensive problems. Got it at the 1. Mike Morris, Brady Russell with some really good seal blocks. I mean, just picture perfect seal blocks there to give him an angle. And then he just ran it. I mean, he put his foot in the dirt and went, I'm going. I mean, it was in a blink, he was down the football field. Yeah, Mike Morrison, Calrup had some poor guy in that gap. The guy with the gap responsibility there, the lane responsibility there for Shaheed there. He got doubled out of that gap by Calrup and Mike Morris. They both had a hat and a hat on him, and that sealed it. Kind of cool there. You're attacking that. So every guy, when they're coming down the kickoff coverage, has like an imaginary lane. Like every guy that's a defender has an imaginary lane. And the Seahawks brought a double team to that spot, that lane that Shaheed attacked behind. They ran the double right there. Seahawks will just kick this in the back of the end zone and have the Falcons take over the 35-yard line here. Well, there we go, JMG. That's one way to get a touchdown, huh? Second special teams touchdown of the year for the Seattle Seahawks. And a beautiful start to this opening in the second half. Boy, the timing could not have been better for that. Appreciate you, JM. Falcons are going to take over here now. 14:48 to go. Ball on their 35-yard line, down 13-6. Seahawks showing a blitz here on first down. Play action pass. Dropping back to throw his Cousins. He has Kyle Pitts wide open in the middle of the field, all the way down to the 40-yard line there. Nick Emanwari makes the tackle, and Emanwari is slow to get up off of the ground there after the tackle on Pitts. Seahawks decide to bring a blitz on first down. Looks like a kind of a blown coverage there. Emanwari's hand. He was trying to punch it out, I think, but then I think his hand landed weird. Oh, yeah, he landed with his kind of like a fist on the ground where this hand. Yikes, not a good spot. That's where oftentimes you can break your hand. I broke my hand literally before, right over here on that side. D'Anthony Bell comes out now for Seattle. 1st and 10, ball at the 39-yard line. Cousins and pistol. Hand off here to Bijan Robinson. He'll take it for a gain of about 3. Why when you throw a punch, they say never get to the back end here on your hand because that's where the bones are really, really weak. Hopefully Emanwari's okay, but boy, yeah. It can break in there so easily. Yeah, they're right there on that deal, and he's flexing that hand. It's hurting. 2nd and 7. Hand off here to Bijan Robinson. Bijan Bounces it outside here. He's going to go and get a first down run. Robinson up over 73 yards in this game. First and 10. Ball at the 28-yard line. They're going to throw out a bubble screen out to Pitts. Pitts with the catch and run. He'll gain 7 or 8 yards. Pitts having a good day here. 5 catches, 87 yards on 7 targets. He's been a factor. 12:33 to go here in the third quarter. Second down and short. Second and 2. Pitch play inside. Seattle's all over that one. Byron Murphy was right there. He captured Bijan right at the line of scrimmage there. Bijan able to maybe fall forward for maybe a yard gain there. This will bring up a 3rd and 1. Probably 2 down territory here for the Falcons. They don't got anything to, like, they're, what they got to lose, I think, a little bit there. They're down and 1. Handoff inside there. Ball's fumbled. Ball's picked up by Witherspoon. Fumble picked up. We got it. We got it. We got the fumble. Ball got ripped out of Bijan Robinson's arm. Was that Ernest? No, that's our guy, Jaron Reed, back on the Jaron Reed return. Jaron Reed brought in the club he's got on his hand there. Brought the club in on his hand from the surgery and knocked the ball out in there. Nice little punch by Jaron Reed. Another great defensive effort there with the Falcons knocking on the door. Let's go. Let's go, D. What another just insane amount of effort from the defense today. How good have they looked? Feed Me, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, it looks like the Achilles pop to me in the video of Daniel Jones. It looks like an Achilles pop to me as well. We've seen a couple of these now happen. Guy in this game, Kirk Cousins, Aaron Rodgers, very similar kind of on their drop back as the foot kind of plants somewhat. It's when that foot's to the back awkwardly a little bit as it plants down, but you're kind of up on your toes as well. And it comes down in just a weird, it looks weird, but you can kind of sense, yeah, something might have popped in there. And then you see Daniel's reaction on the ground, slamming his helmet. And it seemed like these players kind of know when they have it happen too. So tough luck for a guy in Daniel Jones who really was able to bring himself forward this year with his career and really establish himself out there at Indianapolis. You feel bad for the guy out there for what he's done. And that Colts team too, that's had such a good year. They're down 10-28 now in their game here as it stands. And you go, yeah, that's going to be rough. It's going to be rough. And it looks like that to me too. Jeff Jennings, thanks for a $5 donation. Jeff says, I don't think Kubiak gets poached this offseason now. Well, indeed, as you finish off the year with the offense, kind of regressing, I think it's going to cool and calm some of that down. I think it is an open story on this one. It's open book on this one with Kubiak. I think that the rumors that we're hearing about there being interest out there that he'd be a guy teams would look at and consider. I think that's real. It doesn't mean that I think that he's going to be taken, but I do think that if you finish on a strong note, that he's going to be a guy that is looked at as a guy that, hey, love the job you did out there. Look what you did here and here and here with him. But his recent work, to your point, Jeff, is not helping matters. If he's trying to go get that job, this is not good for the resume here for the past couple of weeks. That is for sure. What a job by Jaron Reed there. Gets cut, gets up off being cut, able to go in and get his hand in there to knock that ball out. Yeah, he's pointing at the cast on his hand. He says, "See what I did? See the thing I did? I did a thing." he's pointing. First and 10. Hand off here. Nope. Yes, hand off here. Boy, good sell job there by Sam Darnold. He made me think he had the play action there. That's going to go nowhere there on that whole. There's guys getting pushed in the backfield here in the run game. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Randall says, clunker first half. We need to commit to the run. Reduce long developing pass plays. Counter punching teams committing to taking away JSN will be how far we go. I love it, man. Yep. Definitely feels like there's a lot more of that. We're going to have those doubles swinging back and quick completion here to Barner for a gain of about 7 yards there. Bring up third and short. Teams are starting to drift into the double teams we knew were going to come JSN's way, Randall. We knew this was going to happen eventually with the production he was having. And so then how can you counter that? Where are the, like you say, where are the counters that you have now that you can go to on that? And this is what we're going to learn about this team. Do we have the counters that we can go to? Does this just have to be the JSN show for us to find offensive success? And I think there's plenty of parts here to find other guys that can work and make this still an effective offense. But it's going to be a fun part about the second half to see how that develops. 3rd down and 2. Dropping back here is Sam. Nice little concept there. A little out route off of motion to Rashid Shaheed for a nice little short completion, but a first down at that. Clunker first half, Randall. I agree with everything you said on that. Getting back to running the ball, getting back to commitment to running the ball, it would be a very good thing here. And very helpful, I think, to this offense. I think there's yards to be had in the ground game here. Thank you for the donation, man. Appreciate you for that. 1st and 10. 9:25 to go in the third quarter. Seahawks up 13-6. Quick snap here by Sam. Blitz coming. Got to get rid of his Sam. Breaks the pocket. Just throw it away. Oh, he's able to complete that out to Cody White. Cody brought down after the catch very quickly. He'll gain about 6 or 7 yards there. Well, you get worried there initially as pressure was mounting fast. Not the greatest of blocks by Kenneth Walker there in the blitz pickup. Does just enough to buy Sam some time to roll out there and complete the ball out there to Cody. They're going to give him 9 on that one. Okay. Hell yeah. 2nd down and 1. Sam changing the play here at the line of scrimmage. He's got kind of a 3-4 look from a 2 tight end set here. See if he stays with the run. He does stay with the run. Walker bouncing this outside. Walker with a little bit of space to work with there before he is clipped down by the ankles for another first down run. I think Sam changed the play from the run side going to the right to the left there. The blocking all stayed down like it was blocking to the right, but I think he just moved Walker to the left on that with the run. Terrell just able to clip the ankles of Walker running past, or he might have been able to get that even further. Ball at the 43-yard line in Seahawks territory, 1st and 10. Sam under center, 2 tight end look here. Play action pass. Sam dropping back. Throws this. Got JSN down the field. JSN open with a nice big play down the field. All done by JSN. Nice throw there by Sam. Here we go. Offense finding a little bit of rhythm here. This is more like it. This a little better, huh? Offense starting to wake up a little bit. 7:19 to go in third quarter. Ball all the way down to the 27-yard line. Sam under center. 2 tight end look again here. That's where they've been living in this drive so far. Sam sensing the blitz off the right side, checks the play. Another one where he goes to the left, I think, there. Walker fighting through there. Good job by Walker to get 2 hands in that ball. Backside defender was about to come through and try to punch that out, and he got the second hand on that. Good penetration by the Falcons there. I do like the commitment to run the ball here. Loss of 1 on the play. Second 11. 3 wide receiver look here from the Seahawks. Falcons again threatening the blitz. Play action pass. Sam got his man, JSN open. JSN's open. He's in for a touchdown. JSN free, wide and open. No one wants to come tackle him. Just like the Red Sea parting, just no defenders were there after the catch. He just turned around, ran it right upfield, touchdown. Well, if you're going to forget to not only cover him, but not slide that double team, we'll attack it. And JSN with a beautiful release off the line of scrimmage on just a little bit of a crossing route there. He completely lost Terrell. Falcons bringing the blitz. You bring the blitz, you're going to leave single coverage in spots, and that's what they did there. And Seattle was able to make them get punished. JSN, touchdown. And Seattle takes a commanding 19-6 lead here with the extra point on deck. Great offensive drive there from Seattle. Good to see Sam bounce back a bit there. Wasn't necessarily back to Randall's point on counterpunching on that one. It was more of back to the JSN show. The JSN show is a wonderful show. 6 catches, 88 yards, and a tutty for JSN today. DeLevy, thank you for the $10 donation, DeLevy. Good to see you in the house too as well, brother. He says, big momentum flip by Rashid Shaheed. That's what we needed. Go Hawks. The old feels broken, but the pieces are there. Win, even if we have to win ugly, and I'll trust them to have it sorted out by the playoffs. Well, it's one of those, to me, ultimate truths with this, to where if the offense is played as they played the past couple of weeks and you get in the playoffs, are they going to go really far? Maybe not. That definitely can be the mitigating factor where defense is balling out of control and your offense just doesn't have, it's regressed. It just is what it is. It did happen. I don't think this is the way this is going to go. But to your point, there's time for this thing to get sorted out. There's time to find some answers on this. The NFL can take you through ups and downs throughout the course of the year. It is a little bit of a marathon in that way. And the story is not just one that is fundamentally from day 1, it's this way. From day 5, it's this way. From game 10, it's this way. It tends to be one where there is some ups and downs and some arounds. You go get the win, though, to your point. Get the win. Keep stacking these wins up. Keep putting yourself in that position to be able to put yourself in that spot to be able to go make the noise in the playoffs. And start to find your answers, because the thing we come down to, again, and you have so many good points here in your post, the thing we come down to on this is that you are at the full of your health. You have your whole offense. You have not only Walker, you got Charbonnet. You've got all of your receivers and Shaheed into the mix on this. JSN rolling strong. You have, it would seem like the answers here to be able to find some more consistency. It doesn't mean that it has to be a top 3 scoring offense, as they've been through a lot of this year, but it does mean that, don't lean just on the defense wholly, and certainly stop putting the defense on these short fields. That's got to stop right now. But thank you to Levy. Appreciate the $10 donation, and well said on your part. 8-play, 88-yard drive that consumed 5 minutes and 2 seconds off the clock, culminating in a 28-yard touchdown reception by Jackson Smith and Jigba. We're going to get an extra point here. I guess they must have had maybe an injury timeout or something there. Kick is up and through, so 20-6. 6:16 to go here in the third quarter. Well said there, DeLevy. Well said. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation, Keon. Special teams is way better across the board than last year. A 9-day difference, man. It is. It really has been. And it's, you walked in this game already as the number 1 special teams unit in the sport, my opinion. Depends on the metric you want to use. But they've done nothing but solidify that today and been a huge factor on this team this year. Sorry to sneeze there. It's a part that get overlooked by fans a lot with special teams, where they go kind of a hand waving of, special teams. It matters. Yeah, sure. Right. But it matters. And you came into this game with you having the best special teams unit in the sport, the Falcons having maybe the worst special teams unit in the sport. You can make an argument on both ends of it. Here's the kick that'll go to in the end zone where it'll be down there. Falcons will take over down 26. And this is where it's come into play. Block kick, Rashid Shaheed's return touchdown. It is a factor. And when you pay attention to it as a team, when you make it a strength of your team, you can lean on it as a helpful part of your team and what you do. And this team does that. And it's part of the beauty of how this team is built is it's a three-phase football team and how it's been conceived. And that you're seeing that in practice through much of this year. And especially when we have all three phases humming, you're able to really put teams away. 1st and 10 here, ball at the 35-yard line. Cousins, handoff outside zone here to Bijan. Bijan with a nice sidestep, though, but a great tackle by Devin Witherspoon says, I'm not leaving you the back door open on this one. I'm going to close that thing. Second down, 7. Another handoff here. Seattle all over that one. Ernest Jones. Great play by Ernest Jones in the run game. So instinctual. Just gets to the spot. Short carry there by Bijan Robinson. Down 2 touchdowns. Falcons continuing to run the ball here. Understandable from their perspective. They don't have a lot of receivers to work with here. So, they have to stay on the run game. Even if they fall behind, they have to stay with it. 3rd down and 3. Cousins dropping back to throw. Ball tipped up. Ball's caught. Nick Emanwari got it. Nick Emanwari got it. Ball tipped up, and the young rookie sensation continues throughout the nation with an interception here. Already a block kick, multiple tackles, breaks his hand, doesn't matter. Coming back with an interception here. Let's go for the rook. Let's go. Devin Witherspoon first flashing in front of the face of Pitts, making so the ball's not in a bad spot. It's that Witherspoon flashes right in front of Pitts, and Pitts kind of can't now see where the ball's coming from. Ball tips up off his arm. Emanwari's right there behind him to go make the interception. What a job by the defense today. Wow, they have performed absolutely tremendously today. Put on a short field, doesn't matter. Offense ain't getting anything done through the first half, doesn't matter. Falcons driving onto their side of the field, doesn't matter. Well, whoever was calling for a Nick Emanwari breakout game earlier in the chat, let me go find you. Let Jesse Lund. I'm calling Jesse Lund the great prophet today. He's the great prophet of Seahawk fandom. For he hath called it, and it hath been true. It hath been so beautifully true. What a defensive effort, man. Woo! Woo! Good job on the call, though, there, Jesse. Breakout game is right. 5 tackles, a tackle for loss, pass defensed, interception, block kick. Just filling up the stat line today as Emanwari. Filling it up. Keon, thank you again for all of your donations today. And special teams, man, you got a great special teams. It'll help you win football games. You have the best special teams unit in football. It in itself can be a phase of the game that can carry you through in games at times in itself. And it will be a factor when we get into playoff time, having this good of a special teams unit. And you'll have teams in the playoffs that might have some questions with some of their units. Like the Rams right now, there's some questions with their special teams unit. I think with the Niners kicking game, if they get in the playoffs, there's some questions with that unit. So this very important thing to have. It gets forgotten about a lot, but today showed you why it can supply such a heavy factor, basically responsible in itself for 10 points of this game. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $5 donation. Martin, has there been a more improved unit in the NFL this season than the Seahawks special teams? That unit was a mess last season. Some turnaround. Offense, take note. Indeed. I don't think you can look at another one that's been as turned around as well. I don't. Emanwari over there smiling. That hand still is hurting him, though. That's for sure. Hopefully it's okay. Seahawks are going to take over at the 48-yard line in their own in the Falcons territory. Maybe an opportunity here to put this away if they can make it happen here. Walker with the carry. He's going to be brought down after a short gain of about 1 or 2 yards. But you've absolutely gone from one of the worst special teams unit in the sport to, I think, inarguably at this point, the best special teams unit in the sport, Martin. And big props to Jay Harbaugh. You had a lot of work to do this offseason to get this thing right. Some of this has also been the purposeful nature from how they built this roster, of course, Martin, with the investments into Jason Myers and Michael Dixon. But it's also been you cleaning up where you were really wrong last year, especially the kick return game, punt return game. Just been sensational. 2nd and 9 here for Sam in shotgun. Dropping back to throw. He's going to get this to Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp with a catch and run. We are going to have a flag on the play, though, where there usually would be holding. So we'll see if this does stick or not. Offsides on the Falcons. That play will be declined. So a big catch and run there for Cooper Kupp. He's showing you he's still got a little bit of that catch and run ability at times where he makes a nice little cut. Did so, I think, last week. And a lot of people like to think with Kupp that he's kind of at the end of the road, but I'm not so sure with him on that. Just think you just don't utilize him a lot. Nice big play, though, down the field to Kupp there. That is very handy. 24 yards. Ball at the 22-yard line now. Play action pass. Sam dropping back to throw. Comes back underneath the Walker here. Walker with the drop. Was going to be just a short completion anyway there. Second down and 10. Sharps with the run here. Sharp almost brought down the backfield, able to keep the legs churning and fall forward for a gain of about 3 yards or so. Love to just eat the clock down, go get a touchdown, and put this thing away right now. Boy, would that be good. Third down and 7. Falcons showing a blitz here. Darnold getting everybody corrected. Maybe a timeout. No. All right. Donald dropping back to throw. He's lacing this up over the top. Cooper Kupp was going to go jump for it, but he got kind of tripped up as he was going to jump for it there. They're probably going to say it's not catchable. I mean, that's definitely contact there, but I'm guessing non-catchable is what they're going to say on that throw by Sam. Which you don't mind that on the throw with Sam. Again, give your guy a chance or give nobody a chance. Field goal attempt here by Myers is up and through. A field goal here is not the worst of outcomes. So we come back to how do we get Sam to playing clean football? Moments like that, 3rd and 7, tough down and distance to compete. You're already. So Mike Macdonald's looking at getting some clarity, by the way. I'm sure some in the chat are like, why wasn't that PI? He's going right now to the official to try to gain clarity on that very thing. They showed just before they cut to commercial look, what happened there? Wait, wasn't that why? I'm guessing it's going to be non-catchable, be their reasoning. Some of you may have an issue with that on that side, but I'm going to guess that that's a bit play. But I do like Sam there on the throw there with the decision making, because coming away with the field goal is not the worst thing. A turnover there, putting the ball in harm's way is the worst thing. Keep the momentum stacking. Keep this thing rolling. Keep the pressure back down on a Falcons offense that has to run the ball at all times. I can't undersell that enough. In a game like this, they're down 23-6. They've run the ball 24 times. They've passed the ball 17 times. They don't have the playmakers on the outside they can trust right now with no Drake London, no Mooney, no Ray McLeod from earlier in the season. He's gone. You got David Sills, Devin Tompkins. These are the guys they're throwing to. Martin, well said on your part, man. It's been a great special teams unit this year, and I'm so happy we've got him, and it's going to be, I think, a helping hand to us when we get into the playoff. When we get in the playoffs, I said when we get in the playoffs. I said a win, not if. Joshua Carlisle, thank you for the $5 donation, Joshua. Personally, Robinson running well doesn't bother me as much as Pitt's success does. Bijan is a freak, but we should be able to stop Pitts. Pitt's having a good day. 8 targets, 5 catches, 87 yards. I think some of it, Joshua, comes into for that reason I was just mentioned a second ago, being that you have nobody else to throw to from Cousins' perspective. So you're going to hyper target a guy like Pitts in this game because of that, almost specifically because of that. So there's a little bit there with that. Cousins made a really nice throw on the one deep throw he had really down the field for 30 yards, which really kind of soups up, I think, the stats as much as anything. He'd be like 4 catches for 50 yards or something like that otherwise, which is still not great, but it's not as bad as it looks with the 30-yarder on there. But yeah, you definitely know where to kind of lock into as we go down the home stretch of this game with this Falcons offense being, try to take away Pitts and keep Bijan Robinson contained. And yeah, I've done a good job containing Bijan. 19 carries, 81 yards, 4.3 yard per carry average. I think all of us would have taken that with Bijan walking into this game if we knew, into the depths of the third quarter, that's where he stands. Thank you, though, Joshua. Appreciate it. Well said on your part. Here's the kickoff by Myers. He's going to knock this to about the 4 or 5 yard line where he'll be up taken there and brought down. Relatively decent gain. 32 yard line. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says the club, referring to Jaron Reed's knockout with the club. I love that, man. And you always love that when the players use that club to their benefit. The Raiders back in the late 70s used to be famous for putting like concrete in their, they used to wear those arm wraps that were like the padded arm wraps they'd have. And they put there's one guy that put concrete. Handoff inside to Tyler Algiers. I wasn't lying, folks. You're down 23-6. Clock winding the third quarter, 1st and 10. You come right out with the run. Nice run there by Algiers for 7 or 8 yards. They're probably not going to be fast-moving offense from the Falcons and how they roll here. It's going to be kind of run, little throw. Again, back to the run again here. Nice run by Algiers. Fights off the first tackle attempt and is able to fall forward there for a nice gain of 4 or 5 yards and a first down. That club, it's you come in and you punch it. It gives you a nice little weapon there. When you coming in to do the punch, there's no better item, man. It certainly beats a fist. You got so much more coverage space and area to it, and it's hardened. Let's go, Jordan. 1st and 10. Seahawks bring guys up tight. Cousins able to break the pocket, throw it out in the flat to Algiers. Algiers with a catch and run up in space for about 17 yards. First down. Falcons offense moving here a little bit. 1:28 to go here in the third quarter. Jeffrey, thank you for the $2 donation. Sweep the leg, kid. Karate Kid. That's right. Sweep the leg. Sweep the leg. Thank you, Jeffrey. 1st and 10. Ball at the 32-yard line quickly here for the Falcons. Seahawks showing a blitz. They fall out of it. Cousins looking up over the middle. He's got a completion there. Drummond with a catch there for the Falcons over the middle, a 14-yard gain. Cousins getting into a little bit of a rhythm on this drive here. The sense of urgency maybe kind of helping him out as he gets to run a little bit of up-tempo, which is definitely kind of throwing Seattle off just a bit defensively speaking. Getting a quick snap here from the Falcons. 4-man front from the Seahawks. Pressure. Getting in there, and that'll be incomplete. Cousins gets pressure, man. That ball is coming out. He's going to throw it where he needs to throw it when maybe you can catch it or not. I don't want to. He's in that mode of I'm a little bit of an elder statesman that doesn't really want to take those hits as much anymore. He's got a fairly good pressure sense, and when it's bearing down on him, it's coming out. He'll dirt it up and have no problems with that whatsoever. They're showing shots of the Falcon fans throughout the stadium. There's some long faces there. 2nd and 10. Cousins in shotgun, handoff to Bijan Robinson inside. Bijan pulled down by Boye Mafe just as he crosses the line of scrimmage, able to fall forward for a gain of about 4, maybe 5 there. So bring up 3rd and we'll call it a longer 5. We got 6. Cousins again will continue to try to run up tempo. Clock winding down here in the 3rd quarter. Seahawks showing a blitz here. Cousins seems to have caught the blitz. He's going to adjust the play calling here, have a hot route set up. He goes to the hot on a bubble screen. Seahawks all over it. Great job by Leonard Williams to rally up on that bubble. It looked like they had made a nice counter to the Seahawks blitz. Eamon Jawari showed the blitz hand a little early along with the rest of the action you had at the line of scrimmage. And so it looked like Cousins brought up the bubble screen adjustment on the audible, threw it on the bubble, and they looked like they had a pathway to go and get in the first down. And Leonard Williams just flashed really hard into the screen to go make the tackle in space and bring him down short of the first down. Great job by Leonard Williams. Let's go. Let's go. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, first touchdown this season against AJ Terrell. Too easy. Easy work, Jordan. JSN making easy work out there. You leave me one-on-one with anybody, you're getting smoked. You better draw those doubles. You better roll that coverage. You better bracket, or I will toast you. And your all-pro cornerback. Let's go, Jordan. Please, folks, if you can for me, we have well over 1,100 people in the chat here today. Hit that like button if you could for me. I know it's a little thing, but it's a major thing that helps out this channel a lot. I would really appreciate it. Operative Mass, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I may be in the minority, but I'm okay with letting K9 walk this offseason. I want a solid north-south runner for consistent yards. I think that's a fair outlook of it. I think that K9, the criticism that can be definitely put upon K9, that's been pretty, that has been pretty much there through a lot of his career here at times, is that, you know, there are times where he can be a little bit choosy in the holes that he makes, and that the decisiveness is not always there with him as a running back. I think some of that's come out of a little bit Operative Mass, the lack of being able to consistently open up holes in the run game. And that's definitely been a bit of limiting factor for him throughout his time here. But I understand. I can totally understand wanting a guy that just gets a little bit more faster downhill. More of this offensive scheme is kind of built that way a bit. We've got a 4th and 2, and the Falcons are going to go ahead and decide to go for a field goal attempt here. 27-yarder is up and through. So 23-9. 14-point lead for the Seahawks right now, 2 touchdowns. So makes sense here from the Falcons, I guess, perspective on this one. There's some pretty good backs in this draft, Operative Mass. You know, there's some good backs in this draft that would work to this scheme and system. You could eventually maybe go make a trade for a guy like Devon A-Chain if you let him walk. Paying running backs is not always the best thing to do as well, Operative. You know, maybe it does make sense to be spending big time money on a running back as well. So I get where you're coming from on it. I think it's a fair assessment on Walker to a degree. I think it's just, if it would have been nice over these last couple of years with Walker and us making this decision about whether to pay him or not, if he had those consistent holes more often than not, if he had an offensive system and a play caller that was good more often than not. And that's just not been the case from my perspective on it, which does make the evaluation hard for me with Walker, exactly, because there's still always that feeling from my perspective on an Operative that there is more meat left on this bone. And that meat that's left on the bone is not a Walker issue, but a team issue, and better maximizing that. But I get where you're coming from, man. Totally get where you're coming from. And the cost on these running backs is always an important factor. The Falcons kicker is going to roll this ball out of bounds, trying to keep it away from Shaheed Gonzalez, and that's not what they wanted. Boy, the special teams coach for the Falcons is having a day of it. He is over on the sideline right now. They're showing a shot of him, and he is going through it. You can just see it. He's like, "Oh my God, am I going to get fired tomorrow? Tonight or tomorrow? Coach, can you at least get me through the game? Don't send me dirt in game. Don't send me to not in game, coach. Please don't do that. They got the camera on me, coach." So the Seahawks offense is going to get an opportunity to start this drive all the way up at the 40-yard line after they kicked it out of bounds. Sam's going to start out in shotgun here with 3 wide. No JSN on the field here to begin things. Sam dropping back to throw. He's going to find Charbonnet. Charbonnet with a pure drop there. Sam with a great read. Hit Charbonnet right in stride. Charb's just to the bad drop. Got to catch that. Appreciate you, Operative. Thank you, man. 14:53 to go here in the fourth quarter. Seahawks up 23-9. 2nd and 10. Handoff here to Charbonnet. Charbonnet falls forward for a gain of about 3.5. Off tackle run there. I'll give him 4. 3rd and 6. Quick snap by Seattle here. Sam got good time in the pocket there. He's got Rashid Shaheed down the field. Rashid cuts back, cuts out the outside, cuts it back outside. He goes, wait, back the other way, cuts it back out. He'll get a first down and a big play down the field. The connection of Shaheed and Sam starting to work better today, as good as it has. Just operating from the slot, running a crosser from the slot. And the Falcons, I don't know if they ever even covered him. Great pass protection there by the Seattle Seahawks, especially the up the middle pressure just completely gave Sam a really sound pocket there to drop back and make his assessment there. 1st and 10 for the Seattle Seahawks. Sam in shotgun. Robbie Utes to his left here. Sam breaking through. He's going to run it. There we go. Scrambling Sam. Scrambling Sam with an 8-yard gain. He heard us. He heard me. That's what I'm talking about in those moments of use your legs. There's a free 7-8 yards there. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You've broken the pocket. There is no spy. There is nobody sitting there watching you. There's nobody paying attention to you. They're all going to think you're going to try to throw the ball even as you approach the line of scrimmage. That's what the book is out on you. So run the ball. And Sam did so there. Sam turning around this day nicely. Started out 5'11", and he has really come on here in the back of this game. 2nd down and 2. Handoff here to Walker. Walker sidesteps first, bounces through, bangs forward, gain of about 4 yards there. 1st and 10 for the Seahawks. They're going to go up tempo. Okay. They like the personnel grouping they got from the Falcons here. They're going to go up tempo. I bet this is just to go right back to the run. You're going right back to the run here. You like the light box they gave you with a 4-man front. This is a run all day long. No, play action. Let's go. Cooper Kupp wide open in space. Cooper is going to run it in for a touchdown. Beautiful play call by Kubiak. Defense was thinking what I was thinking, which is they're looking to come back and hit us with our 4-man front. We're a little light on the front. You had a decent run with Walker to get the first down. You're going right back to Walker. We know what you're doing. Comes at it with the play action, and you got Cooper Kupp out there wide open. Well called drive there by Clint Kubiak. And a nice little route. Beautiful game run by JSN and Cooper Kupp. They're running kind of a 2-man concept rub route there, and the rub worked. JSN not interfering, just You got to stack a lot of traffic of bodies there, 4 guys all around each other, and Cup's able to just break free there and get open. Touchdown Seahawks, 39. There we go. That's the team we wanted to see today. That's the offense we wanted to see today. 3 phases starting to pick this thing up as the game goes along here. Beautiful play call. That play call so often from a defensive standpoint, you're going run. And you got the 4-man front, so you're telling your guys around that front 7. We only got 4 guys here. Everybody get back mounted up on this for being a run play, and then you come at it with the pass. Beautiful play call by Kubiak there. He's definitely found his footing here in this second half against this Falcons defense. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $5 donation, Wu-Tang. Looks like Kubiak adjusted at the half and Mike chewed some tail. If the O won't get it, the special teams and defense will. They'll do it themselves. Fine. And yeah, it looks like he's found some different adjustments here. I thought some of it was going to be coming back into the second half and it being more, going into the run-centric stuff and really getting hyper run-oriented in what you're doing. But instead, they were willing still to come into the second half and throw the ball. I mean, he's letting Sam rip it. 17-26, 215 yards, 2 touchdowns, an interception. He's definitely saying, all right, go at it, get at it. Let's see what you can do with this. It's impressive to see here. Kubiak has shown an ability. We saw it last week as well with the Viking game. He has shown an ability to be able to adjust. If plan A isn't working, he can find a plan B and C. Appreciate you, Wu-Tang. Good to see you in the house, brother. Steven Penor, thanks for the $2 donation. Says, this team is absolutely amazing. I love Tai Chi. Who doesn't love Tai Chi? I think that's what you're saying. This team is absolutely amazing. It's been one of the funner seasons to be able to cover this team or just watch this team in my history of watching the Hawks. It's been just a very, very fun season. So enjoyable. So enjoyable. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Nick Emanwari should be Defensive Rookie of the Year. Who else is more deserving? I ask. Who's the guy that's been more impactful than this dude right out the jump? I mean, you've got James Pierce in this game, for instance, that's had a sack in every game for the last 5, and he's got like 6 or 7 sacks on the year. But I mean, Emanwari, what he gives you as a complete player out there and all that he's doing, I think he'd have to be the guy for me. What he's doing out there, locking down Jefferson last week from the slot. I mean, we didn't talk enough about that. That's just as hard a job you can be asked for any slot in the league, much less a guy that's just transitioning to slot for the first time this year in his career. He's been awesome. As I've said, he is playing like Kyle Hamilton. That's the comp. That's the comparison. Everybody thought he could get to that level in his game. He's playing at that level of his game right now from the jump. And Kyle Hamilton wasn't Kyle Hamilton in his rookie year. It does have you thinking even more about the further upside that what does exist here in a guy like Emanwari as we do get into the future with this kid. But I agree, Keon. He'd be mine too, man. Who else is better? All right. Cousins comes out here on the 35-yard line. 1st and 10. Emanwari coming on a blitz. Cousins going to throw this up over the top and nowhere near Sills, his wide receiver there. As I said with Cousins, he gets pressure and he's just throwing the ball. He's the opposite of a Sam. Like, he's just going to throw it. Just generally, I'll get it in that place. We had an intentional grounding call in this game that didn't get called, doing the same thing. They're going to run hurry up here kind of on 2nd and 10. Emanwari again threatening blitz. This time he drops out of it. Completed out to the flat there on Witherspoon. Very short gain. Just a couple yards. Clock continues to wind. 11:58 to go in this game. Seahawks up 30-9. 3rd down and 7 for the Falcons. Pressure look from the Seahawks. Witherspoon threatening to come off the edge. Cousins looks like he caught it. Witherspoon still coming. No, Witherspoon fakes it. Beautiful job faking him out. Boy, Witherspoon with a tremendous play. Witherspoon gets the interception and rewarded for the tremendous play. Let's go. What an amazing play by Witherspoon for about 6 different things that he did on that play. First off, completely sold that he's blitzing to Cousins. Makes Cousins change the play off of the blitz. First off out the gate. Then reacts beautifully coming back in space, working off of a hold by Kyle Pitts to then be able to tip a bubble screen up into the air. Derek Hall then comes over, is able to then help tip it up one more time, and then Witherspoon snags it for the final move of what he did at the play to go and get the interception and put this game fully away for the Seattle Seahawks if it wasn't already. Let's go, Witherspoon. First interception of the year, and he earned that one. What a hell of a play. Boy, if you need a play that just shows you all of just the stuff you love about Witherspoon, the feistiness, the competitiveness, the get after it spirit, there's a play for you right there. There's a exhibit A, Your Honor, right there. Boy, he had me fooled. I thought he was coming. But that's what you want to do too with those offenses. And it seemed that's what Witherspoon did there is he was due to come on the blitz. But I think Mike tells these guys at times, look, if you know for sure that the quarterback's countering your blitz and going to his check, then that's a win for us. You check his check. They're not going to go to a fake call there. They're going to go to a real change of the call there based on the establishment of the blitz coming. And we already have 5, 6 guys at the line of scrimmage and then you coming as well. Let's go. Bring it on down. Fall back out of it. And he fell back out of it. Beautifully set up on his part. And then the feistiness, just get after it post snap. That's pure Spoon right there. Pure Spoon right there. Steven Penor, thank you for becoming a new member of the channel. Steven, welcome aboard. Be on the lookout on your community post Monday morning. We're going to get off the PFF scores out to you guys Monday morning. We got a call-in show this Thursday. So please do keep on the lookout for that. But appreciate you having you in the house, man. And thank you for becoming a member. Very kind of you. DJ Owen, thank you for the $5 donation. He says it's crazy how Perna's dark arts are working so well. The cursed wheel. Curse the Colts and Texans this week. I hope Seahawks stay off that damn thing. He's gotten us a couple times, DJ, to your point with that wheel. I don't know what he's done. I don't know what sacrifice he's made that thing to work because it works. And I don't want any part of it. No part of the curse wheel. Those are dark arts. We want no part of it. We've got to stay pure over here, DJ. What he doesn't know is it's costing his Broncos somehow using those dark arts for the wheel for the entertainment. It's all working back around to actually dip his Broncos down. First and 10 for the Seahawks. 11:29 to go here in this football game. Up 30-9. Charbonnet sidesteps out of a shotgun give here, and he'll gain about 3 yards or so. Second down and 7. I formation look here from the Seahawks. Play action pass. Sam dropping back. He's going to find Charbonnet on the backfield here for a catch and run. Charbonnet keeping his feet, running strong, falling forward. Nice gain for him. First down, Seahawks. Yeah, DJ, I don't want I don't want the curse wheel anymore. Just leave us alone this year, Brandon, for the rest of the year with the curse wheel, please. Please, 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 please. Please, please. 10:32 to go in the fourth quarter. Clock rolling. Darnold now 18 to 27, 230 yards, 2 touchdowns and an INT. Started to put a real good game together, actually. Started really rough, but he's turned this thing around. Ball at about the 17-yard line. Darnold's going to change the play here. Looks like we might have got a delay a game call on Seattle. Sam tried to change that play just a little bit. Oh, no. They're going to give him a timeout. So Seahawks will just take a timeout there. Bengals going, dude. Bengals are beating the Bills in Buffalo. Ooh. First and 10. Seahawks first time out of the half. You're not going to need those. Two tight ends plus a fullback here. Play action pass by Darnold, rolling to his left. He's got Barner. Barner falling forward, rolling forward, finishing the run nicely. Is Barner there? First down. Kubiak keeping aggressive here. It feels like he's got the Falcons buying out for the run. So I'm going to come back to the pass, and it's working. You can't deny that. Completely had the Falcons sold on that being a run. Well, your heart stops when he rolls to his left now, though, doesn't it? 18 run plays today to 30 passes. 9:27 to go here in this game. Knocking on the door here at the 3-yard line. Heavy formation. Sam dropping back. He's going to throw it again here, and he just whips this into the back of the end zone. Doesn't have the look I think he wanted. Looking for Barner in the back of the end zone there. Second down and goal. Aggressive look here from Coobs. Coobs foot down on pedal. Push to floor. Goal line look from the Seahawks. Charbonnet in the backfield. Hand off here to Sharp. Sharp gets behind his man. Nowhere to really go there. He'll get rolled over on that one. Maybe a loss half yard or no gain. Seahawks taking control of the time of possession here for the first time in the game at 25 minutes, 42 seconds to 24:59 for the Falcons. Shotgun look here for Sam. 3 wide. Sam stepping up in the pocket. He's got a man late. Touchdown, JSN. Sam stepping up late into the pocket, found JSN flashing right in front of his face there at the front of the end zone and was able to find him there late. Boy, these guys' connection there just synced up, and he just knows where he always is kind of at. Nice job by Sam to climb the pocket here, and since he had 2 edge rush pressures bearing down on him in the pocket, had to step up in that play. Did so and was able to find JSN for his 3rd touchdown pass of the game for Sam. The Seahawks will take a 37-9 lead here against the Atlanta Falcons. Sam, very good job there. Nice throw, too, there, putting that in the right spot for JSN. Just fall to your side, make the catch. Let's go. Let's go. Seahawks with a hell of an effort today. Good bounce back in this second half. I know that first half had us on the edge of our seat and it was a little rough, but it's a full football game you play. And they put together a very, very nice football game here as it's finished up. Wonderful to see. Simply wonderful. Tezakaku, thank you for the $7 donation, Tezakaku. He says it would be so cool to have Kupp as a wide receiver coach after he retires. I think to your point that not a big part, but there's been an impact that's definitely a part of this JSN season that's been at play, which has been, I think, Cooper Kupp helping him on some of the refinement, on some of the stuff, neck up and what you see and kind of things that you can kind of pick up on out there, little tricks of the trade, right? And you hear him talk, and he certainly speaks like a guy that's got an absolute ability to eventually become a coach if that's what he wants to do. With those guys that have been in the league so long, Tezakaku, and have made so much money, the thing with that becomes do you want to go and live the coach's lifestyle now after you've made all that money? Or do you want to kind of go into retirement, enjoy your life, have your family, do that type of stuff? I think there's a lot of guys like Kupp that have that ability to do it, and it can be sensational coaches at it, but that they are then kind of missing that want to Do I want to live in a facility grinding tape 24/7? It's a job that has so much of a requirement as far as what's asked of you. And I don't know if all guys, when you got that money in the bank, are all one to, you know, throw that on the line that way. I think a lot of them are like, yeah, I think I'm good. No, I think I don't need to do that. Got a little bit of that. I feel like there's a little bit of that thinking there with it, but he could. He definitely could, Tezakaku. He is one smart cookie. Thank you for the donation, man. Great to see you in the house. Appreciate you. Nathaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, we just need that second go-to guy on offense. It would be nice to have, yeah, a guy that you know could win consistently, and maybe it's a guy that Shaheed can develop into that for them. I mean, today was a big step. 5 targets, 4 catches, 67 yards. Got the touchdown return. You know, we knew that this was going to take a little bit of time, and I've been cautioning you guys with Shaheed. Be patient. Give this time. It's a mid-season trade. Him and Sam trying to get connected on the same page midstream is a tough thing. You saw it in the back shoulder throw early in this game to Shaheed where they weren't quite on that same page on that throw. So there's going to be some of that you got to work through as it is a midseason and you don't have training camp or OTAs to get the job done with that. Kick here goes to the 5-yard line for the Falcon returner. He will take it up there with the, big return up to the 50-yard line there by the kick returner. So we'll see if that guy can kind of develop. But good to see today that we got the second options emerge. Yeah, JSN has the 7 catches for 92 yards in this game and 2 touchdowns. But Cooper Kupp, couple catches, 35 yards. Shaheed, 4 catches, 67 yards. Finding a little bit of some counterbalance in there. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. You know what I mean? Just a little bit. But thank you, Nathaniel. Appreciate you for that. Garth Knight in the house. Thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. Appreciate you for that. 8:20 to go in this football game. Kirk Cousins in shotgun. Seahawks smelling blood in the water. Quick throw out in space here. Short catch. Cousins going to try to run, hurry up here. 2nd and 4, 6-yard gain. Woolen in coverage. You'll give up the little stop 6-yard routes all day here. Just hand it off, Atlanta. Just hand it off. So I got a false start there by Atlanta. Didn't get called. Pressure mounting there on Cousins. Again, he just throws the ball away when pressure's mounting up. Hey, Kirk's kind of done with getting hit. Yeah, and he's bitching at Seahawks players. We got a flag on the play. It might get us for a late hit here on Cousins. Yeah, they'll get us for roughing the passer, I guess. Yeah, Mike Morris was a little extra on that. He's a little extra on that. Just a bit. $7:51 to go in this football game. 37-9 Seahawks. Falcons on the 27-yard line of the Seahawks territory, 1st and 10. Cousins dropping back to throw. He's going to loop this up over the top, and it will go to no man's land there. I don't know if he was expecting Pitts to cut that opposite than how he cut that. 2nd down and 10. Gar, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, number 3 on defense has been given the Benny Gesserit hand test. He's proven he can bear excruciating pain on behalf of the best interests of the team. Yeah, how about that, man? Eamon has what looks like almost his hand gets broken on the field, comes back, and then goes and gets an interception. 2nd down and 10. Heavy pressure look here from the Seahawks on the Falcons. They're showing blitz. They're bringing it. Eamon coming off the edge. Eamon there. He got him. Nick Eamon with a sack, and you won a breakout game. You got yourself a breakout game. Eamon what a creative blitz package there by Mike Macdonald. First showing the blitz from one side, bringing it from the other way with Eamon and he just shot out of a cannon on the play. Was in the backfield there. Third down and forever for the Atlanta Falcons here. Emanwari threatening a blitz again. He's going to drop back, pressure mounting in. Cousins just gets it out of his hands out there to Pitts for a very, very short gain. Fourth down, and we got a flag. What are they calling this on? They're calling unsportsmanlike conduct on Woolen. He's done that a couple times this year now. Second time this year, Woolen's been penalized for doing that. You can't stand over the guy and gesture like he did. That's going to get an automatic unsportsmanlike call. So rather than fourth and forever, Seattle gives up an automatic first down with Woolen there. I love the tackle, kid. Great tackle on Pitts. He's a big man, but you got to turn so you can't stand over him and gesture. Woolen attacked here on the very next play, comes back and causes an incomplete pass. Second down and 10. But Garth, he did pass the Bene Gesserit test. He is the Karak. Benin Galib Garth. What a player he is, man. Thanks for the donation. It's great to see you in the house tonight, Garth. Hope you're doing well. Second down and 10. Handoff here inside to Algiers. Algiers will be ridden by Jaron Reed for a gain of 1 or 2. Brought down to the ground there at that point. Bills just picked off Burrow and pick 6. Bills back up on top of the Bengals. What a wild game that looks like. Third down and 8. Pressure mounting on Cousins. He's going to throw this over the top. Oh, they're going to get another hold on the Seahawks. Jeez, penalties are the only thing helping out. Penalties are the only thing saving the Falcons on this drive right now. How is that a pass interference? That ball was so overthrown. There's no way that was a pass interference. You can get me with a hold there, but no way. The ball's 2 yards out the back of the end zone. Okay. First and goal here. That was, I'm okay with it being a hold there, but I don't know about the PI. I'm going to give this all off to Algiers. He'll be brought down. Clock continues to roll here. 5:55 to go in this football game. Seahawks up 37-9. We got almost 1,200 people in the chat here today. Please hit that like button if you could for me. Please subscribe if you could as well. It is free. Handoff back inside here to Algiers. Algiers ridden there by Job down to the ground after a gain of about 1 or 2. We'll give him 1 there. Third down and goal. Clock, tick, tick, tick and roll, baby. Tick, tick, tick and roll, baby. Keep on a ticking. Cousins. Shotgun look here. Algiers to his left. Dropping back to pass. Looking one way. He's got a lot of time here. All the time in the world. Coming back in the middle of the field. Great play there by Woolen. Able to cause the incompletion there. Fourth and goal. Very tight on Drummond. Nice job. Woolen's played a good game today. Up there and press there, and great job. Able to get back inside there. That change of direction stuff can be the tough thing for those bigger cornerbacks, and able to cut right with them on the secondary route to the middle of the football field and be tight on coverage. Fourth and goal. Falcons going for it. No surprise here. 4 wide for them. Shotgun look for Cousins. Dropping back to throw. Looking underneath. Running a rub route one way. Coming back the other way. Incomplete. Seahawks defense holds the line. Takata there in coverage. Not giving up an inch. Not a give up an inch. They were running that rub route right at the front side of the end zone, and that's where they wanted to go with it. Looked like it might have been freed up there for a moment for Cousins. I think almost a bit of a drop there. Akata was there tight in coverage, but Might have been a catchable ball as well. 12's raising their flag in the stadium. And the Seahawks' defensive effort today has been second to none, and we've got the most beautiful formation in all of football. No, it's not the victory formation. It's Drew Lock coming out with still time on the clock and Sam fully healthy. Handoff inside here to Charbonnet. He'll grind forward for about 5 yards there on 1st and 10. What a beautiful game today, huh, folks? What a beautiful game today. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. If we ask nice, the Rams will kick their own butt. I hope they do, man. I'd love to see them grab another loss here, man. We got a flag on the play. Personal foul on the Falcons. Automatic first down. I didn't see what he did. What did you do? What did you do? I got 2 guys named London on their team. Auto first down. Would love to just run this clock all the way down, not have to have the defense come out another time at all. I formation look here. Hand off to Charbonnet. Charbonnet running hard, running into a wall, pushing forward off that wall. First down. Seahawks have backup offensive linemen in the game at this point too. Let's hope they do that, Jeffrey. I'd love to see the Rams lose, especially they lost. Imagine when they lose twice the Cardinals here. They got to face them twice. How cool would that be? Seahawks with their 4th 30-point half of the season. The rest of the NFL has 6 total 30-point halves. Let me say it again. The Seahawks got their 4th half with 30 points and a half. The NFL as a total has only 6 teams that have accomplished that in total. Hand off here to that Akers? Oh no, Jones. Another flag here. Velus Jones holding on Seattle, it looks like. We'll back him up. Keon Lund, thank you for another $2 donation. Sam throws a pretty ball. Shaheed toss. That was a beauty. Sam does throw a really nice ball, man. He does. He's got a live arm. He has that as well. He can make every throw in the book. With him, it's always, it ain't about accuracy of the throws. I mean, accuracy's waned at times a little bit here. I think sometimes it wanes when you get him moving and scrambling and kind of off of his basic pocket drops. But he made some nice throws today and found a way to get better at pushing the ball down the field as this game wore along. That's for sure, Keon, because that was a struggle in the first half. They showed that stat in the first half. 0-6 on throws of over 10 yards. But came back and rectified it in the second half. 2nd down and 15. 3:59 to go in this football game. Handoff inside to Velus Jones. Velus will be caught right in the middle of the hole there for a very short gain, if anything. Appreciate you, Keon. Jim Fleming, thank you for the $2 donation, Jim, and all of your support today, man. Very, very kind of you. He says, a Rams fan here. I love your Christopher Walken. Well, thank you, Jim. Walken, feeling good. Another win, keeping pace. Because your bloody Rams, they don't stop. They just keep going. Win again. I don't like it. Why don't you guys lose once, maybe twice? We'd like that for a game, yeah. And off inside here to Velus Jones. Velus Jones is loose down the football field. Velus Jones is rolling, baby. Does a smart job of getting down before he's run out of bounds, keeping the clock rolling, and the Seattle Seahawks grab another first down in this game. Wow. Oof. Boy, A.J. Terrell has had some moments today that reminds you he is not the greatest of tacklers. The man can cover for days, but he is not the most connected of defenders when it comes to wanting to play the run with a lot of vibrance. He's much more of, I'll make it look like I'm doing something kind of look. 250, almost 250 yards of total offense in this half alone for your Seattle Seahawks. Clock winding down to 2 minutes and 27 seconds. But thank you, Jim. Pitch outside to Velus. Bang this for a 2-yard gain. Appreciate you, Jim Fleming. Good win. Feeling good. It's going to be a battle down the stretch. I hope you're ready. Thursday night football. It's going to be hell on earth. Very kind of you, Jim. Banker, thank you for the $2 donation. Also, a Rams fan says, thank you for beating the Falcons. That top 10 pick is fire. Falcons will fall to 4-9 today. And I do believe that top 10 pick is going to slide to something about like the 7th, something like that, Banker, overall selection in the upcoming draft for the Los Angeles Rams. That definitely is one of those, what is the opposite of silver lining, Banker? Is this the turd lining to the victory? Is that the Rams are getting a better first round pick? Hey, we had to do it. It was a necessary sacrifice from our part. It was necessary for this year. Neo Pangea, thank you for the $5 donation. Neo says, so much better than Fox. Can't wait to hear you call the Super Owl. I definitely will be on that, Neo. I do cover all the playoffs, or most at least the playoffs. The first rounds are kind of hard, but we definitely get the division rounds, conference championship rounds, and we will be doing the Super Bowl here, no matter who's there. Hopefully it's our Seahawks there. That'd be great. But thank you, man. I'm always trying to get better at this. So I'm hopefully getting better, improving every time we go live with this, and making it super interesting coverage for you guys when I'm going and doing this. So I'm so glad it resonates with you guys because I love doing it so much. If nobody was here watching, it certainly wouldn't be as worthwhile to do, but you guys seem to really like it. And I love doing this. This is my favorite part of the channel, Neo. And it's been such a treat and a pleasure to do this year, especially as we haven't always had the greatest of football to turn over since I started this channel. And we certainly have not had a contender like this one that we're watching right now emerge in this fashion, in this way. And it's just, having gone through a little bit of the trials and tribulations in recent years in this way, it makes you really savor and appreciate this season and appreciate this team. And it makes just all the much more enjoyable in what I get to do. But thank you for that, Neo. That's very, very kind of you for saying, and appreciate the support. R. DeLevy, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, let's effing go. Legion of Boom 2.0. Or do they need their own nickname? We got to go with our own nickname, because nicknames, if you're going with like a secondary point of a nickname off the other one, 2.0 or the Legion of Zoom or the Legion of this, you're going to get lost in the shuffle of history. It's got to be its own unique style of defense. And I'll say this too, DeLevy. Monsters of the Midway, the Steel Curtain, the Bear defense, the 46 defense, the Ravens defense, which they didn't really have a nickname, the no-fly zone to the Broncos. I guess the Broncos do have the Orange Crush at one point too. 2nd and 8. Looks like a bad snap there to Drew Lock, and he just kind of fell forward there. That looked a little bit awkward from the jump. But I don't think we've really ever had, I guess the Dolphins did have the Killer Bees and the no-name defense, but we very, very few have ever had the defenses with two unique names established at two different times for the same franchise. Never seen that before. So I'd love us to come up with something of our own. I mean, the death zone's all right. And the mob, it's okay. Feels like there's a one with a phonetic ring out there waiting for us to kind of find on, and have been able, somebody was mentioned on my comments the other night, Department of Defense. Jones with another carry here. Jones has looked good, man. Velus Jones has looked good running the rock. Shot of John Schneider over on the sideline, looking dapper. Looking at ease and peaceful. Got to be feeling good about what he's seeing. Hell of a day from the Seattle Seahawks. Oh, maybe that's why there was a snap problem. All the team, he's out of the game. Or no, he's out of the game because he's 4th down. Seahawks will punt this one, and they're going to be able to roll this down to about 30 seconds to go in this football game after this punt by Dixon. Up she goes. And beautiful punt by Dixon. He'll be down there by I think that's Jones again. Nice job, Felix. 21 seconds. Got to figure the Falcons are just going to down it. You've taken their will when you get them down in the ball. Time left on the clock. We got to come with our own nickname though, DeLevy. Somebody was mentioned in Department of Defense the other day in my comments. We got to figure something out here. There's got to be a creative name we can come up with. somehow or some way on this one. Appreciate you, though, DeLevy, for all your support today as well. Nathaniel, thank you for the $5. Nobody deserves that pick more than Witherspoon. He causes so many turnovers. So happy for him. Give him a lifetime contract. I got no issues when it's going to come down to this season with the 3 major contract extensions we are going to, I think, give out, no doubt about it. Charles Cross, Witherspoon, and JSN. These 3 guys have earned their money. Witherspoon is a guy that I know some of the fan base will wonder about when are we going to get to feel, the impact of him statistically. And it's kind of funny you mentioned this, Nathaniel. The Seahawks will get the win as Kirk Cousins will go ahead and down this ball. The Seattle Seahawks will come out of this with a 37-9 victory here today in a win that was a rough first half for offensively speaking. You couldn't find any headway there. You really were struggling to just get anything done passing the ball. Sam looked a little bit still like he was kind of like not the Sam we'd seen early this season, but that thing flipped on its ear in the second half. The kick return by Shaheed seemed to really give this team a kick of momentum, especially on the offensive side of the ball. And then they found a lot of good, consistent drives down the football field. Boom, 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 boom. And able to throw that 30 burger up on a half on them and come out of this with a very impressive win when it was all said and done. Very, very impressive win from the Seattle Seahawks. But Nathaniel, Macdonald, it's good timing for Macdonald, to be honest with you on this, because wow, what a catch and a touchdown reception there by the Bengals. Wow. This is a crazy game between the Bills and the Bengals right now. Mike Macdonald was talking about Witherspoon in the press conference this week a bit about this, and that he goes, look, I know you guys don't see the statistics with this guy, but this guy's a wonderful player. He's amazing. And every time Mike's talked about Witherspoon, he speaks about him nothing but effusively, and rightfully so, because the tape backs this up. He plays 1,000,000 miles an hour. The kid plays hard every single week. He makes clutch plays and clutch tackles happen everywhere. Since he's transitioned to an outside corner, he has really found his true, in my opinion, home. I don't think he's as much a guy that's as well suited to play the slot. He can do it. He can do it at a high level, but I think he's better to be placed on the outside as he's shown this year so far, Nathaniel. And cool to see him get an interception, and not just a pick where it's an overthrow and he's just kind of in the right spot for the pick, but a play that he forced from start to finish all the way. And I would love to hear, if we hear from Mike Macdonald on this, if there's anybody that's a Seattle reporter that hopefully can ask this question in the press conference, which would be to say, did Witherspoon make that adjustment? Did you have a blitz called and then Witherspoon adjusted off of the blitz call and then pulled out of it there to then go make that play on the bubble screen? I'd really love to know that, because that would just make it all the much more of an insane, sensational play that he kind of freelanced that to make that happen. In addition to that, like, no, it was a blitz call and he dropped out because he read that Kirk Cousins was making the change at the line of scrimmage, making the audible. Bingo, bango. A very cool play and very well earned on the part of Spoon. Yeah, good catch there, Nathaniel. Operative Mass, thank you for another $2 donation. Operative Mass. He says, first half, we were just playing with our food. Yeah. I mean, we're just, we weren't sure if it was going to be good or not. Just kind of taking the fork and turning this over and like, is that cooked all the way? It looks a little pink. That look a little pink to you? Yeah. I need some more seasoning on this. I feel like give me some more pepper. A little more pepper on. I mean, it's okay. Yeah. Well, that's not bad. Well, that's okay. All right. No, that's pretty good. Hey, a little more of that. Yeah, that's savory. It's kind of like one of those things, Operative. Yeah, well said. Definitely we're playing with our food in that first half. Definitely playing with our food. All right, so the Bengals are going to kick this off to the Bills with 2 minutes and 13 seconds left, up 39-34. This is a game that I'm going to definitely come back and watch. Out in the snow, wild back and forth game. Buffalo Bills just don't play defense, do they? But neither do the Bengals. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation, Megan. Appreciate you for that. Is it me, or is anyone else hearing the theme to Jaws at this point? No, I could definitely hear that in the back of my head. Certainly feel that way when we got the defense out there, Megan. I mean, this defense and the performance they put up this year, I believe we should be right up close to being maybe the points per game leader. We would be just outright if not for some of these short field interceptions that we've thrown and turnovers we've had. But this defense continues to get stronger and better and better and better. And look, it was a Falcon team that was diminished in this game. No Drake London, but you kept them under 10 points. You did to them what you should do to a team that's missing this talent. And they did still have Bijan Robinson. They did still have Tyler Algier. And Kirk Cousins is a competent game manager quarterback back there that still can make some throws for you. And you took them apart again. The high side of this defense, the best form of this defense, the best version of this defense reaching its apex, its peak for this particular season. I don't think it's happened yet. And I think you're starting to see that potential is just growing even more and more every week as we see now further with more health that comes on. You're expecting this team even defensively to even get better. Jaron Reed in his return this week, removing some of those Brandon Peely snaps off that defensive line and him coming in and able to make that punch out play that probably a Peely guy's not going to go out there and make. Having back now Julian Love into the mix, as they start to fully get him acclimated back in there. He was on a pitch count today, so it wasn't 24/7, but you were bringing him back out there, and he's going to give you even more improved play at the free safety position than even what you've got from Ty Cotta. And Ty Cotta's played good. Had another good game out there again today, I thought. Tackled well today. But all the reason in the world to think this defense can get even better. And now if just the offense can find some more of that consistency, we know the explosiveness is there in the offense. Right, Megan? We definitely know that they have the ability to put up points in a hurry. Just can we find a little bit more of the consistency there? Probably as much the key as anything here as we go forward on that. But yeah. Definitely hearing that. Glenn Carn, thank you for the $5 donation. Glenn, put another feather in John Schneider's hat for moving up in the draft to select Nick Emanwari. Fantastic selection, and a selection that you give him credit for not just picking the player, but accurately understanding where they would have to jump to go get that player. Let's not forget with Emanwari. He's having this great season, but he was also a guy that cost you that third-round pick to move up in the second round to be able to get him because you knew he wouldn't be there if you just waited until your native second-round pick. Smart of John to do that. Smart in his understanding of not only finding this uber talented player, this freak show type player that you can just never find in the draft, but also then finding the guy that could pair so perfectly to Mike Macdonald's scheme. He found the guy that was that high side player with a ceiling that goes all the way up to the atmosphere, but then the guy that, in addition to that, works perfectly to this defense, can be just that type of jack of all trades, that Swiss Army knife guy for this defense that Mike Macdonald absolutely can use to the utmost. And you saw today what he can do with that. Lined up all over the place, factor all over the place, tackling, what he can do in coverage, his length, as you got to feel on the block kick today. Full meal deal player, and a guy that, we heard, and it was one of the eye-opening moments I had happen here in training camp. Glenn was having, Corbin Smith in there when we were doing our show with the syndicate, and we were in the bar there locally in Seattle talking about this. And Corbin came right out the gate saying that he saw a Hall of Fame future there for Emanwari. And that was off of what he was seeing in training camp. And I saw the same things at training camp. What this kid's doing right now in the game, you saw him flashing to that degree in training camp as well, on every day. He was doing something that made you stand up and go, wow. I don't see that normally from just vets, normal players every day. Say nothing of a rookie doing it day after day after day through training camp. This kid is the real deal. He's going to be a star for this defense now and into the future. And he has already arrived. He's already here. Nate, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, oh, wait, hold on, Dean. Let me get my monster voice for this one, Nate.
Nick Emanwari.
Let's go, Nate. Thank you for the $5, man. He's strong man, he is. Strong man. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. She says, we need Cosell now, B. Little Howard Cosell. I got you, Megan. The Seattle Seahawks, once again, have gone out on the road as the incumbent road warriors of the NFL, taking down all comers, coming down the pike, rain or snow, East Coast or West Coast, they get the win. I have rarely seen in my long years as a broadcaster this type of inexplicable, incorrigible type of defensive spirit we are seeing from this team right now. only a matter of time before they make their mark in the annals of the history of the NFL. On to greatness, on to a nickname. Snow made me sneeze. Thank you, Megan. Howard is jacked up. I see a Super Bowl contending team. No doubt about it. I don't need any extra evaluation process. Howard is very stoked, Megan. Very stoked. Ryan, thank you for the $5 donation, Ryan. Appreciate you for that. He said, I'd rather listen to the Hawks Nest play-by-play than the bland broadcast any day. Thank you from all of us out of Market 12s. It's my pleasure, Ryan. It's kind of immediately what had me start out and doing this early on with the play-by-play. It had me starting out is that I was kind of aware that there was a lot of Hawk fans that were out there, both nationally and worldwide, a little bit, that didn't have as much of the access to getting kind of the game play by play, what was going on, and realizing that, and as well being a guy that's been out of market before in that same kind of position, like, oh, well, let me see if you guys might like having somebody doing this, that can kind of keep you guys in tow with it, because even getting the radio broadcast can sometimes be tough out of area at times. So it's my pleasure to do it, man. I'm glad it's coming out okay and well with you guys, and you guys are enjoying it. And we'll be doing this forever here, man, at the Hawks Nest. It's so much fun to be able to cover these games live, play by play. And the hope is just to keep getting better at it. That every year goes by, we can just keep improving, keep getting better, and really, really make this a fun experience for you guys checking in, tuning in every Sunday here as you guys do. Thank you for that. And we've just, again, appreciate all the folks today who checked out and tuned in. And we're having just great traffic this year, great viewership. We set a record last month with total views as far as across all platforms. I mean, we're bearing down almost 500,000 views now every month collectively throughout all the channels. And really, really appreciate you guys watching and tuning in, as well as all of your support. Thank you so much, Ryan. Holy Hand Grenade. Thank you for the $2 donation. Holy Hand Grenade. It says, remember when Vegas said we would win only 10 games? Well, I thought Vegas had us at 7.5 wins, Hand Grenade. I remember when Vegas had us at they only had us at 7.5 at the start of the year. Far outperformed that. We were telling you folks at the start of the year, that's the easiest bet to make that you can find out there, is Vegas having us at 7.5 wins, not with the schedule that we had. There was going to be way more than that up ahead of us for sure. Thank you, Hand Grenade. Appreciate you for that. Bear with me 1 second, folks. Thank you, Hand Grenade. Appreciate the dono. Brent Yoendo, thank you for the $2 dono. Says, I think the offense just needed to wake up a bit. We're talking a little bit in the first half of that, and it is something that just in my memory books going back decades and decades of football, Coach Carroll and Macdonald has been able to still, in a lot of ways, solve that 10 a.m. start time thing. But it is a thing that's been there for a long period of the history of this organization, that when you've got to go on the East Coast, and it's not just a Seattle problem, this is a Los Angeles Ram problem, this is an Arizona Cardinal problem, this is a San Francisco 49er problem. And that these teams, when they have to go from the East Coast to the West Coast, historically speaking, don't do particularly well. And it's very easy to backtrack this to something specific being, it's because of the fact that it's hard to play at your physical best, at your peak, when it's still kind of, in a lot of ways, kind of the butt crack in the morning for you. Your body clock is just not there on that timetable to really cook at your best. And it felt like a little bit of that offense in the first half, that there was a little bit of still sort of sleepwalking feeling going on there a little bit, wake up. But they got up in the second half. And once they were up, they were roaring and going and looking really good. So cool to see that they were able to, eventually get it, better late than never, And the defense was able to hold the line for them in the first half until they get that second half and finally have the offense find some footing and really get some things rolling then at that point. Yep, I agree there. Holy Hand Grenade, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I meant 8 games. That's right, 8 games. Eight games is right. Easy money bet there. You went down on that with Vegas at 7.5. You're coming out of it looking pretty good. I think somebody said last week they got a couple $1,000 win on that at the start of the year, which is really cool to see. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, well, I got my preseason wish. 10 wins. 10 wins in the books for your Seahawks. 10-3. Jaden Daniels injured again, it looks like. Ten wins, though, for your Seahawks. Vegas had you at 7.5. Really, the important thing here is keeping pace, of course, Megan. And it's cool to get to the 10 wins. This definitely takes you on the pathway of getting you right on the line of basically you're just about guaranteed to get into this playoffs now at this point. It's not a full guarantee. 11 wins might have to do it to get in, but you're just about at the point of like guaranteeing that that's going to be able to occur. Getting that done all the earlier, all the better, because then you have room for error. You have room to manage injuries so you don't have to draw guys to the end of the hilt of them and force them to play in a game where if we can give them a rest and get them prepared for the playoffs, it'd be better. You may help maybe you get to the final game of the season and you can rest guys because your either playoff footing is assured or, you have you have things kind of locked up one way or the other on that. So very cool that this team has been able to take care of business on this schedule. So many of these teams in the NFL throughout the year, even the really good teams have those bad losses on their schedule where it's like, what happened here? How did this go this way? How did we end up at this spot? So many often, so many times. And we've been able to avoid that one throughout the whole course of this year. Been very cool to see. But congrats, Megan. You got your wish, and they're going to give you even a little bit extra. Even a little bit more. Joseph, thank you for celebrating 33 months as a Hawks Nest member. Is Nicky Manwari our Myles Garrett level of player? It's a great question, man. It's a really great question. Thank you for almost 3 years as a Hawks Nest member, too, by the way. I think if you're talking about can the upside for what he provides is basically kind of that slot corner to sub safety guy to sub linebacker guy. I mean, the tough part with Eamon and making that comp is that, with a Myles Garrett, there are times you can line him up inside, but he's going to be a guy that by and large is going to operate kind of from the same place, doing kind of the same sort of stuff over and over again. Whereas with Eamon, this guy lines up all over the place. You got him lined up as a will linebacker. You got him lined up as a Mike. You got him lined up as a slot. You got him lined up as a safety. And he can be highly impactful at any one of those parts and places. And so you very well might have an equivalent talent on the back end out there. It's hard to make those two comps with one guy that's so much of his production is going to be driven by what he does from a sack standpoint. The other guy, so much of his production is going to be by how versatile and, how much of a weapon he is across the board and what you do with him defensively. But we're talking about a guy with potential Hall of Fame kind of potential in him and Eamon. He could be that equivalency to what you have. And the thing with Garrett that I'll say, and I like this part of the comp of it, is that Garrett is a one of one. There's nobody built like Garrett out there. He is one of those unique style of players, like a Reggie White was so uniquely built in what he brought off the edge, or a Von Miller by how hyper explosive in his young career he was. That same level of difference-making component he definitely does bring, and that you ain't finding the next Nicky Manwari in this next draft. You ain't going to find it in the draft after that. These are one of those guys that comes along but every once in a while, even on the Kyle Hamilton comps, and that him playing as good as Kyle Hamilton right out the gate, and Kyle didn't play as good out the gate as Kyle Hamilton played as he got down the line. Like, it took Mike Macdonald a little bit of time to figure out how to use Kyle in exactly the right fashion. But even that, Eamon got way more physical ability than even Hamilton. And one of the things that knocked Hamilton down the draft from making him a top 5 pick to a top 12 pick was the fact that he ran a 4.65 40. What did Eamon run? 4.37? And he's got more size and more length. And so, yeah, I mean, at first blush, it might look like it's not a fair or the right kind of comp to make, but I think you do have that kind of player out there. And what a day he had today. 6 tackles, a sack, 2 tackles for loss, a pass defense to quarterback hit, an interception, a blocked kick. Hard to be more impactful than that, huh? Yeah, I love that question, man. Yes, sir. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $5 donation, Jay. Says, yo, laughing it loud at the Vikings score today. I feel Bobby, man. Yeah, Bobby's in the wind down mode, and it is tough for Bobby a little bit because he's really being attacked and isolated in the passing attack by teams in coverage. And there's just only so much he can kind of do back there at times in space. But Vikings able to put on the Washington Commanders today in a major way. Probably a good time. Let's roll through a little bit of the scores here early on today's games. So opening games here, we have Vikings beating down the Commanders 31-0. The Jacksonville Jaguars taking down the Colts 36-19. Daniel Jones appears to have gone out with a torn Achilles. So both Amon Sauce Gardner and Daniel Jones will probably be out for that Colts game next week at Seattle. The New Orleans Saints beat. I'm not typo here. The Saints have beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 24-20. The Buccaneers fall to 7-6 now. Boy, their season is twisting in a bad direction, is it not? The Dolphins took down the Jets 34-10. Dolphins carving their way to a 6-7 record. I didn't think they would have the ability to make this record happen with what they did, selling at the trade deadline like they did. The Bengals held pace there for a while with the Bills, but they do fall 39-34. And we have the Steelers trying to hold on against the Ravens up 27-22 with 55 seconds to go in that one. The Titans beating the Browns 31-23. And of course, our Hawks won 37-9. Feel bad for Bobby too on that, Jay Gundy. Still a good tackler. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donations. Is the Bucks just lost? Yeah, that's tough for the Bucks, man. I'm kind of trying to think about what to make for that. I mean, it's a division game. Division games are always going to be a little bit weird. But now they fall into a tie with the Carolina Panthers. And the Bucks play the Panthers twice. So that division is really going to be probably decided by those 2 games. If somebody can go 2-0 in those games. And the Buccaneers still have the pathway to take this division because they play the Dolphins and the Falcons aside from that. Carolina's going to have a little bit of a tougher path because Carolina's got to play us. But they also get the Saints. Interesting. That division's going to come right down to the line there on that one. Did not see that win coming from the Saints, I'll tell you that. Man. Saints get a couple more wins, and that Falcon first-round pick's going to be even better for the Rams. The Falcons might lose out. They might go 4-12. That might be a top 5 pick. Thomas, thank you for the $5 donation. Good to see you, Thomas. I had a bad feeling seeing the first part of the game, but to win 37-9 is awesome. Colts game should be winnable. It is going to be winnable. It does appear that they are going to try to go with the kid out of Notre Dame as their backup to Daniel Jones rather than an Anthony Richardson. And so Anthony might still have the thing going on with his orbital socket that he broke in prior to a game. Something happened weird with that. So that may be just who they have to call upon too. He may be just out. Yeah, he's on the IR. So it's got to be Riley Leonard. You're not even going to get the Anthony Richardson experience next week. It's going to be Riley Leonard for the Indianapolis Colts, and that's a game at home, Thomas. Yeah, that's a lot more of a winnable game than it looked even a month and a half ago, huh? And yeah, it was frustrating first half. There's no two ways about it. I mean, that first half offensively was strange, and Darnold continued to look a little bit out of sorts, out of rhythm, not confident, not operating with that same purposeful nature that he showed in the first, the first half of the schedule this year for our Hawks. But they found their footing and found it in a major way. And when this offense does heat up, it gets red hot. It can get ice cold too. You can see that just vapor ice trails coming off the thing when this thing cannot go forward. But when it's cooking hot. And they did find some adjustments. And that's one of the nice things with Kubiak that has been on point with this, Thomas, is that he does find adjustments. He doesn't just keep hammering the same thing, plan A, over and over again. I'm like, plan A is not working. It'll work at some point. Just keep hammering it. No. Find a plan B, find a plan C. Ski Nation, thank you for the $2 donation. Ski, happy to win in any early East Coast game. I don't care how. Laughing out loud. I don't either, man. Go get the wins. Go get these victories. Stack these wins up. I've talked about it, and maybe it looks and feels even more real today. You can win out. You can go get the number one bye. The Bears are going to lose another game. You win out. You get the number one bye. You get the division. I shouldn't have to tell Hawk fans how big of a factor that would be in giving us a chance of playoff success, to be able to have that in our back pocket walking into the playoffs. And you're now 4 wins away from making that happen. You got a Carolina game, that tough team. It's a winnable game. Colts game coming in next week. Daniel Jones not in the game. Colts maybe not playing at their best. They've been falling back a little bit in recent weeks, losing the Jacksonville Jaguars today, a Jaguar team that you beat. Niner team at the end of the year that's going to be nowhere near full strength. This is doable. Rams at home, Thursday night, short week for them. This is doable. It might have seemed like pie in the sky a couple weeks ago, but it's right there now for the taking. You can have the whole damn pie, not just a piece. Trinell Griffin, thank you for 17 months. Trinell as a Hawks Nest member. I really appreciate that. Yo, B, I hope Clint can finally see and realize that's how you call an offense. It was good. Great gameplay in the second half. First half's game planning was a little bit weird. He has some strange times where you just don't understand. And the thing I struggled with in the first half was conceptually understanding, how are you looking to try to hit this Falcon team a little bit? Like, where's the purposeful nature of some of what you're doing here? It just kind of seemed like you're just sort of trying plays. And maybe there was a bit of a feeling out of the Falcon defense a bit in that respect of things. But whatever he kind of took stock of in the first half, he was able to then ignite into the second half with this offense and his play calling. You found some guys wide open, offensively speaking. You scripted up some really nice stuff for Darnold. You ran the ball pretty well today as well. In addition to that, you found good balance, 30 passing attempts to 26 rushing attempts. Little pass happy probably in that first half, which was what I think contributed to some of the inconsistency. I think some of it is he just doesn't want to run into the stacked boxes at times too. And that's what you're getting against this Falcon team, but got to stay with the rushing attack too. Can't just bear away from it for the hell of it, but he doesn't tend to do that, but it's good. Yeah. Hopefully he kind of is learning some things and they can find some more, footing with this as the year goes along. That's hopefully just looking for what you can kind of build upon here, Trinell, right? So that even when you have those bad days, there are things you can go back to in your toolbox to be like, well, this tool at least will work. This play will at least get us back onto firm ground. And so we're still kind of seemingly finding those sort of money plays, those things that are always kind of working for us. It's like some days we're going to run it better to the outside. Some days we seem to find better running to the inside. Some days we're able to really, it's all about pushing the ball down the field. Some days it's all about, can we work a little bit more of the short passing attack? So it just does change a bit week by week, which doesn't always give you as much of the firmer footing as to feel like they're actually working off stuff tangibly that week in and week out they can utilize at every turn. And maybe that'll come down by the end of the season at this point. I hope so as well. Joe Smith, thank you for the $12.12 donation. Very kind of you, man. I appreciate that. He says, suppose Clint Kubiak leaves. A, who do you want to replace? Who do you want to replace him? B, who do you think we target? C, how desirable are we? Also, do you like the Emerald Scourge for this defense? The Emerald Scourge. Well, it's a Wonderful name. I do like the name. It doesn't have necessarily the frenetic thing you want. You got a Legion of Boom, Monsters of the Midway. You get a bit Emerald Scourge kind of just, comes out. But it's as good as anything I've heard proposed so far, Joe. It beats anything. I think that beats Department of Defense. I think that beats Death Zone. So I'll throw it on that. Let's start putting together a list here. Let's get a little list going here. We got the Emerald Scourge, Department of Defense, Mob, Death Zone. Those are ones so far. Clint Kubiak leaves. It's a great question. I got to admit that right now, off the top of my head, I don't have a lot of candidates that I'm thinking about that would be right there at the top of where I would want to look to grab. You got Callahan there was fired from the Titans. He's probably going to go back to being an offensive coordinator. He's got familiarity in running West Coast concepts. He could be an interesting guy to take a look at as an OC, maybe a better OC than a guy that is a head coach, just not suited to that role particularly well. So that would be a guy that would be maybe somebody that would thought of. I think you're going to go to a West Coast offensive guy with that background and probably heavily built within that kind of background. Mike McDaniels with the Dolphins is going to be a guy that I'm going to watch very closely if we were to lose Kubiak, to see if that's a guy that's on the market. And if that's a guy that is in the market, I don't think he gets another head coaching job. I think he would be looked at as a prime OC guy for a team out there. I don't necessarily have a guy right now, Joe, that's at the forefront of my mind. We'll have to kind of see how that sort of shakes out and who's really available and what options you have. There's not a lot of prime offensive coordinators that are West Coast guys that are just sitting out there ready to be sort of plucked up. I think the important part of it is really the C portion of your question. How desirable are we? Well, if you take yourself through probably a typical process for what an offensive coordinator would be and what they'd want and what they're looking for, is most offensive coordinators eventually want to be a head coach. And so where can I go to give me the best chance to go and get that job, to be promoted? Well, what will give me that best chance is to have a great environment, a stable coaching staff, a well-stocked team full of talent, a great offense already built as far as that talent. Do we have our quarterback already in tow that I can work with? Or do I have to make miracles happen with lesser on that account? Right? I think if you took like the 7 point prong process of an offensive coordinator of consideration of things that they would gravitate towards wanting and liking for a team to look attractive to them as a destination, the Seattle Seahawks have all of those things. All of those things. You've got your quarterback. Hell, you've even got your backup, and then you've even got your quarterback of the future for him to work with. You're giving him 3 guys. Whoever walks into this house next year if Kubiak leaves, right out the gate. You got your number 1 wide receiver. You got Cooper Kupp. You can bring back bare minimum as your number 2 wide receiver. You've got an offensive line that, yeah, we'd love to have the center position and the right guard get even more improved, but you're good on the other parts, and those parts are still all coming back as it is anyway. So you have a whole offense that basically fully returns next year, an offense that looks like it's going to be right around a top 5 scoring offense as it stands with good young talent. I mean, if you are looking at this as I guess what I'm trying to say on this, Joe, is that this would be the number 1 destination location for any offensive coordinator worth their salt in this sport. Because not only do you have all of that, but this is a team going into this offseason that's going to have a ton of cap space to work with and probably be able to add even more to the offense beyond what they have. But I can't think of another place. If I'm an offensive coordinator, let's say I'm a Mike McDaniel, Joe, and I've got 4 different offensive coordinator jobs in front of me as far as option wise, what place is going to provide me a better place than this spot right here? I would think that you'd have, in a lot of ways, Joe, I think you'd almost have them lining up to come here to be OC. Because most of the time you're not getting 2/6, 2/7 of those things I mentioned to work with as an OC. You're going to be lucky to, okay, well, maybe I got a quarterback, but I got a non-functioning offensive line. I only got one playmaker to throw to the outside. After all, you're taking over a job. And most times you're taking over a job, it's to have to kind of fix things. Not that you take over this ship that's just flying across the waters at light speed. And you just got to, keep avoiding the icebergs that are on the ocean, so to speak. So we will be a very desirable location. It's part of why I don't want to see Kubiak go. I'd like to see him here for another year. I think the offense could get even better and improved under him with another year. But I'm also not going to look at that as being something that's like a death knell for our offense if it occurs, because you are going to be a destination location for every OC that's out there in the books. Every single one would love to come here. We check off so many boxes organizationally speaking. It's a great question. I'll try to look at a little bit more of the OCs might be available, but got to kind of wait to see how this shakes out with some of the firings across the league too, Joe, to know exactly who and who will not be available. Thank you for the $12.12 donation. Appreciate the big dono. Ryan, thank you for becoming a new member of the channel. Folks, if you become a member of the channel, do keep an eye on your community post. That's where I post the benefits out for members of the channel. So we'll be doing the PFF Monday morning scores tomorrow. We got a Thursday call-in show as well, Ryan. So if you want to call in and talk with me and chop it up a little bit, we do a nice long show on Thursday on that. So thank you for that, Ryan. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest as a member. Slopey one. Hey, B, we are all in. Rams are going to drop to AZ today. Oh, I'd love to see that, wouldn't it? That just feels good and right. Arizona already up 7-0, by the way. Hell yeah, let's go. 7-0 Arizona. I'm gonna check out this Green Bay Bears game. One sec. Slopey one. I hope you're right, man. It's good to see the Rams up 7-0 in that game right out the jump. It's looked like we got the Rams driving a little bit on their side with the 1st and 10 at the 46, though. So very big factor. Very, 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 very big factor. If the Rams can lose just one more, that'd be huge. Huge. It'd be huge. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $10 dono. Appreciate you for that, Jay. Very kind of you, man. Teams generally have a plan for a quarterback or a couple blue chips. Head coaches and coordinators have a plan for 53 against us because we can score in all three phases. Have to have a plan for 53 against us because we can score in all three phases. Yeah, you don't tend to have a team so deep and with so many different options to call upon. And it's a first world problem to have at times because offensively it's sort of the odd part about the offense, I think, in general terms, is that Jay Gundy, you have so many options. You think distributing the ball would be a little bit easier, and sometimes we become hyper fixated on a JSN. But to your point, you have all of that still in your back pocket to utilize anytime if you can just find that proper balance between all points and getting a guy like Rashid Shaheed built in a little bit more into this game, finding Cooper Kupp at select times working your running back room through. It really is a team that this is built up to be. We always say that about all NFL teams, but you are right, and you're on it in that a lot of NFL teams are heavily driven by those upper parts. I think, for instance, the Rams are a team driven by their star power. The 49ers are a team as much driven by their star power, though their coaches have done a phenomenal job this year overcoming injuries and developing guys and finding a way, just making it happen. But yeah, I think you establish that well with it. You've got a very complete team here. This is why I say I think it's a Super Bowl capable team. We got to get over the top. We got to take down some of the better teams at one point or another. We got to make noise in the playoffs to get there. But you've got all the hallmarks of a team that can be that team to make noise in the playoffs. You can run the football, 3 phases, not a lot of glaring weaknesses to your team, health in really good places as far as that goes. So well said on your part. You got to really game plan for us fully as a team all the way around the line. And that's hard to do. And that defense, I'll tell you what, as an offense trying to prepare for it, it's a tough day at the offense. You have a defense that can stop the run with that front 6, essentially. They can go with the lighter boxes. They can be creative as hell, be as creative as any defense in this sport whenever they want to, but they're also perfectly happy to just kind of maintain with their front 4, drop guys into coverage 2, so they can be very flexible by the opponent they play. I mean, the defense is so set up to be able to attack whatever weaknesses you have offensively every week and be kind of an amoeba in how they sort of change to fit to that weakness a little bit. Well said, Jay Gundy. Well said. And I agree. Got to account for all 53 here. Got to account for the special teams. Your special teams is weak. We got to even Steven between our offense and defense, and your special teams is weak. Watch that become a separating factor when we get in the playoffs in a given game or in given games. Because that's when that can start to rear its ugly head if you have a deficiency in that angle of one of your 3 phases. And a couple of teams in the playoffs, there is some question on that a little bit for me, from my perspective. Second and goal here for the Rams. They're going to go with a fade route here to Devontae Adams. A little bit overthrown there on that play. You're awesome, Jay, though. Thank you for the $10 don't know. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says head now. Talk soon and see you on the round table. Well, thank you for that, Megan. If you guys don't know, you can catch me on Tuesdays on the NFC West round table. It's a whole separate channel we have that's cooking and rolling. Packers just threw an interception here with Jordan Love. It's going to be brought back up the field by the Bears. You continue to do a good job of taking the ball away. Thank you, Megan, for all you do on the channel. Appreciate you, and you have yourself a great day. I know you're going to be smiling. Soapy1, thank you for the $2 donation. Says over or under on the JSN 14 total receiving touchdowns this season. Probably under. So he's at 10 touchdowns right now. He's projected to be at 10. So I would take the under on that. He's got 7 so far. I think you've seen more of a change in recent weeks, Lobby1, to teams doubling him a little more often. And once you double him more, it's just going to give him, less opportunities. You're going to have games, I think, where it's more into sort of the 10 target range than the 14 to 15 target range he was in early on in the year. So probably just not quite the opportunities or chances to do that as much, I would say. Field goal attempt here by the Rams is up and through, so they are able to get it back a little bit on their first drive against the Cardinals, 7-3. DJ Owen, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I'm so glad that we dominated Atlanta in their house. You don't trade within our division without repercussions. Go Hawks. That's right. We will make you give them a top 5 pick, or we're belting your ass. We're belting your ass. You just gave the Rams a top 5 pick. Belt ass when we play you. We are going to embarrass you. I love it, DJ. Let's go. Go Hawks, man. Boy, that pick they gave the Rams, man. That pick they gave the Rams, that trade. I got to play my reaction for you guys again here at some point. Boy, I hated it at the time, but you guys can see why now. That's going to be a tasty, tasty pick when it's all said and done. It's going to be finger licking good for the Rams. Finger licking good. Thank you, DJ. Mumbles, thanks for the $5. All your support today, too, as well, man. Very kind of you. I feel like Jaws of life or something would be good. I don't know. Jaws of something. Jaws stuck out to me when someone mentioned it. Yeah, Jaws of life, Jaws of death. Jaws of the Death Zone. Death Zone Jaws. We're kind of dancing around it here. We're on the periphery a little bit, Mumbles, but we're dancing around it, I feel like. We're in the neighborhood. We just need something with a phonetic ring to it. A little bump a bump a bomb, you know? Bump a bump a bomb. Just a little bump a bomb. We'll know it when we hear it. We'll know it when we hear it. Thank you, Mumbles. Appreciate you. DJ with another $2 donation. Thank you, DJ. Says the hat bet. You have 2 Sam Darnold's My Daddy on it. Oh, I might have to do that. I love Sam Darnold or Sam Darnold is my daddy. I might have to custom make this hat in my shop just to have this because I've got the big old one that I've got for Jesse on my hat bet at the end of the year. The big old Seahawks hat. It's like about this big, just goes off your head, huge. I was thinking about cutting a hole in the top so his hair could come out looking all stupid. But this I love Sam Darnold thing. This was mentioned a little bit earlier on getting I love Sam on the hat. This may be the way we have to go. I might have to get one custom made that says that if I can do it. If I can figure out a good one to do it in time. 2 Sam Darnold, 2 Sam. I love Sam is my daddy. I love it. I can't believe you threw that out there. I thought he was going to sit on his win here throughout the whole off season. But no. He was like, no. I'll throw it down the line again. I'll throw it out there. Jesse feeling himself as the season wears on, I guess. Huh, DJ? I don't think he should have done it, though. Should have sat on his win, I think. Should have been happy with making me wear that hat the first game of the year. Should have been completely satisfied on that. Now he's going to pay the hat price. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Caleb Williams equals trash, and you can't convince me otherwise. Admittedly, I haven't really gone too deep yet this year as much as I probably should have at this point, just kind of keep an eye on what's going on and seeing what's happening with Caleb Williams this year. The accuracy's not necessarily been great. We know that about him still this year. Only an 88-point rating, 58% completion percentage in an offense with Ben Johnson that's going to script a lot of stuff up for you. He has the off-script stuff that he can really do well, but we knew that about him. We knew that that's what he was going to be able to bring. A lot of his development is on the back of how well can you do stuff on script, on time. You got a good running attack from the Bears this year. You've got a Ben Johnson calling a good game for him. A lot of things being set up to made to be easier for Caleb this season. And has he really grown in that development with that? Has he really come forward with that? I don't know if I'd make a great case to do that. I don't know if I'm to the place of trash necessarily. Because I think that there has been some growth, but has he realized quite yet the number 1 overall pick? Not necessarily quite yet that, but aside from the completion percentage, 17 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, it's not god awful. And he does have this Bears team, wherever they may be, in a place where, they're in line to go to the playoffs at this point. They're in line to maybe win this division. Hell, they're driving on the Packers here in this drive right now to go maybe take the lead here. But I get it. He makes playing the position look hard, Keon. I will say that about him. It's not some guys you watch who make it look easy. He's a guy you watch who makes it look very hard. Everything looks like a tough decision. Everything looks like a uncertainty with him a bit, even on plays where he's able to complete it and make a big play happen. Ukana, thank you for the $5 donation, Ook. He says, when Sam makes a mistake, fans bring up that seeing ghosts crap. Sam, for the most part, has been making ghosts. Think we should support our quarterback more. You're preaching to the choir on that one with me, Ook. I think that there's definitely, a tendency, there's a little bit of a sensitivity to Sam, I think a little bit. And maybe it's a little bit of what you get in the first year of a quarterback on a new team, where the team and the players and the fans and everybody's kind of learning about that guy and what he is. And especially with the past of Sam, that makes people even a little more trepidatious about whether or not he's going to revert back to old Sam or not. But I think you're right. I don't think it's always been very fair to him. I think that there's been a lot that sort of heard the Sam news initially out the gate, and that they've sort of like operated from the standpoint of this is going to be a tough sell for me no matter what now going forward. Rather than it being, okay, let me give Sam a fair shake. Let me see how he plays. Let me see what he's going to display on the field, and then I'll make my assessment from there. Sort of like they had that preloaded, I'm not going to like it thing. And then that ends up kind of coloring their eyes a little bit when they look at Sam throughout the course of the year. And so, confirmation bias, you see him do something bad. Oh, that confirms the thing I pre-thought when we had signed him. I was open-minded to him when he was signed. I was very impressed by when then going back and watching the Viking tape, that he was a guy that I thought was legitimate in what he was doing last year. It was not Kevin O'Connell making miracles happen for him. It was Sam making some really great plays, some real high-level throws. And he certainly has not been in a position of seeing ghosts. That has not been the issue at hand here with Sam as a player this year in Seattle. And that the things that have gone wrong are correctable. Where you've had issues, you can fix them. And there's a lot of good on top of that Sam's brought. I mean, Ook, the bottom line comes down to this with Sam and looking at this should be a real closer of the conversation for many people. Minnesota Vikings loaded for bear this offseason. Loaded for bear. In many ways, they brought even a better team onto the stage to play this year than what they had last year, especially on that offensive side of the ball, especially considering the reinvestment in the offensive line like they had. So more improved is the offense talent-wise. Defense bringing basically everybody back. Add Jonathan Allen into the mix on that and on top of it. And so you have that happen. At the same time, you have a situation happen in Seattle with, Geno Smith-led offense here in Seattle. And, okay, so not a good offense in Seattle last year. Great offense Vikings last year with Darnold at the helm. Now we flip this. Seahawks offense now operating great. Viking offense is kind of in the trash can this year. There's something to that in that Sam's kind of the common denominator between these two stops and these two divergence on what's occurred on both places when he left and when he's arrived. And it's not to give him all of the, it's just you, Sam, getting this done. It's a good job to all of you doing it. No, it's been that Kubiak's helped and having the talent you've helped. But remember with this offense, folks, we're spending as little as money on this offense as anybody in the NFL. You're a top 3 scoring offense without having 150 million put onto your offensive side of the ball. Like I could find some other offenses in the NFL that do. You're eating that dead money on that offense, essentially. That chunk of change you would have put to the offense is going to the dead money hits on the Geno, the DK, the Tyler Lockett deals. That's all sitting on those deals right now. So you're absolutely right. I would love to see him getting a little bit more support. He's got this team guided to a 10-3 record. He came out today and it was a little bit tough to start things, but he turned this day around in a major way. 20 of 30, 249 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception, 111 quarterback rating. Only took 2 sacks back there. Smart with the ball overall. The bad interception's bad. Would love to see him correct that type of stuff, but I agree with you, man. I'd like to see him probably get a little bit more support. He's going to be our guy now and in the future. Ook. So Obi-Wan, thank you for the $2 donation. I'll play into it. If we lose Clint Kubiak, Wes Phillips, I don't know a lot about Wes Phillips myself, Slopey One. So I'm guessing that's Bum Phillips's son or Wade Phillips's son. So he's an offensive coordinator right now for the Minnesota Vikings. I don't think that he would necessarily be looking to. Ooh, beautiful throw there by Jordan Love to Luke Musgrave. Hell of a catch there. I don't think he'd probably look to leave for a lateral move to just be an OC back with Seattle because he's already serving in that role with Minnesota. Now, I think O'Connell kind of calls the plays, so maybe to have a chance to be a play caller, that might be enough to bring him in. But you don't typically see that most of the time. If he's out of contract, it's a possibility, I guess, but it'd be very unusual. He's been there for a few years now. I like it, though. I like that conceptually. A guy that's worked with Sam Darnold before and familiar with him, and I like that part of it for sure. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $2 donation. Tsunami for our defensive name. I like that. Let's add it on there. Let's add it to the mix. Tsunami. So we got the Emerald Scourge, Department of Defense, Mob, the Death Zone, and the Tsunami. I think we'd have to call it the Tsunami. It needs a the on the front of it, I feel like. Give it a little more strength, a little more bite. But I'm with it, man. Tsunami. It's a tsunami. I like it. That works. DJ Owen's got a contribution as well. Appreciate the $2 dono. He says, defensive names, Mike's Mercenaries or Mike's Militia. I like it. Let's throw it on there. Mike's Mercenaries. Mike's Militia. I like Mike's Mercenaries. Macdonald Mercenaries. That's a mouthful. That's too many syllables. Rams coming back here with a completion to Puka Nacua now on their next drive after a punt by the Cardinals. They're up around midfield here, down 3-7. Mike's Mercenaries take on the Los Angeles. I like it. Yeah. I kind of dig it. It's got a little bit of a flow to it. Mike's Mercenaries. Taker 610 says JSN with 92 yards, 2 touchdowns. Hell yeah. Is the record still in reach? Unfortunately, a day like this, you would love for the record to be there, but it puts you a little bit further behind. It is in reach. He was on pace coming through this game of being able to, get over the spot of that. So, it's gonna be one where he's gonna have to pull in probably a 200-yard day here at some point or another. If he's gonna make that happen, I would say. And probably going to be very hard to do down the line of this season with more of the teams putting more of the concentration on him. Boy, Puka made another catch down the field. Rams worked their way right up the field here on the Cardinals again here. And another nice run. Hell of a day by JSN, though, and it speaks to how crazy a pace he had, Taker, that you could have 92 yards receiving 2 touchdowns, and he's still slightly knocked off the pace. Slightly knocked off the pace. Ben, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, what a second half performance. 10-3. Let's go. Let's go, huh? Crazy stat they posted. Seattle Seahawks have put up a 30-point half 4 times this year. The entire NFL, the number of 30-point halves collectively, first or second half, the number of 30-point halves collectively by the rest of the NFL, 6. Seattle's got 4. 6. They've almost got matched up exactly with what the rest of the NFL has there with that, Ben. Pretty incredible. And 10-3, probably been at a 10-3 record in your organization's history, maybe a couple times. Enjoy where we're at, folks. Definitely look for us to be wanting greatness. Definitely be looking at, can we make some playoff noise? Be hungry for that. I'd want that. I want you all to be in that mind state. But at the same point in time, enjoy this for what it is. And then you have a damn good football team that's really humming in all 3 phases, has a lot of potential, is winning games easily. How many times have we been in heart attack Hawks this year? Maybe the Cardinal game, the first Cardinal game. That's been about it. A couple of those close losses at the end of the Buccaneers and the Rams, right? For sure there. Maybe the 49er game. But aside from that, comfortable wins. You got the wins and you got them pretty easy on top of it. That's hard to do in the NFL. It's hard to run away with a 20-point win in the NFL. Seahawks are kind of making you feel like it's standard issue, just normal operating business. But this is a fun team, great team. It's been a fun year to watch them play, and feels like it's really coming together. Things are set up as well as you possibly could ask from a health standpoint, for how all 3 phases are playing together, for where the schedule bears out on this one. It's really set up well for them right now. Cameron, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, it feels good to have a legitimately great team again. It feels great. This fan base is hungry for it. I can attest to that. I could feel in the frustration through the end of the Legion of Boom era, through the end of the Russell Wilson era, through the end of the Coach Carroll era, through just even the beginnings of Mike Macdonald's era last year, where you'd think with a first-year head coach, there'd be a lot of fans going, all right, let's give it this time. We'll give it the time it needs to be given. Instead, people were like, no, can we get this around right now? Can we get this going? It's been 10 years since we've been to a Super Bowl. We've only got like 2 playoff wins since 2016 or something. It's time. Let's get back in there. The fan base is hungry for this. They want this. They're going to appreciate this if you can do it. But it does feel good because you can say now, 13 games into the season, can we be a contender? Can we go to the Super Bowl? I don't know. We're not going to learn about that till we get to the end of the season. But do they have all of the earmarks, all of the signs, all of the DNA of those type of teams that can establish themselves as that during playoff time and what they show you in this regular season? Yes, they have. It does feel really good to have a team that you're not talking yourself into. First year of Geno, 6 starters on both sides of the ball. The Russell Wilson trade having just happened. The dead money that you ate from the Russell Wilson deal. To think you could be good that year, but you're kind of, well, we're winning more games than we're losing, and we're going to get the playoffs, and we'll play San Francisco on the road. Well, maybe we can just but you're going to run out of gas that year. You were going to tap out at one point or another. You were only going to be able to get so far. This doesn't feel like that type of year, Cameron, right? Doesn't feel like that's going to be the factor that comes into play. You might lose. You might not get to the mountaintop, but it's not going to come about but by you just failing. It can come back by injury or you not having enough bullets in your gun. That's not going to be the case. Thank you, though, man. Appreciate the donation. Martin Lawrence has got a couple of offerings here. Appreciate that, Martin. Thank you for the $5. It says, how about Mike's Merciless Marauders? Let's add it on there. Mike's Merciless Marauders. There we go. That's got a frenetic ring to it, doesn't it? Demons of Defense. Yeah, Demons of Defense works pretty good. It says also, we have 10 wins in 13 games. Let's just enjoy the rest. Enjoy the ride, folks. Be competitive, be wanting, be hungry for a championship. I will never tell my fellow Seahawks fans not to be seeking that. We're not those fan bases that just become satiated off of a playoff appearance like a Arizona Cardinal team fan base would be. Well, we got the playoffs. Basically, that's like us winning the Super Bowl. That's not how we operate here. That's not our standard. That's not the model. Right? But you got to enjoy it because these are hard seasons to be able to have come down the line. See the Minnesota Vikings and what's going on with them, where they had the stage all set to have another year like that, and it fell off. We had this happen with the Legion of Boom, where we thought the Legion of Boom was going to go into the start of a dynasty and it would last forever. And we're going to have 10 years of this window open, and these guys are just getting warmed up, and one of the youngest, if not the youngest team to ever win the Super Bowl in NFL history. And then it came to a stop very quick. Part of the reason that you want to enjoy it and not just simply be looking at how can we be better? How can we be better? How can we be better? You want to be better, but enjoy it at the same time is because it is so paper thin. It is so always just there to potentially slip between your fingers, even as you think you have everything gripped strongly. And so got to enjoy the wins for what they are. Really do. Especially dominant wins like this, but dominant teams like we've seen this year. Banker, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Brandon, Les Snead is drafting who in 2026? It's a great question on this. I've been giving this a lot of thought myself. Part of it has been looking at where you guys are cap-wise and what you guys might be doing intentional-wise as far as to deal with cap. So the Rams right now are, where are they at here? You're sitting on a lot of cap space right now with the $80 million to spend. Devontae Adams has certainly looked like, he's a worthwhile guy to keep on here after 2025, but that is looked at as kind of a 1-year contract with him. Did I do that right? Yeah, I did that right. 2026. Kind of a big part of this, Banker, is going to come down to the decision of Stafford. I mean, we're anticipating he probably comes back for another year, but there's never any guarantee of the guy his age that he comes back. And I think that that's going to drive a lot of what they do decision-wise. If he comes back, for instance, does that have them open to taking like a Caden Proctor guy banker, where you go and you invest in the tackle there to help make sure you can keep Stafford really well protected the next year with a pretty safe lineman in the draft? I know that would be the sexy pick for Rams fans, But I think that if you're keeping Devontae Adams and Stafford stays, that there's probably a very big drive to going on the offensive line at that point and continue to soup that up, especially because there's been some issues there with Havenstein on the right side now. So I think tackle would be one of the places I'd look at on that. You might lose Byron Young this year. So Reuben Bain is another guy that, might be a guy that they potentially really look at out there as an edge replacement for Byron Young, because the intention will be more to probably pay Jared Verse. You got the money to spend, so you can extend a lot of these guys where you want to extend them. But it's hard to say which way they're going to go with that, because there is still the finite amount of money and somebody's going to be probably left out. But it does seem like right tackle might be where the alignment comes into here, Banker. And the one downside to this as well is just that not the greatest draft to be picking in the top 10. Does suck that you're getting a pick there, and it's good for you. You love it. But, it's not great. Even the top guys that are going to be looked at like the top 5, there's going to be some questions from some people about him. It's going to be like, well, he looks great, but there's this. Like a Reuben Bain looks really talented and guy should be a top end run stuffer from the jump. But is he going to give you enough pass rush? Is he really worthy and deserving of being top 7? He's not going to have probably the production to back that up. You're going to be going for a lot of the projectable upside there more than the tangible floor that you've been able to see from him as a player necessarily. So it makes it harder to kind of align in on who you guys will target in there. If you were to release Devontae Adams and so you get your rest of your extensions done, well then at that point, maybe you're going back and taking one of these receivers, because I do have 4 first-round receiving grades right now for this upcoming draft, Banker. So also maybe where you could go. But then too, first-round pick goes to Proctor, and then you come back and take one of those, whoever the 4th is guy left, then after you take like a Proctor guy. Does feel like offensive line, right tackle is going to be a bit of a priority for your team. And I'd be very surprised if they could find a way to deal with that into free agency. Havenstein is on the void year deal too with 2026, so he's not under contract. He's costing you guys $7 million next year, but he's not under contract for you. So you really don't even have a right tackle right now for next season as it kind of stands. All the more reason I think it's probably that pick. Randall with a couple of offerings here. Thank you for the $2 donation, Randall. He says the Voltron defense. The Voltron defense. All right. The Voltron defense is alive. I like it, Randall. Let's go. No score here between the Bears and the Packers still at the end of the first quarter. The Cardinals are down to the Rams 10-7, but they are driving at the moment. Randall, thanks for the $5. I've added to the list. We've got the Emerald Scourge, Department of Defense, Mob, the Death Zone, Tsunami, Mike's Mercenary, Mike's Militia, Mike's Merciless Marauders, Demons of Defense, and the Voltron Defense. Let's go. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. Sam needs to realize check downs get first downs. Check downs aren't a bad thing with Sam. Randall, I check down, throw away, run the ball. There's 3 options here. So where does Sam go wrong? Sam goes wrong late in plays. Late in plays, that's where things go wrong for Sam. Early in plays, he's good. Late in plays, this is where things go very badly. Okay, Sam can be aware of that. Okay, so now you got 3 options, Sam, when things go badly. 4th option is not force the ball late, throwing back across your body when you're flowing to your left. That's not a 4th option. You got checkdowns, you got throwaways, you got scrambles. He's got, in my opinion here, Randall, to utilize one of these 3 methods at a higher rate than the method of what he has applied up until this point this season on those kind of plays, which is 1,000, 2,000, 3, 1,000. Oh, you got to make a decision. I'm going to break the pocket and kind of wait on this late. Got to make a decision. I'm going to wait on this late. Got to make a decision. Oh, I'm going to try to force this in here late. That's got to get removed from the decision-making. Again, it bit him today. It's bitten throughout the year here. It's in this one specific spot every time, Randall. It's not happening on the first second and a half in the play. It's happening after that 3-second mark when he's kind of drifting in the pocket and kind of having a little bit too much time to kind of think through things a little bit too much. So one of those 3 have got to be desires. If the check down ain't there, try to go scramble. If the scramble ain't there, then throw it away. But then there's not an option fourth to this. And this is that part I come back to time and again saying, this is correctable. This is fixable. I know it's been an issue. I know it's been an issue too much with Sam this year, but it all comes back to the same place time and time again when we try to go, what's causing this? What's the issue here at this? Doing too much of the superhero stuff, trying to do too much, not playing within yourself. Got to play within yourself more often. And when Sam does that, he's great. When he tries to extend beyond himself, that's when we get into trouble town. Keon Lund with a suggestion. Thank you for that $2 donation. It says Pound Garden featuring the Spoon Man. The Pound Garden. I kind of like that for a name. We're the Pound Garden. Let's go, Keon. Thank you for all your donos today, man. Very kind of you. Pound Garden featuring the Spoon Man. Slobby1, thank you for the $2 donation, Slobby. Max trade is the only way we beat the Rams this offseason. They're going to be able to go out there and do some damage, man. They're going to be able to go out there and make some moves and add onto this team, and especially as Stafford returns into the mix for them. They're not going to look to be losing any footing anytime soon with this team and how it's structured and set up. So, you might have to kind of keep with the Joneses, right? It's a little bit of got to keep with the Joneses this offseason, potentially. Boy, Jacoby Brissett's still continues to play really good football for the Cardinals. Rolling out here, throwing late across the field here, finding a man. Nicely done. But Max Crosby, I'm expecting him to be a target of the Hawks this offseason. I'm expecting them to try to find kind of that difference maker like that. See if they can add that guy into the mix here. Definitely think the Rams are going to get aggressive. 2 first-round picks, cap space to work with. Especially if they come up short this year, you got to figure they're going to try to make something happen as well. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $2 donation. Says the Stunt Demons. We'll throw it on there. The Stunt Demons. Let's go. I love it. Stunt Demons. Daniel Bailey's got a mix too. Thank you, Daniel, for the $2 donation. Says a defensive nickname, the Tomahawk Tribunal. Let's go. We're getting some good names here. Mike's Militia, Mike's Mercenaries, Mike's Merciless Marauders, Demons of Defense, the Voltron Defense, Stunt Demons, and the Tomahawk Tribunal. I like it, you guys. Let's go. Let's go. Vexo says, guys, let's just stick with the death zone. Tried and true. It works. Dave says the Rams and 49ers always draft really well. If the guy there isn't a dude, they will look for a trade. Agreed. Yeah. Agreed. Kind of what makes it hard to predict on this too, because there's a lot of ways, and it's just you've given the Rams a lot of flexibility here in what they can do, because 2 first-round picks and having that high first-round pick and trade back and get extra assets. Who knows? Maybe they make a trade a guy try to get a future first-round pick and sort of punt that first-round pick in an next year where there's a deeper class of quarterbacks coming out at that time, Dave. But part of the annoying things with the Niners and the Rams is that they do draft really well, and they do tend to draft really well throughout the whole portions of the draft for the most part. See, Lord of Bravo says 29's getting up there for a twitchy edge player. I wouldn't sell the farm for Crosby myself. Going to be interesting to see what the cost would actually be, and if the Raiders were interested in doing it. Crosby just made a play in the run play here that I'm watching on the red zone. Hard to say on that, what the cost will be. It does seem like John does have, is pretty hot to trot for him, though. Century Seahawks says good teams make the Super Bowl with skill, health, and a little bit of luck. Now it's time for our luck to kick in. It's worked pretty good for us luck-wise. Getting to face some of these teams and how we've gotten to face them this year and how they're set up for us. Even in the losses that we've had at times, The Niners were very well suited and set up for us to be able to go get that win with where they were at health-wise, losing Kittle halfway into that game. I think no parasol in that game, I want to say, or it went down very early. And luck is a big factor to this. Getting the things working in your favor, especially injury-wise, this works out this way. But that's where I'd say the luck worked out well to us too, as far as from the schedule standpoint of things, and that the schedule set up very well for you this year. You got to play opponents at really nice times of the year. I mean, facing the Falcons right now, no Drake London. That's a big loss for them. No starting quarterback Michael Penix. You're getting Cousins instead. I think that helps. So it's a bit of the factor that comes into play there to winning it, man. It's making smart decisions. It's playing your best ball. It's having all three phases come together at the right time. And yeah, a little bit of that luck and good tidings working out your way is also one that factors in here. About the Seattle Sleuths. We got Sea Demons. Demons of Seattle. Rendaz is as a testament to Seahawks legend. How about Fort Knox? I like it. That'd be cool. I could go for that. I got the sound over. I can tell the walking accent's happening right now by the sudden quick movements. Hilarious. Gotta bring him in once in a while. Crosby is wasted on the Raiders, Dwyer. I feel bad for him. Come to us. Come home, Max. Come home. Dan says Jesse felt bold after beating the Browns. The Titans just beat the Browns, so I guess they should feel like they got a chance too. Laughing out loud. Riverside says the sound barrier as a nickname. Yeah, that's a good one. I'll throw it on there. We'll do a poll eventually here. I think the Death Zone probably would still win out. Which I still get nervous every time Sam drops back. I got a little nervous today in that first half, I'll tell you that. Joe says, let that seed of doubt creep into the Rams' minds. Creep and slowly grow and grow until a Thursday night showdown when it takes over and they learn what we know. The Rams are the second best team in the West. Let's go, Joe. Guardian helmets do make me think of Spaceballs too. You lose all of your swag when you wear that. It's good for your head. Best to be healthy, I suppose, but you do lose any of your swaggy drip when you wear the Guardian helmet. There's just no two ways about it. They got to find a way to make the Guardian helmet thing work without it looking like I'm about to say your Schwartz is bigger than mine. You know what I mean? Like it does feel like the Spaceballs one. Cardinals defense looking a little rough. They may have to make a play or two on Stafford pick wise to come out of this one. Keon's, I'm actually amazed at how well the Cowboys offense looks with Shoddy. Yeah, they looked really good. Boy, some of the George Pickens effort plays from last Monday night. Whew. Boy, that guy, I am not giving that guy any money. I'll tell you that. I wouldn't trust him the second he signs that dotted line. I'm like, this is going to be tough. Hit or miss here. But Shoddy's doing a great job. And they've done a good job at the Cowboys. Goes to show you put the investment, as I often say on this, Keon, you put the top in investment in your offensive line, you're going to get the returns back for it. You're going to be thanking your lucky stars you did it. And I think that they've got, I want to say 3 first-round picks on that offensive line alone. It's a big part of the success that drives that team. The team's driven by its offensive success, and it's driven by, in my opinion, being able to, really keep Dak clean and give him some good pockets to work with and have a ground game that's functional beyond it. Haha, Pound Garden. I'm going to throw Pound Garden on there. It's kind of catchy. We're tossing it on there. Afi Kubiak could be an idiot to leave. I certainly think as an offensive coordinator, the going thinking here is always just, well, you take a job wherever you're offered it. And I think that you're much more smarter as an OC to be a little bit more picky about what you do, where you do it. And that if you're setting yourself up for failure just so you can go get a head coaching job, just means you're going to end up back on the carousel more likely than not in a couple of years. And it's not going to be you're on the carousel because of your own deficiencies in what you do. You're going to end up on the carousel as much because you're on a bad team. You're on a bad organization. No one's coming into the Jets anytime soon and turning that thing around. Nobody's coming into the Titans anytime soon and turning that thing around. But we do know historically that this does seem to work where if you get the offer, you're going to take the offer. It's pretty rare that an OC is going to turn down that chance to go and do it. And based on the way you hear Kubiak talk, is Seattle reporters have been a little bit here in his ear about that, saying, hey, would you really want to move around again after a year? Do you want to kind of keep a stable environment? And saying like, well, it's part of this. It's him kind of again. Well, no, it's part of the game, part of the thing. How about rain screen? Oh no, that might be then might not have quite the catchiness to it. I like where it's at, but maybe not quite enough catchiness there on that one. Joe says, thanks, Pete. I'll keep listening as things develop. Love that we're on top landing spot for an OC. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you too as well, man. And yeah, we would be a top spot. I think you very rarely would be able to supply an OC with so many of the boxes checked of what they would want and what they would desire to go to an ideal landing space. It's totally the fear of losing Kubiak is understandable. It was hard enough landing on him. We've had some bad coordinators come through here, but remember a big part of why we had bad coordinators come through here prior was because of the fact that you had Coach Carroll, who was kind of in on the offense a bit, right? Like he's a guy that is going to have his say on the offense, is going to have his control on the offense. And that's not going to appeal to all OCs. There's some guys that don't want to have the coach right over their shoulder lingering there. And that did reduce our ability to hire top end coordinators at times, I think. I don't think Macdonald's got that same kind of reputation, and certainly isn't going to gain that same kind of reputation with having his last offensive coordinator go and get a head coaching job somewhere because he let him do his job. He let him go out there and cook. Affy, Brissett looking freaking good, huh? Man, I mean, it's not like he's just hitting the back foot and just whipping 9 dimes all over the place either. I mean, he's making nice throws, but he's having to operate around the pocket and move around a little bit. He's been impressive. Antoine says the sound surge, the Rain City Ramparts. I got it down. We're going to have to do a poll on this eventually. The mob just has that intimidation factor. I suppose it does. Thomas says, I'm still of the belief that Kubiak will leave next year. There is really any highly talented teams compared to Seattle has. It's true. Hard to say on this. Hard to say. Sound barrier. We got it down. The Hawk fence. Stormfront. The Emerald Wall sounds better. I like the Emerald Wall. You ain't penetrating the Emerald Wall. Legion of the North. Rams offense is kind of finding their headway through this Cardinal defense right now. I'll say that. Come on, Packers. Come on. Green Bay up 7-0 on the Bears. Dave says, too bad Big Bang is taken. Still like Tsunami best. The Tsunami is pretty good. SEA, Tsunamis. That is pretty creative. I like that one too. Level Skip, can anyone explain the cold following Shadur has? It's actually fascinating to see online. He just lost to the Titans. Yeah. I think some of it just comes from the fact that nobody Boy, Puka's owning this Cardinal secondary right now. Nobody really saw him dropping all the way to the 5th round, and that, people had looked at Shador and that there's a lot of pocket armchair general managers who said this guy should be a first round pick, and that they pounded the mat for that. And then they see a team like the Browns not only take him in the 5th round almost begrudgingly, but that they also took Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd round. And that there's a lot of those same people that looked at Dylan Gabriel at 5'8" and went, that guy's not a starting quarterback in the NFL. And why would you pick that guy ahead of a Shador? That seems like the fix is in. It feels like maybe you're doing Shador dirty a little bit, I guess. And I don't agree with this necessarily level skip. So I'm not saying this is my outlook on it or how I would see it, but I do think that there's probably the fan base out there that has a little bit of that going on with them and their outlook and their approach to it. And so it's got them a little bit thinking that there's like a conspiracy involved here against Shador or something. But with Shador, it really does come down to the interviews, coming in with the entourage like he did, how he kind of carried himself. Not every position do you need the guy towing the line, but at the quarterback position, you got to toe the line. You don't get allowed to just be like, I'm going to do it my own little way. I'm going to do it different than any of those QBs do it. And unfortunately with him, he kind of carries a little bit of his dad's, mentality, and his dad could be that as a cornerback. You can't really be that way as a quarterback. So I think that's why it exists out there a little bit, level skip, but yeah, he's not going to be a starter in this league. And the Cardinals just let the Rams kind of walk right up the field on him there on that one. New Popex, we all have to remember the schedule has been easy. It has been easy, New. That's for sure. That is definitely for sure. I'm not going to discount that part of it, and that you've been able to beat up on some weaker teams this year. We've had some years where the schedule's been harder too. So we've had to face it to the other side of this in certain years as well. That's that good luck, that good fortune factor that has to work in your way to be a great team. I've often said that when you look at the teams that win the Super Bowls, we all like to say iron sharpens iron, and that you have to go through a gamut of teams to prepare yourself for the playoffs appropriately. I kind of believe that when you really do look at Super Bowl teams, what you do tend to find is that I've called it the feast factor, New Popex, that those teams that do tend to get to not only the Super Bowl, but actually winning the Super Bowl had a feast factor of some type that they could work off of their back pocket. They could go through their division and be 5-1 with ease and sort of take some of those games a little bit lighter and easier, rather than all 6 of those games being complete battles and wars. So for instance, I've always said that this feast factor was really born out of what happened with the AFC East for like a 20-year period when Tom Brady and Bill Belichick were there, where they just owned that division, owned it thoroughly. You could write them down every year for 5-1, and that always set the stage for them to be able to get in the playoffs and be able to go get home field advantage in the playoffs very often. So I agree with you on it, but I also would just say that it isn't necessarily a nullifying factor then to becoming a great team. That oftentimes that allows you to be healthier and fresher than once you do get in the playoffs. And is that not what we've been able to get to see from this team throughout this year, is that you're able to limit snap counts, you're able to keep guys in that place of being very fresh. Hell, this game, at the end of the game, you had backup offensive linemen in there, you had your backup defensive linemen in there down the stretch. So we've had a couple of those games like this last week. As great as DeMarcus Lawrence was in getting player of the week, he did it all on only 20 snaps. You're keeping things really fresh for these guys. And maybe that should allow them to be at their best when it comes to playoff time. So it is true. And we're going to get a test coming down the line this season. We thought it was going to be the Colts. Colts lost Daniel Jones today, so that might not be as much a test. But still the Panthers, still the Rams, still the 49ers. And we'll know where we stand on kind of the edge of those games. And okay, here's the whole season. Here's the whole season with those games at the end as well. What has this team shown us? Bombers will be the second-ranked defense after this week. Book it. Let's go. Balls to the wall is the new nickname. I'll put it on there. It's a unique one that we had thrown in the mix. Moo. Thank you for 6 months as a Hawks Nest member, Moo. The Demon's Nest. Not sure how well it fits a name for a defense, but I just think it sounds cool. The Demon's Nest. The Demon's Nest. The Demon's Nest. Emerald Scourge, Department of Defense, Mob, The Death Zone, Tsunami, Mike's Mercenaries, Mike's Militia, Mike's Merciless Marauders, Demons of Defense, Voltron Defense, Stunt Demons, The Tomahawk Tribunal, The Sound Barrier, Pound Garden, The Sound Surge, The Rain City Ramparts, The Emerald Wall, Balls to the Wall, The Demon's Nest. You guys are inventive with it, I'll tell you that. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. Did you see the dirty interview explaining the death zone? I did not. I know they were talking about it last year a little bit, but I didn't see him actually speaking to it here. I'll try to look it up. Death zone's not bad. Jay Gundy with $2 donation says the Gambit's 11. Oh, the Gambit's 11. Random McDaniel, thank you for a $5 donation as well. It says, in Voltron, the robots form to create a super robot. The sum is greatest when the parts the sum is the greatest when the parts individual. Form like Voltron. I like it. Kind of a Power Rangers thing there too, Randall. Right? Like the super giant. Ooh, that play didn't go anywhere. That play didn't go anywhere. Robots form a super robot. I kind of like it. There's something involved with that works a little bit. Kind of the sum is the greater than the parts. Sum of the whole is greater than the individual parts. Something like that. Thank you, Randall. Very kind of you, man. For American with a $2 donation. It's a nod to the OGs. Region of Doom. Region of Doom. I'm good. I'm okay with that. I like the nod to the oldies on that. Kind of it's hard for that second name to stick if it's just kind of built off the old ones a little bit. It can kind of be forgotten to history a little bit, but I like it. It's got a ring to it. Region of Doom. Let's go. Mumbles with a $5 donation. Thank you for that, Mumbles. He says the Pacific Graveyard sounds good to me and is a spin on a local area around the Columbia known for treacherous water conditions. Pacific Graveyard. It does kind of have a treacherous kind of a foreboding way. That's what you want with the nickname. You want a little bit of foreboding, like, the steel curtain, right? Something that's got a little bit of that, just, yeah, hell yeah. The Pacific Graveyard. I like it. I didn't know there was a local area with some treacherous waters. We have our own little tip of the horn, like down in South Africa, out there in Puget Sound. Gotta be careful out there a little bit. I like it. Thank you, Mumbles. Mike, thanks for the $2 donation. This is the LRB, Legion of Reborn. The Legion of Reborn. Okay. Legion of Reborn. I'm tossing on there. We'll do a big poll here at some point during the week and try to see if we can nail down one of these ones. Still Dreaming coming in with the $2 donation as well. And thank you, Mike, for your dono. This is the Seattle Tsunami. So we did have a tsunami mention. It was just and then it was Still Dreaming. They did Sea-nami. So the Sea-nami. But let's do Seattle Tsunami. I do like it. Does have that phonetic ring that I'm looking for. A little bit of the phonetic ring is a good thing. Not bad at all on that. You guys got some great suggestions here, though. Region of Doom, the Pacific Graveyard, Seattle Tsunami, Legion of Reborn, the Rain City Ramparts. Kind of like that one, too. Set just couldn't quite fit this ball in over the top there. Pressure mounting from the Rams. Good job by Carter, the running back, picking up the edge there. Thank you guys for the donos. You guys are amazing as ever on your support of this channel. I really appreciate it. Please do, if you can, for me, hit that like button. It's a big helping hand to this channel. King says, Scooby is probably gone, unfortunately. I think the thing that has me as much on leaning towards thinking Kubiak is probably going to go more than stay is as much that there's going to be too many jobs opened up. I think we're really going to see a lot of firings this year, and that's really going to prevent. There's only so many candidates out there already as it is, and I think that there's a real possibility here. We're going to see Dolphins, maybe the Jets, maybe the Browns. Titans are already there and available. Raiders with Carroll, maybe a one and done experience there as it stands. New York Giants need a new coach. Falcons look like they may be on the edge of looking like they're moving on. Cardinals may be looking like they're going to be moving on as well. Even Green Bay, as much success as they're having, they need to have a kind of a successful year with LaFleur at the end of this because he's at the last year of his contract. There's just that. There's too many jobs. There's 8 jobs available. It's hard to think that there's going to be 8 guys that are better qualified for a head coaching job or 8 guys that are more hot to trot in their qualification right now than Kubiak. I could find 3 or 4 guys I could pick. I could pick this guy here and that. Mike McCarthy maybe here or this guy over there, but it's not like it's a deep list right now. Boy, Puka just make another catch. Boy, he is insane. Puka Nacua is just owning this Cardinal secondary right now. Ball's in the air. The ball is his. Malice in chains. Malice is a great word. Slammers of Psycho. Let's go. Dave says, I can hear it from the announcers. The tsunami hits again this week. This week, they have to go against the tsunami. Oh, it's all set too, yeah. Reports are saying from the weather forecasts, Seattle tsunami. Limited points to be scored. Laban Kubiak is not ready for a head coaching job right now compared to how Ben Johnson was in 2024. I think to your point, I think he would definitely benefit from having another year of coordinating and growing and getting better prepared for the job. I think to your point, Ben Johnson was aided tremendously by being able to have that occur and getting that extra time to really be ready for the job. So don't disagree with you. This is more about just the availabilities could end up driving so high. There's so few candidates out there available. He's done as good a work as anybody out there from a coordinator position this year. And sometimes it can just take 1 year for you to do enough to get the job. Right or wrong, it's just kind of the way it does play out. Ryan says Mike just might skip out on the roundtable this week. He's been holding on for dear life here recently, Brian. You know what I mean? Like he's been hanging in there, and you could say it by the fingertips at this point. Really, it's at times a little bit like the fingertips he's holding on by, but yeah, he's been struggling through it. I can't blame him. It's been a tough year for his team, and they had fairly high hopes this year coming into the season. Ethan says, I like the tsunami as a name for the standpoint of the nature of this defense. This defense completely overwhelms the offense. It makes it seem like there are 13, 14 players on the field at once. Boy, does it ever. Well said. And I like me some the tsunami as well. I like the SEA tsunami. It kind of has the ring and then a little bit of Seattle into the name. Chance Jordan says, if Kubiak left as an OC to be a head coach, where would he go? I mean, seriously, would you want to be a head coach for a hurting team or stay with a good team where you have pretty much free reign to conduct? I think it cut you off there. Conduct the way you want to roll it, I think is what. Sorry, I got the character limit there, Chance. I know what you're trying to ask in your question. So I was always with this, I always kind of wear the 2 different hats. Like when you're thinking about stuff, there's different hats you wear. So like, here's the first hat I would wear, which would be conceptually operating from outside of Kubiak's perspective, looking at the lay of the land to the heart of your question and inference a little bit there. If I'm Kubiak and I'm looking at the Raiders job, if I'm looking at the Titans job, if I'm looking at the Cleveland Browns job, if I'm looking at the Arizona Cardinal job in this division, I don't think any of those places are destination locations or spots where I feel like I've got a good chance for success. The majority of these guys who go to their first job fail. The majority of these guys got to go to their first job in a very tough environment with a lot to correct and a lot to fix that you may not be necessarily given the time to get that thing fixed. So from the standpoint of, is it maybe smarter for some of these coaches to be a little bit more picky in where they go when they get that head coaching job? Not to just say, yes, I'll take the job. Yes, I'll do it. Yeah, I'm in it. Let's go. I want it. Sure, yeah. Rather than that being the smarter way would probably be like, hey, no, let me really turn this one over. Do I have a good chance? Am I going to be given a lot of time? What's your organization's recent history with this stuff? Yeah, I don't know. I know. But they don't do that. And that's where I come back to Chance saying that it does look like it's more likely than not that he probably moves on. Because most of the time to a man, if you're an offensive coordinator and you get the offer, you just take it. And there's very little deliberation over whether or not it's really the ideal spot. Now, Ben Johnson is the guy that gets mentioned on this, and everybody goes, well, Ben had the opportunity to take this job, but kind of turned it down, which may have been the case, but he's the outlier to that. If I have 50 offensive coordinators up for a job and they can go get a head coaching job, maybe one of them is able to say no if he doesn't think it's the right place. To a man, they're all just going to rubber stamp auto yes. That's how this plays in NFL historically speaking. So I don't disagree with you on the premise. I don't. It's just on how this plays out. Rubber meets the road and practicality. Bankers says, speaking of records, I don't buy the Patriots this year. I don't either. I think Vrabel's done some great work and has turned things around very quickly there. They've been on the beneficiary of one of the weaker schedules we've seen not only this year in football, but in recent NFL history. I don't think that they're going to make any noise in the playoffs when it comes down to that, in my opinion, either. Martin says, unfortunately, I don't see the Cardinals being able to beat the Rams today. No, I don't either. This Rams offense looked like they can kind of do whatever they want against this Cardinals defense right now. Dave says, last week the Cardinals let my grandmother walk right down the field. Security didn't even stop her. They're just like, no, let him go. That's what we do. Let him go. John Stratton says the Gridiron Massacres. All right. We'll throw it on there. I like it. It's got a badass feel to it. The Gridiron Massacres. It was a dark time in the sport. A sea of blue and neon green as gridiron massacres were occurring. Man, Puka Nacua just got another touchdown reception. Like, Cardinals cannot stop Puka Nacua right now. It says, whereas the Legion of Boom reflected the nature of that defense, boom, they hit you so hard. No, I like it. That's what you want your defense to do, is to kind of encapsulate a little bit of how the defense plays and performs. And the Green Bay Packers are going to get a touchdown reception here to Bo Melton, and that'll put them up 14-3 in that game against the Bears in Lambeau. Slap says, how about Hellhawks? I like the Hellhawks. The Hellhawks. The Hellhawks. Mike's Merciless Marauders. Crazy. I like the hell. Yeah, hadn't thought of that one. Resting skeptic face is the pound on the ground. That almost sounds a little dirty. How about the Slammin' Salmons? Slammerald City. I'd rather be flying X-Wing. They've been calling themselves the Dark Side. They have. We got the Dark Side there too. The Dark Side, the Death Zone. Demons of Seattle. Brian's hot take. Brandon sets new record for 12s on T Channel next Thursday. It's going to be a lot of watching, man. Yeah. I think we did set a new record this year, I think, on individual game watch. We did on the last Rams game, we did 30,000 views for game day watch on that, which is pretty good numbers for me. So primetime game, all that's on the line in that game, Brian. Yeah, we might turn out pretty well in that night. The 12 men. Joe says Death Zone's dumb. It doesn't have enough. It's all right, but it doesn't do quite enough, does it, Joe? Navy Creepers. Daniel says, not sure about this sounds, but I like the idea behind it. Baker's dozen, since the scheme's intention is to make it feel like they're an extra player on the field, laughing out loud. I know, I like it. It's creative. Keon says Pound Garden is better than 43.3% of those. Blue Street Bullies. Robots in disguise. Robots in disguise. Joe says the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. Thank you. Saved me on that, Joe. This is Aristotle reference to his hylomorphism, combination of form and matter. There we go. Those philosophers, man, with some ultimate truths, timeless truths. Pacific Trench was Jaden. I like it. I like it. You guys got some creative names here, man. These are good. Still dreaming, says the Seattle Tsunami. I think I like it, man. Thank you for the donation. The tsunami. Black Dots Brown Dreams. Thank you for the $2 donation. He says, the only nickname I want, there's only one I want, and that's World Champs. I take that. I'll take that above a nickname too as well. Yes, sir. Give me that. Give me that championship. Give it to me. Thank you, Black Dot Brown Dreams. Chance, thank you for becoming a member of the channel, Chance. Welcome aboard here onto the Hawks Nest. I will be on Monday morning. If you can't have members of the channel, keep an eye on your community post, because that's where I do post the membership benefits out to the members of the channel. So we got Monday morning PFF scores. We usually do Thursday night football, but we're going to be doing a call-in show this week on Thursday at 5 o'clock. So keep an eye on your community post, as I'll try to get that out even on Monday, just to kind of give you guys enough heads up on that so you guys are able to see that. But thank you, Chance, for becoming a member of the channel. Welcome aboard. Appreciate you for joining. Mumbles, thank you for the $10 donation. Mumbles, and appreciate all of your support today, man. He says the treacherous waters out here in the Pacific Northwest, it's an area where the Columbia empties out of the Pacific Ocean. The sandbar at the outlet shifting causes massive waves and currents along with the Columbia's already wild waters. Ooh. So they got a few shipwrecks out there then, I guess. That's kind of cool. Well, not cool that the ships went down, but it's cool that we've got a little bit of an area like that. I was not aware of that with it, but it makes sense where it is where the water empties out a little bit. Huh? You learn something new every day, Mumbles. So it's where the Columbia empties out of the Pacific Ocean. Little sandbar. Okay. Kind of the southern part of the state there, Mumbles. A little bit. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the donations. I like it. Where do you have that? The Pacific Graveyard. Is it known for that too? You don't have to put a dono in there, but if it put in the chat if you can, if it's known for that in the as a real nickname that they give it to it out there. I wish I'd known more about this. I was unaware. Ryan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, how about the sea fence? It's not bad. I'll throw it in there. I don't know if we'd have I don't know if the folks would necessarily go for it on the vote, but I'd throw it in there. I like it. The sea fence. It's like something you'd use to keep sharks out of the shallows. Something like that. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate all your donations today too as well. Very kind of you. Guys are amazing as ever here on this channel with your support. Cardinals are going to try a crazy long field goal. They're going to miss the end of halftime. And they're going to be down 24-10 after a missed 63-yard attempt here going into half for them. So Cardinals a lot of work to do in that second half to try to bring this one back if they can. Mumbles, thank you for the $5 donation, Mumbles. It reminds me of the defense swarming, crashing down into the offense, making it hard to stay above water. Anything to do with waves, water would be cool. I agree. I like the Pacific Graveyard. That is a pretty cool name. I'd be okay if it's that one stuck. And it definitely does very well describe this defense and how they operate, where they just slowly kind of bring you below the waters. They make you earn everything you're going to get. Every kick of a stroke, every point of breaking the water to keep your head above it takes all the effort in the world just to do that alone. And eventually you're going under. Eventually the riptide and the currents are going to take you down. I like it, Mumbles. I'm with you. I'm with it all the way on this one. Let's go. The Pacific Graveyard. Mumbles with another 20. I said a $20 donation. Mumbles, you are too kind, man. Thank you, Mumbles, for all of your support today. You guys just amazing. Unbelievably amazing, your guys' support to this channel. I just cannot believe how kind you guys are to me. I thank you so much for that. The tsunami seems to wrap everything up succinctly. Also encompasses a lot of what the D is like the Legion of Boom, the players crashing down on the play, rallying to the ball, deadly zones of water fit into it too. Perfect. I think the tsunami is kind of the best one because it both has a capturing of the spirit of what you get from the Pacific Northwest, capturing of the defense, and it's also got the phonetic ring that I'm looking for. It's like the death zone doesn't really have a phonetic ring. Even the dark side doesn't have really a phonetic ring to it, but the tsunami, that just kind of rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? Rolls right off the end of the tongue. I like it too, man. Almost. This is one we're going to have to go with here. The tsunami. The tsunami. Even change the pronunciation a little bit. The tsunami. Mumbles, you're very kind, man, for all of your support today. I appreciate all of that, man. Just dropping tons of donos on my butt. I think Tsunami's the leader in the locker room on this one. Got some good ones. Your Pacific Graveyards are as good as the other ones. The Emerald Wall, the Rain City Ramparts, the Sound Surge, Pound Garden, the Sound Barrier, the Tomahawk Tribunal, Stunt Demons, Voltron Defense, Demons of Defense, Mike's Merciless Marauders, Department of Defense, the Emerald Scourge, the Hellhawks, the Dark Side, Legion of Reborn, Region of Doom. We got a few of them here, man. All very good. All very apropos. But Mumbles, you are the man. I salute you, sir, for all of your big-time donations to this channel, as well as being a member. In addition to that, Sanchez in the house. Thank you for the $2 donation, Sanchez. He says, I was at the game. It felt like a home game. Well, hell yeah. Very well done. It did seem like the 12s were able to make their impact felt there. Not to mention, it did kind of feel like they showed the seats. There were some empty seats out there in Atlanta on this one. Understandable. They're going through it this year. You're 4-8 coming into this game and not a lot to feel great about. So, you're just going, why? For who? For what? But it is always cool to see that while we've had at times over the last few years, our home field advantage has not always been at its strongest. Really does seem like with that the road games have picked up with that as well, is that we don't tend to run into really awful environments on the road, where we've got games where our offense can hear and that you're not feeling some, overwhelming at odds going in to these road environments at times. I mean, even going into Pittsburgh where we got the win there, Pittsburgh used to be one of those hellacious places like that. And even there I was hearing we had a great turnout from Hawk fans, but well done today, Sanchez. Hopefully you guys are able to be part of what helped them to go get that win out there. And I love how well we travel as a franchise. We do a great job of our folks showing up. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. It's good to see you in the house too, Sanchez. Hope you're doing well, man. He says, I lost a parlay because Stefanski thought he was smarter than everyone else and went for 2 when still needing another touchdown and cost the Browns. That sucks. That's no good, man. That's no good losing a parlay like that. And I would wonder with the Browns on some of that decision making a little bit with that. I always wonder this a little bit with certain teams at times of where, they'll look like they're trying to go for it. They'll try to seem like they're trying to still go for it at the end of the year. But there's also, to me, a little bit of a part of them going, yeah, but if we just lose and help out our draft status a little bit better, that's not the worst thing. We have a chance to really solidify ourselves into getting a blue chip prospect at 3 wins like we are right now. Rather than picking at 8 or 9, we get to pick at like 3 or 4. Maybe there'll be some select decisions throughout a couple of games at the end of the year where we kind of twist off that a little bit in a different way. And with Stefanski is a guy that I know that some people are thinking might be on the hot seat, and maybe Cleveland does try to move on from this year after the season, but there's also just as much a pathway where Houston could come back to him and be like, well, look, we foisted Deshaun Watson on you, then we foisted Dylan Gabriel on you, and we foisted Joe Flacco on you. We haven't given you a quarterback here since you walked in the door with Baker Mayfield, and he was here for about 5 minutes. Maybe we should just get you a really good quarterback or give you more time on this, because it's kind of premature to, even though you've been here a few years, because we've been so inept as a front office and put you behind the 8 ball so badly, we're going to let you stay. Maybe Kevin's aware of that. And then that informs a little bit of a decision in a game like this, where he's like, we could win today, but do we want to win today? For instance, Cleveland is at 3 wins right now. Well, now you see the Tennessee Titans up to 2 wins now. So, now from a Cleveland standpoint, you're 1 game away from having the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Does that something that they kind of like the thought of having too? I don't know if that factored in on it. I just wonder, Jordan, on some of those kind of moments like that, if it's sneaking into the back of their mind, just sneaking in the back just a little bit, Brian, thank you for the $5 donation, Brian. And great to see you today in the house as well, brother. It says, B, thanks again for all you do here. 1 day closer to the game of the decade. Go Hawks. Indeed. We have our game of the decade coming up in a couple weeks, and it will be that potentially as much because the Hawks have set things up so nicely for this to become the case, because you have taken care of business on the front end of the schedule, because you have gotten better as the year has gone along. You've cleaned some things up. You're continuing to see your health moved into the right direction for how you'd hope it would be at this time of the year, but so very rarely actually is in such good shape. And those are on seasons where you aren't as dominant, where you haven't won as many games. Things are set up really well for us right now. And that game in 2 weeks is set up to be one hell of a barn burner, man. I'm really looking forward to it. Hopefully Seattle can continue to take care of business next week against that Colts team to just thoroughly set that thing up with all that will be at play, all of the stakes riding on that thing at that point. So much right there at that point, because not only if you go get that win, do you put yourself up in first place, and you're locked solid in first place at that point. But then you've got, of course, the extra 3 days. You've got a mini bye to then set yourself up for that final 49er game at the end of the year to get number 1 seed, to get the home field advantage throughout the playoffs. It's all right there for the taking for the Seattle team right now. Everything is in their grasp right now. It is not pie in the sky. It is not a fantasy land. It is not a daydream. You finish this season out. You go get these final 4 wins. 3 of these games being imminently winnable. Imminently winnable. You will have that. This Bears team is down to Packers. I'm telling you, they're going to lose another game before the end of the year comes, and then it's on you. It is yours then. It's going to be fun to watch this play out, Brian. I'm really looking forward to this season now winds down, and thank you for the kind words, man. Go Hawks. It's been a hell of a year for us, man. It's been a fun year for us, and boy, is this going to be a great final end of the season to be able to look forward to, and just been such a fun season to cover. One of the great seasons in Seahawks history we've been able to see, not just because you're at 10-3, but how dominant you've been in getting those 10-3 wins. It's hard to beat teams this thoroughly, this handily, week after week after week. I don't care whether they're middle of the road good or slightly above average. It is hard to do this in the NFL. And we are doing it on almost a weekly basis at times. Tremendous. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, did the great 49ers defense in 11-15 get a name? No, they didn't. They didn't. I don't think they even had like a flirtation of a name that was thrown around for them at that time. Hell of a defense, though. They were legit. They had some dogs on that defense, man. Really good players. But no, I can't think of there being ever shoot, even the Niner offense in the late 80s didn't have a nickname. Raiders slowly losing this game to the Broncos bit by bit, little by little. No, I can't think of one. Thank you, Keon. Appreciate all your support today, man. Unbelievable. Unbelievable and kind as hell. Just so kind. The Puget Pound. Shows with it. He says the tsunami's good. Yeah, tsunami's not bad. Shows his Emerald City Edge Rush. It's not bad. I like that too. About the turf mob. I don't know. Where does he go? Being Kubiak? It's more of the talk himself into stuff, right, Chance? So it's like the Tennessee Titans with a young quarterback. They're probably going to look for an offensive-minded head coach. You come to Kubiak and you go, how about you come out to Tennessee? Kind of, does he flatly just turn that down? They've got some investment in their offensive line there. They've got Cam looking like the real deal. Alec Ionomore has not been too bad for them as far as a rookie receiver goes. A lot of work to be done there, a lot to turn around, but does that appeal enough to him at that point? Because he can say, well, I've got my quarterback and they're already kind of down the road enough a little bit there for me to make. I mean, Tom Brady comes a call in with the Raiders and says, hey, Clint, come be the head coach here with the Raiders. Take over for Carroll. Does he turn that down? Does he say no to that? Hard pressed, It's really just down to if he gets an offer somewhere. And I know this gets complicated, I think, a little bit on, well, what scheme would fit them to this? To me, it just comes down to, are there a lot of teams that are going to be firing coaches? Well, yeah, probably we're going to see about 7, 8 teams. We're going to see a good fourth of this league turn over its head coaching staff this offseason. Second part, are there a lot of this? And this is the important part here, Chance. Are there a lot of great head coaching candidates sitting on the sidelines right now waiting to be plucked up? No, there's not. We find ourselves in as lean a time as ever as there being quality head coaching candidates out there to be grabbed. This will then lead, logically speaking, to then teams going for those coordinators that are going to be first-time guys. And we know in this league that they're going to lean towards offensive-minded guys over defensive-minded guys. So it really just comes down to, is there 8 jobs available? Probably somewhere in that neighborhood. Are there 8 guys better qualified to be head coaching candidates right now than Clint Kubiak in this sport? I don't know that there is at that point. My gut on that is that that's probably him moving on if there's that many jobs available. You'll have a McCarthy here. They'll maybe be rehired somewhere, and you'll have this guy hired there somewhere. But then you're going to start to see a lot of fresh faces being given new opportunities. And we've seen plenty of times in the chance. The thing with this too, with people going, well, he's only done it 1 year here with us. Like, this is his 3rd head coach offensive coordinating job. All of his other 2 prior stops, he was a success at. So this is now his 3rd offensive coordinator job, 3rd offensive coordinator job where he has been a success on, third offensive coordinator job too, where he's gotten instantaneous successful returns, not where he needs 2 and 3 years. These are things that are going to aid him in getting an opportunity. There's much more there for him getting this chance than there is that he's got much more to prove to NFL teams across the sport. Martin says, assuming we extend Cross, JSN, and Witherspoon this offseason, what would be our biggest need? Outside corner, because you're going to probably lose Joe Witherspoon, one or the other, maybe both. Safety, because I think Kobe Bryant's probably going to move on this offseason as well. Center, right guard. Center, right guard, maybe. Something like that. Sign those 3 is vital. Who do we lose? We don't have to lose anybody, but I think we're probably going to lose Woolen. We're probably going to lose Kobe Bryant. Drake Thomas, I believe, is a restricted guy. Ty Cobb is restricted. You keep them. Job is probably going to move on. And hard to say at this point with Rashid Shaheed, because you just don't know what the deal would look like and what he's going to look or want to be paid exactly on that. James is the waves of destruction. Green City Gang. I like it here. Chance, would he go to a struggling program rather than staying here with the team he's helped build? And you can see, Chance, you're not the only guy that's asking this question in the chat. And you can see that this is definitely something that's at the tip of the tongue as far as the Hawk fandom in recent weeks and having this discussion. And I think what happens is that there's this thinking a little bit of like, it gets a little myopic, right? And we get a little bit of view within our situation here and with what Kubiak's got going on with Seattle. And what I would offer to you is to look at it more in the big picture sense of this and to look at this more within when you have a rule of thumb in the NFL and it's pretty hard lined as a rule of thumb, like what I've tried to do with this to try to kind of encapsulate this in the very example I give on this chance is if I have 50 offensive coordinators in this sport that are being given a job offer to become a head coach, doesn't matter whether it's the New York Jets, the Arizona Cardinals, the Green Bay Packers, or the Los Angeles Rams. If I've got 50 offensive coordinators to where an owner and all of them come down onto the line of this and they say, sorry, one second. You're going to have maybe one guy turns down the job of 50, maybe one. So like chance, if you're a gambler walking into a casino and I tell you that there's, a 90 something % chance of this thing happening versus this thing happening, this other % chance, because the guy's going to think about some extra factor that other offensive coordinators just do not include and think about. It's not that it's hard on this because it's where I got to have you guys on this have got to wear two hats, right? There's that first, put the hat on of I'm Kubiak. I want to make a smart decision. I want to make the proper decision. I want to make a decision for my head coaching job that's going to give me great success. There's that hat, right? That would probably have me lead in a logical way to staying in Seattle. Okay, now let's take that hat off. This hat now, chance, comes completely off. Now we put this hat on, which is the generalized fashion by which offensive coordinators operate to go get the head coaching job. And so this is a very clear point, folks. I really want everyone in there that's really like, I feel a retraction to this. It's a year early. He can't go. Why would he want to go? Where's he going to go? I think we're getting a little bit too much into the forest on this one, despite the trees. If an offensive coordinator goes and interviews and the ownership goes, we like you, we offer you the job. The coordinator does not come back as a common denominator saying, well, I like your guys' spot, but like, where's your program really at? Well, do you have enough stuff to make me be allowed to be successful? Again, there's two hats. The hat of it should be a factor. It should weigh into offensive coordinators. It should be something that they think about. But then is it something in practicality? Is it something in practice that we actually see occur and happen? No, it's not. I get a job offer. I go take the job offer. When Callahan was offered the job offer with the Titans and Mike Vrabel was moving on from the Titans, and they came to him and they said, "You want to be the head coach?" Did he sit there and look at them and go, did he sit there and look at it and go, well, I don't know. Vrabel just left there. The cupboard's completely empty. You're bereft of talent. You don't have a quarterback there. I'm an offensive guy. How am I got to work with Will Levis? Will Levis? Really? You're going to make me try to make Levis work? Or did he just go, rubber stamp, I take the job? So, one second. Sorry. All right, 1 second here. So I completely understand the question, and it's a fair one to wonder about initially on the surface of this, but you can't lose the track and the side of the fact that these OCs, when they're given the job, they go take the job. Somebody comes to Clint and they say, you want this? He's going to say, yeah. It's not a 10. There's a very small chance, but again, I can only think of Ben Johnson. That's, if you notice on this one chance, when this gets brought up, Ben's the name that keeps getting brought up when everybody goes, well, he'll want to wait another year. Because that's the only guy that we have in recent history over the last about 20 years that we can think of as a coordinator who's had a job on the table to go get. And it was like, nah, I'm going to wait a year or two. Because a lot of those guys, I think, do operate from the chance of, I think they operate from the mentality chance of, if you have a chance right now to get a job, you have to take it, because you may not get that job opportunity down the line. You may think, let me be patient. Let me wait for the right period of time to go and really jump on that. But that time may not come to be. You may end up coming to find that was your one chance. And you want to look at it as a guy after you're 20 years down the line in this sport of saying, well, I turned down that one job because of the fact that I thought I would get a better chance and a better opportunity. That never came. And so it's, again, got to wear those two hats. The hat of like, what is smart, what is logical, what they should be considering versus fear-based kind of thinking of, well, I may not get this chance again. I got to just take the shot where I can get it. This is my opportunity. I got to jump. And that tends to be the more of the driving force on that chance with it than anything else. Well, Dusko, boy, oh my, that Stafford to Puka play right now was crazy good. Yeah, those guys are on it today, man. Ryan DK had some nice plays today. Helped out my fantasy today, DK did. Antoine says, nothing with death in it. It's beyond corny. Kind of, yeah. What about the Abyss for a name? I like the Abyss. I'll throw that on there. The Dreadnoughts, says Martin. I like the Dreadnoughts. Mr. Dodge is the Talon. The Talon. Does he have to? In Napoleon Dynamite's voice, does he have big talons? Joe says, if you stare long enough into the abyss stares back. I love it. Abyss is good. Abyss is really good. Brandon Jana, the cemented souls or soul takers. The cemented souls. I like the soul takers. I'll toss it on there. I'll toss it on the old stack. The soul takers. Are you ready? Laban Kubiak should wait a year when Andy Reid retires. Be good location to go to for sure. If you could take over for Andy there, that'd be awesome. That'd be a good spot. Andy Myrie, that's another spot to kind of watch for this year. If the Chiefs miss the playoffs, Andy's kind of flirted a little bit here and there with maybe the potential of retiring. Another touchdown for the Rams. Rams score right now as they're up by 3 touchdowns here. First drive of the second half. They walk down the field and score on the Cardinal defense. Cardinal defense is done. Robert Jimenez, Mr. Kane, looks like we're facing the Riley Leonard experience next week against the Colts. Contain Jonathan Taylor, jump on the Colts early equals Seattle win. Feature the blueprint that we have utilized through much of this season, right, Robert? Stop the run, make them one-dimensional, pull them into deep waters, drown them there. Daniel says, I love that we are ahead of schedule and contenders this year, but still talking about OC and preparation. Shows how we are all thinking of a long-term window and a possible dynasty. Long, big Super Bowl windows are great things, and you have set such a great foundation here to be able to have that set up for you now in a major way. And it's a great position to be in, Daniel. There's no doubt about that. And a year ahead of time is right. Does definitely feel like you're ahead of schedule here. Runda says either the Bundys or the Green River Killers. Lean into it. How about the Gridiron Grinders? It's like Gruden's Grinders, the Gridiron Grinders. I like it. Grinders. Gridiron Grinders. Hellhawks is awesome, but you cannot say it on live family programming TV. You can't say Hellhawks? Why not? That's not blue, is it? Llewellyn says, I don't think it'll happen, but if the Cards beat the Rams, I'm going to streak. Let's go. It's going to be an uphill battle for them now, man. 3 touchdowns. It ain't going to be easy. Dave Carlson, if we go to the Super Bowl, who should announce for the Seahawks? After last time we had Kurt Russell announce for the Super Bowl 48. I mean, Kurt Russell's a hell of a standard to set on the last one, right? Going to be hard to beat that. Let me get some coffee and think about that. I'll be right back. Too much. All right. Who would be the Seahawk announcer 48? That's a good question. Got to go West Coast. There we go, Z. There you go, ZZ. Bears down 3-14 to the Packers here. 12:25 to go in the third quarter. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. We got to have it be somebody of the Kurt Russell status. So it's got to be somebody in that neighborhood, I suppose. I don't know who that would be right now. Maybe we get walking. That'd be cool. Seattle, unstoppable, death zone, dreadnoughts, the best defense in the spot. They're going to win this week, no doubt. How about the Dark Side Dreadnoughts? I like that name. Let's go throw it on there. Bears are moving. Bears are moving. Roberts says the Seahawks outscored the Falcons 31-6 in the second half, as Ron Burgundy said. Well, that escalated quickly. Yes, it did. Kogan, I don't know about the Super Bowl just yet. Need to see some consistency from Kubiak and the offense. That would be nice. Feather Dogsters. Rainey says, didn't have the roundtable pick Arizona ahead of the Hawks this season. What a joke. Yes, indeed. They had Seattle in last place. A lot of the not Jake. Jake had us at 11 wins where I was at. I think he was definitely a guy that was like had faith in where Seattle was at. But certainly with Jesse and Mike, they were low on that. And to my side of it, I had the Niners and the Rams, the Cardinals and the Rams, 49ers, right, kind of where they're at. I thought with the easy schedule, the Niners would definitely win their share of games, but I had them in third place, and I had the Cardinals in fourth place, and I had the Cardinals with 6 wins on the year, and I probably gave them too many wins out at that point. But they were all like, not all of them, but most of them in there were just gobsmacked that I only had the Cardinals at 6 wins. Like Mike was like, how do you have us only at 6 wins? I mean, how do you even get that? I'm like, that's where your team's at, bud. Sorry. Is what it is on that. But yeah, they definitely didn't. No one had faith in Seattle. The ones that I said I would do at halftime in the NFC Championship versus Green Bay, and I did, laughing out loud. Hey, you had to deliver on that bet. You had to deliver on that streak. Did you run straight down the neighborhood, Luan? Pansy, the Rams are about to blow out the Cardinals. They got them right on the edge right now. Happy says D-Law already named it the Dark Side and Death Zone. Packers not quite pulling away, Antoine. We got the Bears driving down right now. The Bears need this. Bears need this drive. That's for sure. Want to go back outside? You want to go back outside? Okay. Koken says, is the call-in show instead of the Thursday night watch along? Yeah, I mean, we'll be watching kind of the game anyway a little bit, but as I'm remembering it here this next week. Yeah, we got Atlanta at Tampa Bay, Koken. So I just kind of decided on that one that we'd probably just do the call-in show instead. We've had some stinkers on Thursday night this year and some bad games. Game's probably Rams Destroyer Zone. I'm going to watch it. Yeah, they probably got their number on this one. But Cardinals are you can't blame them for being kind of checked out by this point. Joe's, I wonder if there's a good name incorporating the Pacific Ring of Fire somehow. That'd be good. Feels like there's some way to kind of make that work. Panic of the Pacific. Let's go. The Alaskan Way Assassins. I like that. The Alaskan Way Assassins. See, there's the phonetic ring I'm looking for. Nice little bump, bada bum, you know? Daniel says, by the way, the explanation of death zone actually refers to the whole team. Death zone is mountaineering term. Certain altitudes are called death zone, where death is likely, but where climbers thrive. Oh, okay. Feels like that should be a Bronco nickname for a great Bronco defense with them being a mile high up in the air. But I'll take it. Thanks for the explanation. I didn't know that. Mentality is to thrive in the situations where other teams fold. Ooh, nice. Dave says, in another life, I might have gone in the Coast Guard rescue. Very noble, very noble. It's going to be a scary job, too. Very scary job. The Emerald Eviscerators. Beacon of destruction. C. Wayne, Sean, not C. Wayne, Sean Edwards. They changed the usernames the way this looks now, Sean. So it's kind of like I can all the names rolled together here. It says, Brandon, what's your take on Rick Woolen's performance? For every good play, he seems to F it up with an immature mistake. The taunting penalty was not a good one, especially since he just had the other one happen like 3 weeks ago. You can't stand over the guy and flex, but made a good tackle and he was feeling himself. I think aside from that, he might have given up a completion or two in this game, and that he has been very close to what I'd call lockdown as a corner over the past couple of weeks since his resurgence. And if he can give us the level of play he gave us today, or the level of play that he's given us throughout these last couple of games, that's more than good enough, especially if he's going to come a little bit more forward as a tackler. And so I don't want the stupid penalties. I'm not excusing them, but I do think that this version of Woolen can work. I do think that when it comes down to this, the mitigating factor of this, of where Reek is at, I think it's the factor that ends up having in a place of maybe not being as much on board with having him sign the extension here in Seattle and being willing to move on from him at that point. Because I think you feel like there is a little bit of, for this good, we're going to get a little bit of this down. But with that said, again, I think he's locked in. I think he's playing as good a football as we've just about seen him play right now. And that this can work for this team and this defense down the stretch of the season, if he can hold it up like this. So it still gives you some frustrations, but I think he's minimizing those frustrations more often than not. The Blue Bruisers. The Blue Bruisers. That's a mouthful. Robbie Red. Thank you for the $2 donation, Robbie. He says, I sat next to Derek Hall's dad at the game today. Let's go. That's right. You have Auburn, Derek Hall from Auburn. I'm guessing he had this family in the house there, and that was cool. You gotta give us some tea, man. How was the conversations with Derek Hall's dad? That would have been a lot of fun. I had a chance to hang with Richard Sherman's mom at a Charger game once, which was kind of cool. She was a very nice lady. Her and my mom got along swimmingly. But very cool, man. Thank you for the $2 donation. Good job of you guys in the house. Sanchez, Robbie Red, you guys seem like you did good representing the Hawk fans out there. Brandon McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, plus, Clint Kubiak's dad famously had to wait for a head coaching job. That's the thing I talk about, Randall, which I think is it's the hard part of this. There's the intelligent part of this, and then there's the way that it just plays out when the rubber actually meets the road and things go from theory to practicality. And in theory, you'd love to wait for the right job and wait to go take something that gives you a chance for success. In practicality, that gets very hard to do that. And you cannot think that that wouldn't factor a little bit in a guy like Clint's mind. Guy's not had a head coaching job opportunity yet, though he's very young, but a guy also whose dad, like you say, had to kind of wait to get his chance and his opportunity. So, do you wait? And well, you could be waiting a long time if you try to take that lane of it. So great point on your part. And you got to think that that's going to be a bit of a factor here for Kubiak if there's a job on the table. Maybe not the main factor, but a factor. Appreciate you, Randall. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 and all of your support today, Jeffrey. Packers with another touchdown, by the way, go up 20-11 on the green on the Chicago Bears. Big play to Christian Watson down the field. Well, Seattle having that potential, that number 1 bye, looking good. By the way, this is playing out so far here. Jeffrey, thank you for that $5. The Rams and the Packers are the playoff teams that scare me the most. Packers are super hot and cold, though, and Bears are a year away. Eagles are done. I agree with everything you said all the way down the line on this one, Jeffrey. Rams and Packers, to me, remain the two most probably dangerous teams in the NFC in the playoffs that we're going to have to potentially play. Going on the road to Green Bay, I want no part of that. I don't want to go to Lambeau and winter. No, thank you. But they would be the two toughest teams we'd have to play in the playoffs. Niners, the injuries, even if they get in, you got to feel like you like your chances, especially playing at home against that team. Tampa Bay seems to be weakening as the year goes along, oddly so. I mean, they may lose the division. They may not make the playoffs at this point. You don't know really what you're going to have with the Lions at this point. And I agree with you on the Bears. They feel a year away. And yeah, the Eagles are a team that just, they look at a sorts in another one of those teams as we talk about the marathon of a season and how you can look a certain way here and then look a certain way there. They look like a team that's weakening as the year goes along. Like they're kind of running out of gas a little bit. The tank is going empty. And so it does feel like Rams and Packers are the two that emerge that are going to be the biggest threats for us and true legitimate threats at that. Teams that are very complete, teams that can get after you in a variety of ways. Packers got Watson back rolling now. They're not going to get Tucker Kraft back in the mix, but still a very good offense, very good team, very dangerous all the way around. And certainly I feel that way about the Rams too. Rams in good injury shape in addition to that. Rams have been kind of low-key very healthy this year and how things have worked out for them. 100% agree, Jeffrey. 100% agree. Ninjetti, thank you for the $5 donation. Ninjetti says, hey, B, the average offensive coordinator makes $1 million. $1 million. The average head coach makes $7 to $8 million. Pay him $10 million to stay another year. I think Jody Allen can afford it. Well, you touch on one of those places that I often say, we were having a good talk about this last week. Somebody asked a great question on the roundup when I was mentioning about chasing edges. What does that mean, chasing edges? When you say, when the coaching staff talks about chasing edges, what does that mean? What does that mean? And it means taking advantage of opportunities and advantages that other teams are not taking advantage of. So to your point, so many other teams out there, this is what I pay an OC. I'm not paying him more for that. We're not paying him head coaching wages to be an OC. That's ridiculous. We're not doing that. There's no way we're going to do that. No, hell no. No way we do that. But this is where if you, to your point, have the market opportunity to where you come back and you go, well, there's no salary cap on coaching jobs. There's no salary cap for offensive coordinators. What difference is it to us if we give him a little bit extra dough? All it does is eat into our profit margin a little bit. And so I thought that this is where a place that you could chase those edges. To your point on this, Ninjetti, is you say, hey, we will give you this amount and we'll let you be matched up. And now you can remove, because you bring up a good point that I've even talked about, which is that coaches just take those head coaching jobs. But the other part of those head coaches just taking those head coaching jobs is the fact that the increase in pay is so substantial. These are guys that are making good money, but now they're making generational wealth money in 1 year as just 1 year of a head coach. And then that's a pretty big factor onto your decision as well, isn't it? Like that's going to loom pretty large too. And especially like you say, where there's a discrepancy of 1 in 5 in what you make pay wise, not to mention that head coaching contracts are guaranteed. So if I go to the Tennessee Titans to go lead Cam Ward and I'm Clint Kubiak and I sign a 4-year, $20 million deal, that $20 million is guaranteed money in my pocket. There's no way they can't pay it. So good point there, but also a good point in addition to that this is a market opportunity for those teams that are smart to chase that edge in a way that other teams wouldn't chase. Because there's a lot of teams I think that would be willing to let an OC go if it means they've got to pay him head coaching wages. Shouldn't be the case. If he's that good as an OC, if he's that much of a differentiator, ride with him, roll with him, give him the extra money. Be smart in your process in that way. I love what you're thinking at on this, Ninjetti. It's one of the reasons you guys are so smart in this chat and how you guys look at this sport, and that would be a great way to attack it on this side of it. And if you can at least remove the monetary side of it, now you make it back onto the hard part of it, where he's looking at it going, well, is it really a job I can be successful at? Is it really that just becomes the whole factor of it, and the money gets removed completely. So I love that as an idea, and maybe a way that you can find a little bit of some middle ground with this too. Thank you, Ninjetti. Appreciate you for that. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5. Last 2 games, the offense struggled in the first half and adapted in the second half. Do we go in with a game plan to hit JSN and adapt the game into the second options? Maybe we start the game the way we end. Really hard to say on this one, Randall. I don't know if I have a really great answer for you on part of what I think the question in my mind from this comes out of, I don't really know what you were doing in that first half from a tactical standpoint. Wasn't really clear on what they were looking to do other than the inside runs on the lighter defensive front of the Falcons. You were definitely looking to attack that a little bit more, I would say. But there was a lot of this as well first half where I was just kind of scratching my head, starting out the game with 3 straight passes, for instance, Randall, where I was kind of going, what are we doing? What is this? Remember early in the year, you were starting out really hot and you had a really great game plan. And you had a lot of games this year where starting out and you'd have 5-6 drives, you might score on 5 of the 6 or the 6 of the first 7 drives. And then we were finding in the second half that there would be struggles and that they would start to kind of pitter out a little bit. So it's kind of changed a bit on the fly here. The more of the season that we've gone on, well, especially just the last 2 games where it's been more of the first half struggle than the second half. But by and large, we've been pretty good in first halves, offensively speaking. So I would probably lean into more of that being just a sample size of the last 2 games. And I think some of it comes from the fact that you're playing two of the most, literally the most, 2 of the highest pressure-based defenses in the sport. 2 of the defenses that put as much risk on the board as any defense out there. And I'd say with those kind of defenses, you get the dominance sometimes to one side, but then when it goes wrong, it can go really wrong because just one minor detail is broken on these defenses that want to blitz this much, and it's a big play down the football field. And that's what we were seeing a lot of from this Falcon defense in the second half is maybe that risk was benefiting you in the first half in a major way, but it was biting you on the butt in the second half as well in an equally measured way to the other side of that. And that's part of why some coaches can become very risk adverse is there seems to be a bit of a randomness when you want to run that sort of high blitz, high pressure rate functionality. It's one of the reasons I love Macdonald finding the balance that he does with that, where he doesn't just go hyper turning up to the 11 every time, but picks his moments, tries to tactically, catch offenses off guard when he's going to get aggressive, when he's going to dial up the heat. I think it'll be just a short-term problem, and wouldn't shock me in the least, Randall, with this, that we see the first half struggles go away once you start seeing the teams that aren't blitzing at like a league high rate on your offense. Not that I think that's a defense that shuts our offense down, but just again, that I think it provides a lot of wild variance on an offense that's already had kind of a lot of wild variance this year, where when it's hot, it's hot, it's cold, it's cold. It just kind of reinforces that general way your offense operates even more so. It makes you more of what you already kind of naturally are, I think, when they run this kind of pressure-based stuff. Again, Vikings being the highest blitz rate team in the NFL, Falcons being the second highest blitz rate team in the NFL, 1 and 2. Thank you, though, Randall. Appreciate you, brother. Hope you're having a good one with the fam out there. And this is also in a tsunami, the sheer terror and devastation in a real tsunami really fits how dominant we are. Offensive staff blaring the sirens in anticipation. Let's go. Chan says, if it wasn't for you in the channel, I would just watch highlights. You'd be getting me through the work days. Well, thank you for that, Chance. I love the thought of that. As anybody's ever just to kind of work, listen to me in the background. That's how I've always consumed my podcast content. And I love what I get to do, man. I'm glad it's definitely providing an asset to you guys on it. You guys are very kind to me, but from like yourself being a member and donating, and just you guys are so awesome to me. So very, very kind to me, and all the love you show me every time I go live. This is the easiest job in the world to do because of what I get to do every time I go live with you guys. It is never hard work for me. We might work long hours, but it ain't never hard hours. It's always fun hours with you guys. And I love what I get to do, man. I'm having as good a time as ever doing this channel. Really looking forward to the future here. Big plans for the horizon line on this. But thank you for that, man. I appreciate that. Robert says the term any given Sunday has been the theme this season. A 2-win Saints team beat the Buccaneers on the road, and it was not a fluke win. Shaking my head. It's where we got to be careful on just riding too hard on, well, Seattle had an easy schedule, so that's all that they've done what they've done this year. Number one, we've got some quality of wins on this schedule in addition to that. So let's not undersell those quality wins as the season has also come about too, right? Because right now, if I'm not mistaken, the Jacksonville Jaguars are a first-place team with 9 wins. You beat them on the road in their house. If I'm not mistaken, the Pittsburgh Steelers are a first-place team, albeit with 7 wins. You beat them in their house. So do we have a litany of high-quality wins across the board of us taking teams down? No, that's probably not been necessarily the case so far. But you have a couple quality wins on there. And back to your point on this as well, is that any given Sunday, anything can happen. And that it's very hard for a team to stay locked in through 17 games of an NFL season. It's very easy for a game or two to come up that kind of they're just not showing up. They're not ready to be at their best. Things are just kind of out of sorts. Wasn't maybe a good week of practice. The malaise of the season sort of hits you. So like the New York Giant game last year was this way. Like the third game in 15 days that we're playing, guys' bodies were a little tired, hard to kind of lock in all the details. You're still a little sore from the prior games, maybe not quite ready to really fully go. These games come up. So it's easy on paper to say, well, all that should be a win. 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 But look, it's hard to go out there and get them actually. So a great point on your part. Cannot overlook that them getting this done to 10 wins, getting this, and no matter easy schedule or not, this is hard to do. And there is a very good reason why your Seattle Seahawks, despite the fact you've been to 3 Super Bowls, despite the fact you've had a pretty good organizational run in your 50 years, has only been at 10-3 as a record to start out the season, maybe 2 or 3 other times in their history. It is hard to do that in this league. Very hard to do this. Mumbles, the Hawks Nest, graveyard of the Pacific is the term I think of. Graveyard of the Pacific. Okay. Graveyard of the Pacific. I love that. I got to look that. And then you got me. I'm going to go down a rabbit hole in this one, Mumbles. I have to look into this one a little bit. I just wanted to be interested to hear if there's a spot. I hadn't been aware that we had kind of some of those waters that were kind of rough out here. I know once you get to Alaska, they got some tough stuff there, but Smoka, Falcons are a self-destructive mess. You got exactly what was on display with them this year with what's been on display with them this year. The penalties and the self-inflicted mistakes, the jumping off sides defensively, 3 offsides penalties on them today defensively. Sloppy team in that way. Awful special teams unit. Came into this thinking, you got the number 1 special teams unit going against probably the 32nd best special teams unit. If special teams matters, this should be a game where that factors in. What do we see? Block kick return touchdown. Kind of fits the form a bit there. So, yeah, you're right. Warren says, let's go get the win against the Colts and go into the game against the Rams at 11-3. Game of the year 2.0. Ethan says, waves of destruction. Tsunami is short and to the point, though. It is, yeah. It's got to be tsunami. That's how we spell it. So it's not tsunami. It's going to be tsunami. Tsunami. Beacon of chaos. New Pope X, the Rams have tiebreakers if we end up tied, even if we win. Okay, so if we win out, New Pope X, the way to think about this is if you win out, you get the division and you probably get the number 1 overall seed. So right now we're 10-3. Rams win today against the Cardinals. They'll be 10-3. But if you win out, you're only at 3 losses. The Rams are at 4 losses. There is no tiebreaker then. You just take the division. So win out, division championship, home field advantage through the playoffs. We don't need anybody else to do anything else for us against the Rams other than that. That's it. And that's Popex that's set up because the Rams lost to the Panthers last week. Steven says, at the Hawks Nest, I just wanted to say that I really enjoyed listening to your wisdom of the game. Go Hawks. Thank you, Steven. Appreciate you watching, man. And very kind of you to say. Thank you, brother. Antoine's up, Brandon. If Mike Tomlin's fired, would it have been smart for the Steelers to do? If Mike Tomlin is fired, would it have been smart for the Steelers to do? What team would he be a good fit for, in your opinion? Or what? I think you're asking, what would it be smart for the Steelers to do if they fire him? They are a blue blood organization that does think with a little bit of a older outlook on things, I think, to their process. You know, they're like the Packers a little bit, and an interception there by the Arizona Cardinals will put this game to bed. With 18 seconds to go in the third quarter, Landman makes a pick there, 31-10. Rams are going to win. I believe that the last 2 hires that the Steelers have had, both being Cowher and Tomlin, keeping in mind in my lifetime, Steelers have only had 3 head coaches: Chuck Noll, Tomlin, and Cowher. And the last 2 hires have all come in-house. So being it's the same ownership group that's in play and that they've had this we don't move on very fast thing going on anyway, but then if they do move on, it tends to be an internal hire. Makes it harder to see who they would go out there and get on the open market. I mean, if a Stefanski was let go and I'm the Steelers, I think I might look at Stefanski. The other part of this is that they do tend to be with Cowher and Tomlin wanting to go to more of a defensive-minded coach. That's kind of their modus operandi. So this gets hard with it, Antoine, was do they fit to what they've been historically suited to do, or do they actually look to go a different direction? Understanding the game's changed and more teams lean towards an offensive side of the ball than anything else. I would think that they would probably be open to an offensive guy, a Stefanski in their own division. They know how good he is. That would be one that would be interesting. But they're 7-6 right now. The Ravens at 6-7 are just behind them, and they just beat the Ravens today. They've got to face the Steelers, got to face the Dolphins, the Lions, the Browns, and the Ravens again at the end of the year. So they're very much right now with their win today, especially with the Bengals losing. And they're out of it completely. I mean, they kind of have the division locked up at this point. Puka Nacua with another touch. Puka Nacua is going crazy today. Another touchdown reception for Puka. Jeez. Rams are slaughtering the Cardinals. Just pulling one feather out. They're pulling 5 feathers out at a time, really. So hard to say on the Steeler one. Hard to say. I go Stefanski for a little bit of that internal thing that they like to go with there, and that, like it's not in-house, but it's in division. Tomlin, where would he go? kind of see the Giants or the Cardinals being two teams that might be, two teams that have shown a willingness in the past to have defensive-minded head coaches. Giants could look to have a guy that kind of comes in and establishes his culture, which they could sell to their fans with Tomlin. I think that'd be the best plays. Best. Keon says the Seahawks Week 17 game against the 49ers in 2020 year was the game of the decade. Hollister missing the goal by an inch. No time left. Brutal. A great game. Was a really great game. How about that? Was the beast mode return game too, right? How about Seattle Pound? How about the Seattle Pound? Got the dog pound, but I'll put it on. Hopper says Seahawks beat cupcakes and lose big matchups. I mean, we beat the Jacksonville Jaguars on the road. We beat the Steelers on the road. I wouldn't say those are cupcakes. Maybe they're not the upper crust of the NFL, but I don't think they're up. I don't think those are cupcakes, especially winning those games on the road, Propa. You can only play the schedule that you're given. I mean, Niners same way. They're 9-4 partly because they're having the easiest schedule in the league coming into it. You can only play what they've given you. Oh, we beat the Texans too. So I mean, yeah, I mean it's yeah. You lose. You don't win every single game on your schedule, but there's at least 3 quality wins on that schedule, Propa. Outside of our division, I don't think the Niners have any quality wins. So you got us and the Rams is about all you guys have pulled together. We'll see in a couple weeks though. Tan May, the Puget Hounds can just stick to the Puget Sound is a double meaning, an ode to the area. The Puget Hounds, the hounds of the Puget Sound, the hounds of the Puget Sound are coming. I like it. Squires, didn't the Jags beat the Colts, 49ers, Chiefs, and Chargers? Yeah. It's where it's, like C-Lord says, I'm not saying Jacks are elite, but they're not a cupcake. It's like, it's where we got to be nuanced. Let's find some gray area. I know it's fun to say, talk our stuff, but let's also be true in what we're saying. I think it's perfectly acceptable to say the Seattle still has more to prove about their ability to be a full-on contender this year, but there's been quality wins, and we've taken care of business. And you don't get to 10-3 in this year in this sport by just cupcake schedule. No, not when you're this deep into the season. Certainly not when you're in what I would consider the toughest division football on top of it. Rondell had a full hair the last time the Niners won a championship. Daniels, as far as Kubiak moving on, I wonder what his dad's advice will be. Wait for a better situation or go for it when you have a chance. Well, like Randall was talking about earlier, his dad faced a situation where he had to kind of wait to get his head a coaching opportunity. And you would think that I'd have the dad advising Clint that when you get your chance, you got to take it. But hard to say. Maybe his outlook's evolved with time with that too. Joe says $1 billion company and NFL team asks you to run it. You take the job. You guys in history can be picky about it. There are some, but it is exceptionally rare. Bingo. Joe touches on the point I'm trying to make with this. And it ain't about the fact of it, what's intelligent. We got to take off in this point, what's intelligent. That part, that's not really the factor for the guy choosing that job or not. It's that this $1 billion team's offering you this job. You don't know if you're going to get another chance to do it. There's the generational wealth aspect of it, guaranteed contract. May not get that chance again somewhere else. This is what ends up being the driving force in these situations more than, is it the right spot for me? Is this the right time for me to take it? Lord Kubiak will probably get head coaching interviews. It'll be those interviews that will have him coming back to be our head coach. So, see, he's a little dry. He's a little dry. Now he says Arizona's hoping to draft Mendoza or Sayan. I think Sayan's got another year in college, Haffy. Julian Sayan. So he's a true sophomore. And I do hope they draft Mendoza. Please, Arizona, draft Mendoza. Please do that. Please do that. Please. I'd be such a happy camper. Why are you so peppy? It's like, because I got my dub. Got my dub industry work. Joe says, yeah, Mike must be losing at rough times, man. If he's in the process of tying a noose right now, I would understand. Jan says, yeah, I wasn't thinking head coach is what you want, right? Laughing out loud. It makes sense. I think I just want him to stay for an extra year, laughing out loud. I wanted to, man. I hope it doesn't seem like I'm looking or wanting him to move on. Quite the opposite. I don't. And there's no guarantees to get the job. As someone else mentioned above, he does have to interview, and he has a bit of a dry personality. Charisma and how you can capture a room is going to be part of you earning that job more than just the bottom line of you driving a great offense. So we'll see how it goes. It is also hard because it's like you see him go and take the job in Tennessee, and your initial gut instinct would be like, man, the Rams are going to score another touchdown. Your initial gut instinct would be, man, that's not a job you're going to likely to be successful in. You're likely to be back to being an OC in a couple of years here, Clint. But fortune doesn't really come into play as much as maybe it should. He says, yeah, Mike must be losing at rough times, man. Mike's holding on over there at 44-10. He might be talking about relocation after this game. Jan says, you're right. It's a no-brainer. I was thinking from a fan perspective, not a staff perspective. Live now, it makes perfect sense. Oh, and I don't think you're thinking of wrong either, because you guys are thinking about it smartly and trying to think of like what is best for me as a Kubiak. Yeah, you guys want to keep Kubiak, but you're also thinking of, yeah, but what's best? What's best for me in my long-term future? You know. Joe says, you can say hell on TV. Yeah, you can say hell on TV. Happy says the voice will be James Dean Morgan. Negan H loves the Hawks. He does, man. Shout out to James Dean Morgan. He does the narration on the sound stuff, I think. Yeah, he does a great job on the sound. He'll crush it. He's a Hawk fanatic. Shout out to James. Shout out to James. And yeah, you got accuracy issues. You're 58% as a passer here in year 2. You've probably got some accuracy issues there a little bit. I think he's still struggling to play on time, on script. Chris Batson, Pacific Northwester. Yep, he's a North Corridor kid. Now we got an actor. We got to have somebody who can bring the, Eddie's got a great voice, but we got to have the gravitas. Gravitas. Yeah, we got a few famous Seahawks fans out there. It's kind of cool. Resting Face, Skeptic Face says we forced a shutout last week. This week we held them to just 3 field goals. Rams allowed a touchdown from the Cards. They have, yeah. But they haven't given them much else other than that. Zena's very shy. And Bumpkin's not very nice to her. Robbie Ed says, yeah, Derek Hall's dad is a really nice guy. So many Hawk fans showed up today in Atlanta. Hell yeah. Sounds like we kind of took over the stadium. Let's go. Nice throw. Caleb gives you a nice throw here and there. Bears 14-21. They're in this game still. The sound is a great watch on the Hawks channel. As Brandon's suggestion here, if you aren't checking that out, definitely take a look and check it out. Wazapu says, what about the Defenders? Lots of sad Falcon fans today. Boy, they did some tough shots where they're panning through the crowd and you were seeing some pretty long faces. 10,000 yard stares in the audience. Can't blame them. I missed the Caleb throw. I was looking at the chat. Yeah, Jim Caviezel's another big Seahawks fan, local guy. He did the large in video online. Yeah, he did it. They did a pretty good job on that. Happy Stafford's definitely winning the MVP. He's your front runner right now. That's a for show. Carl Urban announcing would be hilariously awesome. That would be pretty funny. Both us and the Rams have 150 plus point differential after today. Yep. And I think you've only got the Patriots as a team over 100 after today. So Patriots at 110 plus differential. Seattle's at 161. Currently, the Rams will be at 124, but they'll be at like 140, 150. Two best teams in the league, and maybe two of the best teams in the league by far, dare I say. Dallas Cowboy, never faith in Dallas quarterback. We always going backwards. What did you think, little Dallas Cowboy, about some of the effort from Pickens in that game? Like that deep throw at the end. There were some questionable effort moments I felt like in that game here and there. David says other expansion teams get a star quarterback or a dominating defensive player. We get Largent, cast off, too small, too slow. That's right. Look what he did. Jesse, we want the Packers to win because then we can truly control our own fate here as we head to the playoffs. Very important. Representing the Hawks Nest in Atlanta today. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you for that, Robbie. If we told Derek Hall's dad, we show him a lot of love. I just dropped a Derek Hall video on the channel a couple days ago. Bears back in it here. Packers win this game, but next Green Bay Bear matchup is still in question. Yeah, damn Cards, at least split with the Rams. Come on. Yeah, the Rams get to play the Cards again at some point. Resting skeptic face, famous Seahawks fans. We got Joel McHale, Will Farrell, Chris Pratt, Anna Ferris, Adam Ray, Jeffrey Dean Morgan. I know I'm forgetting some. We got McHale on there. Yeah, we got Caviezel. Got to put Jim Caviezel in there too. Can't forget him. And there does feel like there's one more. Oh, yeah, there's Rainn Wilson. Rainn's a famous Seahawks fan as well. Dave says, I can hear Jim Caviezel. They fired their coach, traded their starting quarterback. We're not one, but both top receivers. This was supposed to be a long-term rebuild. Suddenly, they have an iron wall defense, and Caviezel's a hard one to do he's hard to do a impression of. Dex's thoughts on Job? Feel like he's a liability sometimes. I think he's a real competitive guy out there. I don't think he's ever going to be a star-driven corner, but he's probably made himself some money for this offseason. Team could maybe bring him on a low-end deal just to give him something competent at the position if Woolen moves on. But I wouldn't say he's an answer as like a lockdown guy out there. I love his competitiveness. I love how he gets after it. He doesn't, if he's going to give up something, he's going to be feisty throughout the whole course route and make you earn it. He's had some good games this year. I don't think he's gotten tremendously like battered around at any point in time this year. He'll maybe give a couple catches up a game, but he stays pretty clean. You don't beat him over the top. You know, if it's a completion he gives up, it tends to be something short. Chris says Vegas Raiders, the season of gloom. So the one, did Hall D-Law have another forced fumble? No, that was Jaron Reed. He got the punch out today. $4 billers in Atlanta. Oh my God. What we charge, like 20 in Seattle Stadium? It's not like Darnold. Clint Klibiak needs to be better play calling. Tired of him too. Definitely need to get the play calling a little bit righter. First half was a little strange from my perspective as well in that one. Keon, has there been a worse offense in the last decade than the Raiders this year? Good Lord, it's just absolutely awful to watch. I mean, maybe not. They got 179 points this year so far. Even the Saints have them outpaced with what they've got offensively. It's been pretty bad. And boy, you hear the stories coming out of Las Vegas in regards to Chip Kelly and that whole situation. Just feels like a mess, start to finish. Robert Red, Hawks Nest. If you're ever in Seattle for a game, it'd be fun to get a beer with you. Fellow Hawk Nesters, laughing out loud. We'll do at some point. At some point, we'll get a remote session up there and try to figure something out with that. It's hard on game days, but we'll try to get something figured out. I've been thinking about trying to maybe put together a preseason for next year. I think me and the Syndicate boys are going to get something kind of set up. So we might have a in-person one for one of the preseason games there, Robbie. I think we're going to try to look at maybe doing something like that. Try to figure something out. The Blacks Rams, the only team that scare me in the entire NFL. They're scary, man. Definitely scary. I agree. One of the few. One of the few. Thomas Cox, thanks for the $2 donation. Says the Rams 45 to 10 Rams. Mike is mad. Yeah, Mike's going through it already this year, and every loss seems to get a little worse. As bad as each loss has been, they just keep getting progressively a little bit worse, a little bit harder to take. I think probably from his perspective, he might actually be starting to turn around where he's mentioned last week. He's starting to do the turn his eyes to the draft thing. So at that point, it's just like, why not just lose as many games as possible to get the best absolute draft positioning? Which if I'm him, I wouldn't mind doing that either at this point. Bears were able to tie up the Packers 21-all here. 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Hell of a job by the Bears to get back into this game. They look like they were kind of on the edge of being pushed over the cliff here by the Packers. But the Bears able to answer. Mike's gonna be a little mad though. He might be okay though, because he might be thinking, hey, we're at top 2 pick in the draft. You know, we got Mendoza coming. I know he's already got a sight on Mendoza. So, please Cardinals draft Mendoza with your 2nd overall pick in the first round. Oh my gosh. You talk about long-term regret. There's some quarterbacks in this draft that are getting already bumped up artificially. I can see it happening, and they're getting bumped up artificially when they shouldn't be. Mendoza is one of those guys. I like him. He's not a bad quarterback, but just because he's a good college quarterback doesn't mean that skill set's going to translate as an NFL caliber quarterback. The Lord's Discipline, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, would you say the Bears have better run blocking O-line? Yeah. I would probably give them a slightly better nod on that. I think you have in Gray's Abel and Bradford 2 guys that have where their strength lies is more pass protection. Oluwatimi, where his strength lies, gives you a little bit of run blocking, but I think he's probably a little bit better as a pass protector. Charles Cross is a better pass protector than he's a run blocker. So you could make an argument that 4/5 of this offensive line minimum have guys being tried out there where their strength is more to what they do in the passing game than run blocking. Whereas, Bears have Jonah Jackson there, I think it is, and he's rolling back to what he was as a good road grading run blocker. Thuney can do some really good stuff run blocking at left guard position. Drew Dahlman's a great run blocking center. Yeah, I don't think it's like head and shoulders like wildly better than us, but it is probably a little bit better blocking. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. Jordan's got a little Jordan slander here. Says, I don't trust the Packers or Jordan Love. He hasn't gotten better since 2023. That's Jordan on Jordan crime right there. Jordan on Jordan crime. I feel this very same way about Jordan Love. I remember reading a story this offseason about Love of that, there's so many NFL evaluators and front office people that just talk about the fact that Jordan Love is on the edge of taking over this league, that he's just right on the edge of taking over this league. And he does seem to be a little bit of that guy where it's like, that's the theory behind him, is that he's going to develop to that point, but you don't quite feeling and watching him that he's ever really getting to that point. And he makes some tremendous top end throws. He can make every throw in the book. He's got more than functional mobility. He can throw off platform. He can throw moving to his right. There's a lot you can see of real tangible skill to his game, but neck up stuff with Love is the question I would really have with him. And that he gets so hyper fixated on his first read. I just looked up here and it's just like, they do stuff with him where they'll have his head arched downward down the field before he gets to his first read, just to force him to make it look like he's going through extra other reads. But the whole way he was going to the flat, like there, he's going to the flat route to Jacob the whole way. The whole way he's going to throw his shoulders to get out to Jacob. He's just staring down there to try and make him home, because Packers offense and LaFleur are aware of the fact that he'll just stare down the first target and then he'll throw it to the first target. So that lack of processing, it's also why, Jordan, when you hear me hammer this in the pre-draft evaluation process with quarterbacks, and I say that the two functions I look for, the two things that I think you need to have as a quarterback walking in the NFL, and if you don't have them, I'm going to remove you down really far as your upside goes. Arm strength, processing. Arm strength, you're not getting your arm much stronger than it is walking in the door out of college. Might be able to get a little quicker, might be able to get a little more agile, might get your footwork better, but you're probably not getting your arm any stronger. Processing. Can you think fast on your feet? 1, 2, 2, back to 1. 1, 2, boom, back to 1. Or do you go 1, I got to see it. Okay, it's not open. Maybe I can get over. Oh, there's not time to get over to number 2 now. I took so long to decide what was going on with read 1. I couldn't get over here to read 2. So Love to me just never gets over that second read. And this is a guy that's played so much football at this point. If he's not getting over to that read, that process is not occurring, it's probably not going to occur. And as you can have a brilliant play caller and a brilliant scripter of plays, but comes down to it, the quarterback's decision-making is going to factor in a football game. There's only so much you can protect a guy. And a little bit of what they have to do with the Packers with Love and how they roll with him is it's a little bit protective in the way that they make him do what he does. But they are dangerous, and that talent is true. And you never know when maybe a light bulb does come on with him, where it just took a little extra time. And year 6, the thing finally was like, oh, I get it. It's possible. You never know, especially in this new era of football where these quarterbacks are sometimes take a little bit longer to develop and they're finding reinventions later on in their career. That does give you that potential still with him, but it does remain potential. It does remain theoretical as much as anything else at this point, more than it's actual. But thank you for the $5 donation. I agree with you 100% on that, Jordan. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for all of your donations today. Dropping another tenner. Very, 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 very kind of you to do so, Jeffrey. I really, really appreciate that. With how unhappy, not just us, but fans of other teams have been with the color commentating, how would you feel about each team having different local people of note in the box calling the game for fun? I would love to see it, Jeffrey. I think that the NFL has done a crappy job at finding dynamic people in the booth. I think the NFL gets very lazy about this too, where there's guys that have been in the booth and maybe 15 years ago, they were great. Are they as great now where we stand? Are they as strong as they once were? Have they gotten a little bit boring? Have they gotten maybe a little tired of the job? I think some of those guys get wore out of the job and they get a little bit of less excitement for it. And you can feel that from them. So yeah, I think that the NFL could easily do that kind of transition. The hard part about this comes is I'm broadcasting out, on Fox, Seahawks Cardinal game. Now I'm going to force the Cardinal fans to have to hear Seahawks, the Seahawks color commentaries for the whole game. And they're going to freak out, and you're going to probably get less watching from other fans' teams that have that local guy doing it for them. And so that's probably why that would be hard to make that happen that way. You wouldn't be able to really have it to where the NFL's not going to do this where they do, Jeffrey, well, if it's in Arizona, we'll have the Cardinal local people do it. And then in Seattle, it'll be the Seattle local people doing it. And if you're watching on the TV in Arizona, you'll hear the commentating from the Arizona people. But if you're in Seattle, you hear it from the Seattle people. They won't do that. They'll have one commentating staff pushing it out throughout all of the country and worldwide. So it's a great idea. I love the idea, Jeffrey. I do. But just pulling it off in practicality would probably be pretty hard. I do think that the NFL is kind of recognizing this as being a little bit of an issue at this point. I think that this is why they allowed, for instance, YouTube right now to have some select games throughout the course of this year where they're allowing guys like myself, like Grossi was able to do the Packers-Chiefs game, I think, earlier this year. So they're allowing folks like ourselves to be able to do the color commentary on the game. And in my opinion, this is where it's kind of expanding to long-term, Jeffrey, where it might get out of that long-term when we get 10, 15 years down the line on this and the way that this is kind of changing. But whether they go that route with it or they just look to get to me a little more dynamic in the booth, I feel like they've just gotten lazy and that there's better guys you can get to do this. And you just got to be more creative and open to having a more of a varied amount of people coming through there to try it out until you can find those guys that are the stars and who do it great. So definitely something you hear a lot about from fans on being done with the commentators and done with some of what you hear from them. Just because it's gotten so kind of boring at times. And I don't know why it's so boring with them too. There's so much stuff to talk about that's interesting and exciting, and it doesn't have to be boring and lame. Thank you for the $10 donation, Jeffrey. I love the idea. If conceptually they could figure out the way to, push out the broadcast where like Arizona's getting it, and then maybe you just have like half the country getting the Arizona broadcast and the other half the country and maybe the North getting Seahawks, kind of split it that way. That'd be fun. And I think the NFL would really benefit from making their telecast that much more dynamic by doing so. Would love to see a little bit more inventiveness brought to that, to your point, Jeffrey. Something with a little bit more willingness to think outside the box. Because standard issue just kind of seems standard issue just seems to be not doing the job, Jeffrey, to your point. Thank you, though, man. Appreciate all of your support today, Jeffrey. You are awesome as ever on all you do for this channel, man. Robbie Red, I don't dislike Caleb Williams, but the lowest completion percentage of the NFL as a starter, not good. Not good, especially when you have a team that's playing really well. Defense playing really well, running the ball really well. You have a good offensive line in front of you. There's a lot set up this year for Caleb Williams to find success. He's still a very young quarterback and did not get any chance to really sit on the bench and learn. So he's having to figure this all out live fire, and that can't be undersold a little bit. And the Bears didn't put him in the best of situations for success, asking him to do that immediately. But having the percentage this low with those factors working in his favor is at least mildly concerning. Baker says, what's Murray's trade value? Tough to see the Cardinals keep him. I agree with you, Banker. I think Jacoby Brissett's going to be the guy going in next year with probably a rookie quarterback like a Mendoza backing him up. I have a hard time understanding where Kyler Murray's value is going to be at on the open market, because whoever trades for Kyler Murray is also then going to have to trade for Kyler Murray's contract. Now, the Cardinals are going to have an opportunity here to where they're going to eat the dead money. And so, the cost isn't going to be as great to that team that then takes on Kyler's contract. But He's still got a $17 million roster bonus, a $7.2 million option bonus, a $1.875 million workout bonus, and a $22.835 million base salary. So because the Cardinals are cheap and they don't want to put anything on the front end, they put everything on the back end of this contract. So, okay, they eat the signing bonus money that's left on Kyler's deal. I mean, kind of big whoop. The signing bonus money left on his deal is $3.5 million. Only $3.5 million is all that they get to clear off the books by moving the deal. So there's a combination of things going on here from my perspective on this at Banker. Number one, who's trading for this guy? Who's trading to have him on their on their books at, it would be $33 million. It's going to cost you $33 million on next year's cap to have Kyler on your roster. I know that the easy answer is to kind of say, well, what about the Jets? I mean, he's got to be better than Justin Fields, right? Do you feel like throwing $30 million down the line to take that risk? I think I would be more like, yeah, no, we'll just stay in our process and save our money and go with something else. So I don't really see the team out there that Vegas maybe, because they feel like maybe he can get around their bad offensive line. But then does Vegas want to sit on that on a $30 million contract while at the same time then having to eat the dead money that they're going to have to eat to get off of the Geno deal? I don't think so. Saints aren't going to move for him. Titans aren't going to move for him. I don't think Cleveland's going to look at moving for him. I don't think Cleveland's got the cap space to move for him. I mean, like maybe the Jets would be about the only team you could look at that could be a real realistic place that whoever trades for him is going to have him at $33 million, Banker. It's not to have him as a backup quarterback at $33 million. I guess my bottom line on this comes down to Banker. I don't think there's any trade value. I don't think the Cardinals, if they move him in trade value, want to then eat that $50 million on next year's cap wholly at that point, but rather split the dead money up into 2 years by making him a post June 1st designation. So now the 50 becomes $25 million for 2 years, and you can sustain that a little bit easier. I think that's their only play to really be able to make here. The Bijan of Loom. June 32nd. Hey, B, you called the sheet. Kickoff return. I did say this is where a game like this, you're going to feel the special teams thing come into effect. That sometimes it's a theoretical one. Sometimes you only feel the impact in a small way. When you have this disparity between the best special teams unit in the sport and the worst special teams unit in the sport, something's got to give at that point. Hey, Grenade says Indy's probably going to extend Jones on a very team-friendly deal. Hard to see them not extending him at this point. They don't have a pathway to the next quarterback there otherwise. So I would expect that this is the route they're going to go to, and maybe they save some money today, and that's the one silver lining for them on the Achilles potentially being torn today is that they're able to sign Jones to an extension, and it's going to be kind of the Sam Darnold kind of variety that we signed this year. 3-year bop-a-bop kind of middle of the road deal, so to speak. See, Lord, I feel bad for Indy players and fans, not the organization, which has proven to be inept. What they did with Daniel Jones needs looking into. Be very interested to find out by doctors talking about this. There's always those MDs online speaking about these injuries when they happen, to find out and learn if that fractured tibia that he was playing through contributed to this in some way or another. Contributed from the balance, contributed from stepping weirdly because you're trying to step around the injury. Kind of would wonder on that. And you want to be hungry for a championship. You want to be operating with a sense of urgency, but you don't want to do harm to yourself by enlisting that urgency. And when you look at Indy right now with trotting Daniel out there injured, and are you trotting him out there injured because you've given up the 2 first-round picks and then one decision after another informs another that just has you hyper urgent to go and get this thing done rather than the things being done at the right time in the right place, and that you're not forcing something to happen that's almost impossible of happening And that sort of feels like a little bit of what Indy's done here in this situation, is tried to kind of force things to happen faster than they would have naturally occurred. And this could lead them into a bit of a pickle. You feel bad for them, though. You feel very bad for the fans on that one, as it's a tough break for what's been such a good season for things to drift and go this way in this direction like this is the sport. It is so brutal a sport. It can be so unfair at times in how it feels. I mean, if your Vikings team coming off last year and you feel like you're making that progress and you're just about to break through and you take this big fat step back all of a sudden out of nowhere, it's tough. Yeah. It is not a sport for the weak. Quinn says, honestly, just call them the mob. Simple, easy, and literally their motto. There we go. Brian Meyer says, B, how'd your bets turn out? Well, it's a good time to, Brian mentions, I think it's a good time here to thank the sponsor of this show, which is going to be Underdog, which is going to be Sleeper Fantasy here. Underdog, the bad one. Sleeper, your number one app running right now, number one sports app running right now in the game. They got more picks, more options, more selections, daily fantasy, weekly fantasy, pair your basketball, pair your football, put them together, recoup a little bit of that fantasy pride if that's what you need to do. Get yourself prepared for next year. And when you use my code NEST, they'll match you up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. So $100 from me to you, and you show some love to the channel at the very same time. But wait, there's more, as you can get a free $20 no deposit needed entry just by creating a login on the Sleeper site. Just create a login, $20 into your account, so $120 from me to you through the Sleeper site, and they will set you up today nicely. Go out there and make yourself some money. You think you know sports, put that knowledge to the test. Go make yourself some money. Use my code today. Terms and conditions do apply. Please see their site for details. Brian was asking how my bets turned out today. I had Walker at over 60.5 yards rushing. That one I got wrong, but I got the rest right. Bijan Robinson at over 66.5 yards. Kyron Williams over 66.5 yards. And Kyron Williams with an anytime touchdown. Got those ones right. But unfortunately, Walker only at about 35 yards. So I unfortunately missed out on that one, that one does kind of hurt. I did have a couple of them going today, though, I think. And then I missed my other one just barely as well, where I had Cooper Kupp at 2.5 receptions. He only had 2. So that one was a tough one as well, as I almost got that one. Had a couple of bad beats today, Brian. But usually when I miss, I only miss by one. I've had a couple picks hit and have been able to make it roll in a few of these. So it is an unusual. Yeah, we got some wins with the losses on there. That's how it goes in this betting game a little bit. You know what I mean? Kind of the nature of the beast a little bit. I'd love to face the Broncos in the Super Bowl again. That would be fun. Patriots also have the easiest schedule in the NFL. They also lost to Geno. They've had a historically easy schedule. Century Seahawks says, if other fan bases knew how well we got things broken down by Brandon and Brendan, they would be jealous. We got some great content creators here. To a man, I think we Hawk fans, and I'm not speaking about myself, but and having worked with a lot of these guys, everybody's really smart. They really work hard. They know their stuff. I go to a lot of other fan bases looking for the behind enemy lines. You know, it's like I'm looking at the Colts. I don't have a Colts behind enemy line. So if somebody does, by the way, have a suggestion for somebody for the behind enemy lines, Colts have like 2 people doing channels, you know? And we've got so many guys that put so much great work in. It's so cool to see. I think we're definitely a differentiator from other fan bases in that way, Century Seahawk, as a lot of these guys will just have kind of guys just putting cameras on, just like, well, I'm watching the game. But we have people that know what they're talking about and who put in the legwork and do the research, you know, to know that they're speaking from in school. It's very cool. Yeah, Keon, something like the 6th easiest schedule for the Pats in like NFL history right now. That's what I heard as well. Broncos and Pats do feel like frauds. AFC is just so easy this year. Keon said the Bills still scare me. They put up like 18 points in like 5 minutes to finish the game. They did, man. They can score on your butt quick. That defense, oof, it's a rough watch. Steven says Seahawks versus Rams, NFC Championship. Let's go, Steven. Let's go. I can see it. Puka with just an insane day today. The Rams did, by the way, finish taking down. They did finish taking down the Arizona Cardinals, and Puka Nacua, 7 catches, 167 yards, and 2 tutties. Yeah, Bengals defense, Swiss cheese. Bengals and the Bills defense are just big Swiss cheeses. Again, if we have the same record, the tiebreaker goes to division record, then conference record. So there's a lot there still. Yeah, I've gone pretty far down the breakdown on this, Keon. And if we beat the Rams and then we lose a game and then we come up tied, the tiebreaker does not work well in our favor. The Tampa Bay loss is one because it comes down to common foe essentially. You get through like the first 3 tiebreakers and you get down to like the 4th one, and that's where the Rams would probably have us unless they lose, of course, to the Cardinals or something down the line on this one. So we're kind of in a spot with that where right now it's not great. And Caleb just threw an interception in the back of the end zone to finish this game up for the Packers. Seahawks truly do now control their own fate. It is official now. I told you, I promised you, I wouldn't lead you guys askew. I said, coming into this day, we control our own fate. Yes, the Bears have the number 1 seed, but they are going to lose another game. We got the potential here. We can control our fate here if we can win this game. And Bears taken down by the Green Bay Packers, which now soundly sets up the Seattle Seahawks to be able to go get the number 1 seed, the number 1 bye. Packers have 3 losses, but they also got a tie. We have 3 losses and no tie. Let's go. Let's go. Stephen, the Hawks Nest. I'm so impressed with how the Seahawks have locked down on special teams in D. When Sam gets protected, he's a sniper. Have a feeling we'll be getting another trophy. Go Hawks. Let's go. Get me excited, man. I hope so. I could see it. I could definitely see it. B-ball in the Hawks Nest, barely losing to the Rams with Sam throwing 4 interceptions, I think was a good sign to me. It was almost a win. It was. You still almost came back and took that one. We can hang with this Rams team. They're scary. Packers are scary. I think they remain the only real 2 true teams that are scary in this conference at this point. And that's partly by how we've risen up and rose and gotten better ourselves. But yeah. 4 interceptions and still almost we were able to, if Myers punches that through at the end, you go and get that win. That close. Yeah, Robbie Reed, I think the 49ers, if they get the playoffs, will come back down to earth real quick on this season, real fast. Joe says, Hawks Nest, someone in Mike's chat just called Arizona the Cancun Cardinals. It's bad over there. Let him know that some 12s do feel sorry for him sincerely. I will. And you guys have been kind to Mike. He knows. He knows. Definitely he knows. But I will. We definitely won't be too hard on him. Everybody in the round table, got to take a little easy on Mike. You know what he's going through. Coca says, let's just enjoy these next few minutes at the top of the division. Jordan says, I'm not drafting saying after what I saw. True sophomore. Needs another year in college. There's a couple guys in this right now. I feel the same way about Sellers. Needs another year in college. It's too early for that guy to be coming out. Saying's I think he's a sophomore, Thomas. Just needs to develop. Steven said, we literally only lost the Rams by a field goal. If Jason was closer, we'd be another win up. Our games are close. They're so fun to watch, even if we lose. We have a special team. Amen, man. Amen. Well said. Howard Mike from AZ Sports Fan not looking too well right now. Oh, hang in there, Mike. CD Woods says, I think Arizona's a good quarterback away from figuring it out. I do not think anyone in this draft is that franchise quarterback. I agree with you. I think they still end up drafting one. This is what the Cardinals do, right? This is the team that drafted Josh Rosen in the first round and then decided that they were going to draft Kyler Murray the very next year after that. Neither of those quarterbacks worked out for him because they had decided, like I always say, a lot of teams decide on this, CD Woods. A lot of teams take this approach. We just got to go get a quarterback. Quarterback will fix everything. Just go get the quarterback. And I agree with you. I do think in this case, they are kind of a quarterback away, but that doesn't mean then the drafting it is the way to do that. And I think they're going to make that same mistake once again. And this is why Arizona perpetually sits in the same place that they sit in every single year, is because they keep applying the same answer to the question. It's that definition of insanity. You keep doing the very same thing that fails on you, but then you keep applying it and trying it out again and again and again, hoping at some point or other it's just going to magically start working. It doesn't work that way. You got to earn your wins. You got to earn your franchise victories. You got to earn, the right to get to that place. And one guy is not going to fix all. Koken says, B, who's the top prospect in this draft at quarterback, running back, and edge? The top quarterback in this sport right now is going to be Mendoza as your number one guy. He shouldn't be. I'm only going to have a 3rd round grade on Fernando Mendoza. So be prepared for me to be running very counter to what everybody else has. Mendoza, Ty Simpson's another guy that I'm not going to have. I got 3rd round pick for both Simpson and Mendoza right now. So I am not high on either of these two guys. But Mendoza is probably going to be your number one guy. Running back will be Jeremiah Love. That'll be a all consensus, no doubt about that. Probably goes in the late 1st round. Edge would be Averill Reese. Averill Reese and then Reuben Bain and then David Bailey. That would be your 3-man pecking order. Bailey's a very interesting guy out of Texas Tech. But I would say it goes Reese and then Bain. In the tech world, Mike Macdonald is the first coach to start with back-to-back 10-win seasons, the second of 2 in more than convincing fashion. I freaking love this guy, Mike the Mechanic Macdonald. Let's go. Yeah, it says Arizona's ownership's a joke, worst in the league. I don't know if it's the worst, but it's on the bottom of the barrel. It's scraping some bottom barrel spaces there. This says best hire on the board. Just getting started. Just getting warmed up. Yeesh, Mike has got to be so drunk right now. He's going through it. And the season just gets longer in moments like this. I'll tell you what. I haven't had to go through any of these kind of moments like he has, but I know where he's going from a standpoint of like, the season just grinds. It's like, let's just get to the end of this thing. Let's just get to the end. Lord Discipline, thank you for the $2 donation. He was asking, how do the Packers losing hurt us? So the Bears have the number 1 seed right now, Lord. And so what we want to see is that Bears team before this, they were at 3 wins. They had the tiebreaker over us. If us and the Rams and them all end up at the end, they would end up essentially, if they had won out, they would have been in the number 1 bye. So we needed them to lose so that we can control our fate. We control our destiny. We go 4-0. Very simple. We go 4-0. We've got the number 1 seed in the NFC playoffs. We've got home field advantage throughout the playoffs. We have a bye in the opening round of the playoffs. If we can go 4-0 down the end stretch of this season, Lord is discipline. So that's the main reason on that. Otherwise I would never want the Packers to win. I'd be completely rooting against them. OL, thank you for the $5 donation, OL. Very kind of you. We need second half Darnold in both halves going forward. More decisiveness, less skittishness. Loved seeing him complete passes to Shaheed today. Very good development to see Shaheed actually get acclimated to the offense where it didn't just feel like you were force feeding him to just get him acclimated into the offense. It felt like just by the natural way that this thing swung throughout the course of the game, you came back to him and you found him some touches and targets. So very good to see. Would like to see that same thing. More decisiveness as well. I think it's a combination deal from my perspective on this OL, where I do think that Darnold just needs to be a little bit more under control at times, not so jumpy a little bit where he gets in there in that stage a bit. I think some of this is Kubiak sometimes in the play calling the last couple of weeks First half of the game last week were kind of strange too, where the approach didn't completely make a ton of sense to me. Starting out with 3 passes to begin this game, for instance, was kind of strange. But yeah, I think getting more of those guys fitted into this offense beyond JSN, so it's not just hyper fixating on JSN and you're getting more of a mixture, can maybe take this a little bit in the good direction to getting the best out of a stable, calm, cool, collected Sam, because now he's not just trying to stare down this guy. He could just going through the offense, just, going through his reads, going through his pre-snap indicators, and executing the offense on time within that. But thank you all. Appreciate that. Well said on your part. We got my man, Dan Viennes in the house. Dan Viennes is a guy we work with here on the Seahawks Syndicate. If you're not already, do me this favor and please do get subbed up over there to Dan. So we'll be doing a lot of work with him now on into the future. Thank you, Dan, for the $5, man. Hope you're having a great night out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy. Brandon, have you seen enough from Sam the last few weeks to feel good about the Rams rematch being different for him? Yeah, I think that there's a couple reasons for that. And, we talked about this on the Syndicate. I think that you got to be careful in football to fall into the trap of sample size, because when you start to be informed by sample size, it's sample size for a reason. And that is, you want to have more data than less data to work with to make assumptions about stuff. This comes back to, again, to the whole, well, the Rams have his number. The Rams know how to mess up Darnold. I think in all 3 of those games, there's 3 different things going on in those games against the Rams that aren't necessarily, there's a single thread that connects all 3 of those games as a commonality to Sam's performance. Until we beat the Rams, am I going to feel good about going in the Rams game until we beat them? No, we got to beat them, but that's more of a team thing to me on this as much as anything. And I just think, again, coming back to this, Dan, it comes down to, and I think this is where you and I might have a little bit of a different outlook on this, and not just you and I, but me and a lot of other fans on this who have a different outlook on this. I think sometimes Sam Darnold becomes a catch-all for the fan base for when things are going wrong here in this passing attack and this offense as a whole, that he sort of becomes not a whipping boy, but he sort of catches all of what has gone wrong to cause the bad result of the play. My opinion is there's a lot more of an equivalent, parsing of the blame to be handed out in varying areas. Now, the interceptions are bad in the last game, but the play calling was god awful in the last game as well. But the thing with that is, Dan, if I hear anybody talk about that Rams game, I don't really hear a lot of people talking about how bad the play calling was in the first half from Kubiak, but it was every bit as bad as the decision-making and throws that Sam was making. He's the point man. He's the guy dealing it. I get that. And that's not to let Sam off the hook of this stuff. But because it's a combination deal, makes it less of this guy's got to do all of this stuff to correct this stuff to make it right. It's the combination of both you guys have got to correct this stuff to get it right. So I don't look at it as sort of a chicken or the egg. I look at it as the chicken and the egg on this one a little bit with Sam on this side. He's not played his best football down the second half of the schedule to the way that he played in the front half of the schedule with the same level of confidence. The turnover on the short field is very discouraging, but one throw doesn't make a day. And you have throughout the rest of this day, beyond that throw, really good decision-making, really, really smart with where he's taking the ball. I think he has shown some growth and development over the past couple of weeks since the Rams game, a game where he wasn't taking the check down, a game where he wasn't finding the running backs out in the flat, a game where you felt like you're trying to push the ball down the field a little bit too much. Whereas with the last couple of weeks of the Vikings in this game, albeit at times in just a half, because the game plan's been a little bit weird on the front of this, he has come back and you're seeing him throw some of the checkdowns and throw some of the short routes. I think the thing you saw him today is you saw him actually use his legs, something else that I've been calling upon him to grow in his game and to kind of learn here to clean up some of the mistakes that have happened here. And again, today, as I've said, the thing that goes wrong today or the things that goes wrong in the Rams game and the thing that tends to go wrong with them is it can be pinpointed down when you see this go wrong to really an exact type of thing. He's trying to do too much. It's late in the play and he's trying to be a superhero, which is exactly what happened today in this game. But that interception was, again, should be one where I think, Dan, people look and they're a little bit slightly anti-Sam or they're a little bit slightly unsure on Sam. They see that throw today and they go, bad throw, awful decision, just can't do that. Now, they're not wrong, but there's also the part of that too of 3rd and 1 and we're running a play action pass rolling to Sam's left. That's the best play in that moment to call from a Kubiak perspective. So it's a little bit like it's a microcosm of this greater thing I'm talking about at play here a bit with this. So I have seen some growth in his game. Would I like to see it more? Would I like to see all of the short field turnovers eliminated from his game here in a game like this, especially against a Falcons defense that's, not as good? Yeah, I would. I would like to see that cleaned up a little bit more. But he threw 4 interceptions in the last game, Dan, and he had you driving down the game able to win it. He removes one of those interceptions from the game, you probably win it. And so this isn't like he has to go out there against the Ram and play a perfect brand of football and throw for 275 yards and 3 touchdowns to win the game. It's just that he's got to reduce the mistakes, take what the defense gives him. Kubiak comes in with a better game plan, and you can win that game. And frankly, probably can win that game fairly easily. Fairly easily. But it's going to be what we're watching for. There's no doubt about that once we get to this game. But he had a hell of a day today. And all around, it's not just the one throw. It's your day in totality, and 20 of 30 and well over 200 yards and 3 touchdowns and just that interception. That's a very clean game, using his legs on and with that. Great 2-minute drive at the end of the half to get them kind of kickstarted a bit with that. I thought he was good there. So definitely would like to see some more from his game, Dan. I'm not trying to let Sam off the hook completely here and to say like, he's amazing. He's great. He's a miracle worker. It's all you, Clint. Not that. Sam needs to have some stuff with his game that gets better, improved too. But I just think it's correctable. And I think what gets talked about with the Dan on this is there's an inference that it's somehow a part of his game that's either inherently a part of who Sam is, number one, or number two, that the Rams somehow have his number. And both of those two narratives, I think, are incorrect. I just don't quite buy into either of them. It's a great question, though, man. It's good to see you in the house, too, brother. Hope you're doing well, man. The Lord Discipline, thank you for the $2 donation. Thoughts on Riley Leonard? Will he be good in the NFL? No. You got to throw a football. And when we come down to my quarterback evaluations and when I'm looking at quarterbacks, Lord's Discipline, first 2 points of a skill set that I'm looking for in a quarterback is going to be arm strength, processing. I can say with pretty certainty that Riley Leonard does not have a lot of arm strength. I can say with decent certainty, a little bit less certainty, that he's not a guy with a lot of processing, especially as a rookie quarterback. But not a lot of processing. What I saw him with Notre Dame, where he's running a very kitschy read option, RPO style offense that asked him to run the ball a lot, and sometimes asked him to run the ball a lot in lieu of making processing decisions in the pocket and back there and letting it rip. So he is very much a prospect that's going to be limited in his upside, limited in what he can do in this game coming up this week on the road, a rookie starting in Seattle against a Mike Macdonald defense. We saw that a couple of weeks ago and how that goes, especially for a guy that's essentially like an undrafted rookie free agent quarterback type, which is essentially, I think Riley was drafted, but that's essentially what he is. And so, no, he's in for a long day. The only hope for a guy like Riley Leonard versus a guy like Max Brosmer that gives him hope and can make him dangerous is that he has really good mobility. And so he can get away from danger. You can have him completely, the pocket collapsed and him in danger, and he finds a way to escape and extend a play and make a throw down the field. That's really the only route that he's got that gives him a possibility to do something against Seattle, because we've had some times where there've been some struggles against those quarterbacks that are able to extend off script and make us pay the price late in the play. But there's not an NFL arm there. He doesn't have NFL strength, and I would say he does not have NFL accuracy. It's a lot like we got from Brosmer a couple weeks ago, where it's the double dip. You're missing both the strength and the accuracy. Sometimes you get these prospects and they'll have the big arm, but they can't hit, and they couldn't hit the broadside of a barnyard. Then you have those guys that are pinpoint as you get, they can fit it into a bread box, but they don't have any arm strength. But he's lacking on both. He's not supremely lacking on both, Lord Discipline. So it's not like it's just a completely powder puff arm, but it's just not very strong. And he's actually got at least the mobility side, which is good. But accuracy is also off. There's some throws with him in Notre Dame where you're like, oof, okay. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Joe Burrow is proving why he's my quarterback crush. So good. Joe's great, man. He's one of those dudes in the NFL. He's one of the best. And it's going to be interesting to see what the Cardinals end up doing this offseason. If he tries to push to get out of there after this offseason, or just how that all breaks down. I don't know which way it's going to go. Do the Rams make a run for him if Stafford were to retire? That's a scary proposition. But Joe Burrow is legit, and he does so in a way that's very uniquely gifted to him. and that he's not a guy necessarily with that upper crust arm strength, but this is a guy with the elite anticipation. He's the best anticipatory thrower in the game. He throws with extreme accuracy. He's a grade A processor on the field. In addition to that, he brings those skills together in a really nice way. He's a good player. Almost had that Bills team beat on the road in Buffalo. If Bengals defense could play just a monochrome of defense. Thank you, though, Jeffrey. I appreciate you for that donation and all of your support to the channel, brother. Very kind of you. Very, very, very kind. Oh, one sec, folks. Brian says Mike might become a Utah Mammoth hockey guy. Daniel says Glenn has been a vast improvement, but hot and cold overall. I'm worried about distractions with interviews on our run this year and then having to replace him. I feel the same way a little bit. He's been a huge upgrade from what we've had in the past, but it hasn't been perfect. And there's been some games where when it goes off trail, off road, it goes really off road. Porter says JSN Offensive Player of the Year with the Colts and Taylor on the decline. Maybe. It's going to be definitely hard for Taylor to get this done now with the quarterback he's going to have in there because teams are going to load up to stop the run. But then, too, Porter, teams have been kind of loading up to try to stop JSN a little bit more over the past couple of weeks as well. But it's possible. Definitely possible. There we go. I got you. Thomas says Sherman called out Pickens. It's telling to have him say something, and Pickens said he would be nothing without the Legion of Boom. Okay. Yeah, Pickens deserves to be called out. He had multiple plays in that game. We're watching it live. We were watching it on the member show, Thomas, and I was saying on the member show, what the hell is going on? What is this kid just deciding to diet? Like, what is he doing? Like somebody was mentioning on the thing, and it's legit. When we're in this gambling age now, and you're hearing stuff about the NBA happening and players doing some weird stuff. I almost kind of felt a little bit like that with Pickens in that game. There was a couple moments in there where I was just like, dude, and Steeler fans are like, have you guys not watched Pickens? This is just who he is. So the guy might just be a maddening player, but right to call out by Sherman. That effort on that final play of Dak's throw where he just kind of just looks like he's going through the motions. I mean, that's for game. That's the game on the line. Dak might have made a good enough throw there for you to go make a play. You make contested catch throws like that, it catches all the time. Dan says, I love the sound series. This past Okie choked me up. Ernest Jones is becoming one of my favorite current Seahawks, but there are also so many awesome guys. They're just not a squad, but a brotherhood. Really, they are. It's one of the things that makes it so easy to root for is these guys are rooting for each other. It is a brotherhood. They have each other's back. There was even a play I was watching on film last week on All 22. And what was it that had happened? I'm trying to think of how it was. It was Derek Hall. I was Derek Hall was getting blocked in a play. And the play, he gets kind of tripped up at the end where the guy's giving him a little bit extra, a little bit too much. Lyric Jackson is the Rams. And Kobe Bryant kind of jams as Larry's trying to kind of finish the block through, Kobe Bryant comes in, the play's over with, and sort of slams his shoulder, like, get off Derek Hall, get off Derek Hall. And I was just like, it's little moments like that you feel from him that you just go, wow, like, that's just amazing. Because this is something that you don't get from teams all the time. Yeah, they're on each other's teams. Yeah, they're teammates. But sometimes you get the work coworkers kind of vibe from these guys. I think they're connected. I think that they want greatness. I think that you have a lot of veterans at the right time in their career that have that hunger that they're able to get down to the youngsters. This doesn't guarantee a championship, but it has to be part of the ingredients you need if you want to be a champion. And if you're missing it, you ain't getting nowhere. That is the final portion. It's the place that became crystallized to me when the Legion of Boom was getting to that final stage of being a championship contender, as it was Carroll going to those players and saying, okay, now it's you taking the ownership on. We've brought you to the place where you need to be. Now the final step will be you guys in-house taking that ownership on. This team truly becoming yours. This isn't a coach-driven team. This is our team. And it becomes our team by you having that responsibility, by you having that ownership, by you wanting it just as much as we want it as a coaching staff. And boy, this is an easy thing to say. Hard to see this thing actually play out, I think, on every NFL given team. I think teams have a lot of different guys with a lot of different mentalities and a lot of different wants and wishes, a lot of things driving different guys in different directions. Hard to get that alignment all succinct in the same way like they seem like they have. And I've gotten the same thing from the Sound series and some of those behind me, the all access stuff that they do too, Daniel. Very much so. Oh, Nelly, here we go. IAB230 with I said $200 donation. Are you kidding me? What was that? What was that? IAB230 me. What's up, me? Coming in with a $200 donation, and me has dropped $100, $200 donations on the past on this channel before. Not their first time. So a big shout out to me for dropping that very huge, kind donation. Very, very kind of you. Unbelievable. You guys are just unbelievable. Already up to 100. Before this one, we were up to like 135 donations today, and 136 is a $200 dropper. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you for that so much. Me, you are awesome as ever. As ever. Really, really appreciate you dropping the $200 pop, folks. My goodness, let's go. Me says, hey, B, just dropping in and showing some love. Well, that's a hell of a lot of love to show. I'll tell you what. I'm feeling the love. I'm feeling it. Man, what a day. 10 wins already. Still more to be done. As always, go Hawks, go 12s, and F them Rams. For $200, fuck them Rams. How about that? $200 buys you an F-bomb, huh? Let's go. Let's go. Rams last week, they had that number one seed. They had everything in their hands, everything wrapped up, me, all in their control. And then they went out to Carolina and you blew it. You blew it. You gave us a chance. We control our fate. I told it to you true today before the games happened. I said, we control our fate. People looked at me and they said, but what about Chicago? Miss me with the Bears. That's not a number one seed. They don't have the makings of a number one seed. We got the makings of a number one seed. I said, we control our fate. Don't matter what the Bears are going to do because they're going to lose at some point. We control our fate. And that's how it played out today. Bears lose. Out of the first round bye. You control your fate. 10 wins feels great. You've done so much good, hard work. You've not slipped up. You've stayed locked in every single week of this season, even against the lesser opponents, never giving an inch, coming in without intensity, playing great on the road, getting healthier as this year goes along, being in a really great health status as we get down the home stretch of this season. Now we just got to put the exclamation point on the year, and that's go out there and finish these fine 4 games, 3 of which are imminently winnable, in my opinion. Got an Indianapolis Colts team that's going to be down Daniel Jones, going to be down Sauce Gardner. Coming out on the road into Seattle with a Riley Leonard rookie quarterback starting his first game of his career. Yeah, it's going to be a long day at the office. That's a winnable game. Carolina on the road, that's going to be a tough one. They play tough on the road. Might be the team that wins that division. That's going to be hard. Rams game at home. It's going to be hard. You do get to play the Rams on a short week on Thursday Night Football in your house. That's a bit of a benefit to Seattle here for sure. Rams lost this year already on Thursday night. Older team, a little bit of a more of a veteran team, a little bit in certain spots. Shortened week doesn't always work out that well for those guys to prepare their body in that way. Especially if we can come out of this one this week, God forbid, with another potentially easy win here next Sunday, to be able to have your guys nice and fresh for that Thursday night game. And then you got the Niners at the end of the year with those 3 days of extra rest after the Thursday night game to be able to close this thing out. So is it going to be easy? No. Is it going to be so hard? How are we going to make you can get this done. You can find these wins. You can go on this run at the end of the year, but you got to lock it in, take care of business. And if you do so, the rewards are so bountiful now. They're so bountiful because you have the home field advantage and bye week. And there's only one of those bye weeks given out now. There used to be 2 on each conference. Now there's just 1. Home field advantage throughout the playoffs. Forcing a Niner team to come to your house. Forcing a Carolina team to come to your house. Forcing a Green Bay team to come to your house rather than you go out on the Lambeau. What a difference that is. What a difference in confidence you have from one to the other on that one. You are absolutely wonderful as ever. I really thank you for all you do for this channel. This offseason, you kept the lights on with those big monster donations when we go live. And I really thank you for all you do for this channel, as you are amazing. Amazing. And I appreciate the love. That is some major love you're dropping. That's not just a little love. That's a lot of love. Dropping a lot of love on me, Ivy. Thank you, me. I salute you. Very, very, very kind.
Duval.
Oh, got the Duval in there. Oh, I meant to put the pancakes.
We took us in the house to serve us pancakes.
Pancakes. Let's go, me. Woo. You guys are thank you. As never seems enough on these kind of big donations. And that never seems enough after we had a day like this with 130 some odd donos from you guys. Really, you are absolutely a second to none fan base in your guys' support and the love you show for me here. It is just unbelievable. I know I say that's the word that comes up over and over again, but it is unbelievable how much you guys support this channel, support me. And it's really, really, really appreciated from the bottom of my heart. OL, thank you for the $5 donation, OL. With Daniel Jones probably out for the Colts, it's the perfect opportunity for the Hawks to continue to fine-tune the offense in readiness for the Rams. Indeed. Keep working out these kinks. Keep getting Rashid Shaheed and Sam on the same page there, trying to get those guys locked in the way that you want them to be as we get down the home stretch of the season. You could not ask for a better situation to be set up. You could not ask for your schedule this year, for a better schedule this year and how it's been set up for our Hawks to find success. It does not get any kind of better for you in this way. And so hopefully they can take advantage. It's hard road down the end of this stretch of the season, but boy, there's some parts of this that's made this much easier than what it would have been on paper coming into this year, or what it would have been on paper even a couple of months ago. It's working in our favor very well here at the end of the season. Got to bring this car home. Got to get in the garage. Got to still off-road this thing to get it home, but it's a great situation. And you're right. Well set up for you to be able to find that offensive readiness, find those things like I was talking earlier in this game where it felt like you're missing some of the stuff offensively. Is, where are the easy wins? Where are the dollar bill in your back pocket you can pull back at any time as a kind of something to go to kind of jumpstart the offense? Where sometimes in recent weeks, we're sort of searching for stuff. Let's try this. All right, that didn't work. Let's try that. That didn't work. Let's try this. Okay, that didn't work. How about maybe this? No, still didn't work. Okay, how about over this thing over here? No. Oh, you're a little in the searchy mode rather than you're on, hey, this worked into week 3 and it's been something that's been consistently something we execute well. Let's call back into that. Hey, this worked into week 7. We were able to go on this when we're struggling a little bit. Let's get back into that and have that a little bit. Kind of feels like a little bit we're still searching for those staple parts of our offense outside of just, hey, throw it down to JSN. He's down there somewhere. F it, throw it to JSN. He's down there somewhere. That kind of mentality with it. But well said on your part. And we've got a really great opportunity here to set this up for that Rams game next week in a variety of different fashions, both from a freshness standpoint and, to your point, getting the finer details primed and ready for what will be the second NFL matchup of the year. Thomas says that's why Pittsburgh traded Perkins. Usually that organization keeps their best players. True. And we saw with the kid that was out of Notre Dame a couple of years ago. Remember, they took in the second round. Same thing happened when they moved him, right? They got a team, I think, out there to flip him for a second round pick, Chase Claypool. And you saw that he was done too once they moved him. I certainly think if I'm trading for a Pittsburgh receiver, I'm going to be very careful about moving for one if they move him, because there is probably a pretty good reason they are moving. Like you say, they don't tend to move off a guy, especially, receivers, unless there's a good Antonio Brown. There's kind of a good reason for why they're doing it when they do it. DA says, I like how our offense bounced back in the second half. Feels like we haven't had second half adjustments in years now. Good job, Mike. Yeah. Last 2 weeks, you've seen some grade A adjustments from Clint Kubiak, where it's a night and day difference. You have a first half, you're just searching and can't find anything. In the second half, you seem to have some real tangible answers that you can go to. And in Kubiak's case, it wasn't just doubling back down to running the ball in the second half here, for instance. He was passing the ball. He was looking to push him throws down the field with Darnold here and there. And you found some success with it. Yeah, Jordan, no quarterback's going to look good on that Raiders team right now. Dax says, feels like Torrey Horton is more valuable than I thought. I think he helps JSN get open a lot more than Shaheed. I think it's what's happened is that we've seen the transition of finally JSN getting more of the doubles driven his way, Dak. And that's really what's happened here as much as anything. And just early on in the year, teams were so heartily singling up JSN in part because of the fact that, because of the fact that you had the condensed splits you were running, and that's just how defenses were blitzing you to the nines, and you can't blitz and then have double teams on the back end. It's just not going to work. But there has been a change in recent weeks to more of the doubles to JSN, and the team's just kind of at times struggled to find more of the counterbalance across the board to being able to spread the ball out a little bit. Jordan says Geno doesn't look like he did last 3 years, but Geno's not the issue. No. And he's a guy getting older. I mean, he's 36 years old. And we all like to think these quarterbacks play forever now, but some guys do get old. Sometimes the skills start to diminish a bit. Steven, the Hawks Nest, I truly feel bad for Coach Carroll. He's such a legend and sucks that he got thrown to the wolves, in my opinion, that is. Yeah, he's a coaching legend through and through, no doubt about that. And it's going to be a tough stop if this is going to be how Coach Carroll's got to finish is with the Raiders. There's always lessons to be learned in this type of stuff. I think a couple different lessons within this when it comes to a coach kind of winding down at the end of his career like this. But nothing was going to work. No coach was going to go in there and make that immediately work with the Raiders. It was going to be a long process and a long build, no matter who's in there. I'm the greatest coach of all time going there. It's going to be a long process. So does suck that it's kind of going this wet route with it. It would have been cool to see him get that final note to his career, that final, wind, exclamation point to his own career. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's due to happen there. Perhaps my favorite team was 2005. The Russell Wilson-led Seahawks won close games, but the 2005 team destroyed teams. Week 12 beat Philly 42-0. The week after beat San Francisco 41-3. We did. Yeah, we took some teams out that year. That's for sure. Great team in 05. Really was the best team in the sport that year. They really were. Thomas, I wasn't a fan of Geno. I didn't like his attitude. It's not about his ability, and it's his leadership that bugs me, and maybe it will change next year. I think there's some honest to God realistic questions that can be asked about Geno and the leadership side of things. Flipping off fans again in his own house here. There's some stuff with Geno on that I think he's not all the way great at. Brian says Bears have been doing that all season, pulling one out of their ass in the final seconds. They almost did in this game too. It took an interception there at the end in the end zone. Dwyer, Pete had every opportunity to retire instead of taking a job with an awful franchise and roster. It's true. He loves coaching, though. So at least he knows that he's coming from, I think, an all right place because he loves what he does. He loves doing that. And I get that on, as I always said with him, you're going to have to basically rip the whistle off of his neck to get him to stop. And you want that passion from a coach. You want that passion towards the sport. I certainly have that passion towards the sport, so it's understandable. But it does not make it true. To your point, O'Dwyer, right? Brandon Jennings, Shaheed clearly has value too. Hell of a game today, man. I think this Shaheed thing's about to explode real effing fast. Oh, let's go, Brandon. Let's go. Where's my drop?
Enough said.
Dave Carlson, there's a YouTube video called The Worst Officiated in NFL History. We were robbed. It was the first time I thought that Vegas was involved. Made me sick. Oh, yeah, that's the worst officiated game I've seen in NFL history to me. I will go to my dying day saying that the fix was in on that Steelers Seahawks Super Bowl. My dying day. Jordan defense, Bears defense been real leaky. Not super strong as of late. That's for sure. Thomas says, but also Pete doesn't play young players. I heard they only play Genty, but not Besh, etc. It's true. It's been hard for Besh to find some footing on that team. Lord Discipline, Brandon Hawksnest. Why is Kyle Montague, able to run north and south so well when he's smaller than Walker? Well, I think they're two different style of backs. And Montague's a uncreative north and south, get downhill, go guy. Running backs are ones where they come in all different sizes, flavors, and that there's guys that have different skill sets and strengths to doing certain things, and other guys that have certain strengths and skill sets to doing other stuff. So it's part of by the necessity nature of Montague, who's not a real fast guy, that he has to be decisive. He has to get downhill. He doesn't have the ability to, waste any time. So that's a big benefit to him and his running game, and it works for him. Walker is a little bit more of a guy that has an ability to reverse field and go and get the job done from that standpoint of things. So I think the other part of this too is it's, a little easier, I think, at times to get downhill and run the ball well when you have a little more consistent blocking in there. I think Montague's had a little bit more consistent blocking than Walker. I think I'd just say this, Lord Discipline. If I went to 32 NFL teams and said you can either have Kyle Montague or you can have Kenneth Walker, 32 NFL teams are going to take Kenneth Walker over him. So, I mean, it's kind of the bottom line on it, right? Who's really just better when it's all said and done? Is there a guy that is noticeably better? Is there a guy that if you put 32 teams and asked him that he'd be taken every single time as the number one guy? Yes. That's how that would roll. I like Kyle. He's not a bad back, but he's not got the same kind of talent level as Walker. He does a certain thing probably a bit better than Walker, but that's the one thing he kind of does. Yeah. Mick says, do you think the Colts hurt their future by going all in for Sauce Gardner and then trotting out an already injured Daniel Jones and then taking out his other leg with an Achilles? Yeah, I thought the 2 first-round picks was definitely premature for a midseason trade that they thought that Sauce Gardner is going to take you over the top. Really? 2 first-round picks, you think that's taking you over the top? So, yeah, I think that was premature. I would be very interested to hear from people out there in the medical community about trying to, if playing through a fractured tibia can put you at more of a risk than for tearing an Achilles because your balance and how you're setting your feet up and things can go out of whack because you're trying to protect and, you're trying to favor that leg a little bit. And so, yeah, I think that there's been a bit of a strange desperation at play to the Colts, the moves they've made, how they treated Daniel Jones's lower leg injury. where there's almost it's this year all or nothing kind of approach to it, which was strange. Nobody thought coming into the season you were going to be anything in the AFC. Maybe you could make some noise to make the playoffs. That's what was thought about you. So anything, above that is kind of bonus from their perspective if I'm operating from where the Colts are operating from. But one desperate decision begats another one too, Mick. Do this thing here. We desperately want to make this happen. And this thing gets kind of broken, but now I got to desperately make this thing happen because this thing ain't working. You start to get in a bit of a frantic place, I think, from a franchise standpoint, rather than a intelligent, well thought out, ponderous kind of state. I don't think the Colts are being very ponderous. I think they're being a little bit reactive this year. Jordan, but if he tore his ACL, the next year is going to be rough if AR isn't decent. I think they move on from Anthony Richardson after this year, Jordan. Space says, woo, huge win today. Guys, way to go, 12s. First, you did great. Third, 10-3, baby. Let's go. Keon says, I heard Horton was a second rounder before he had that leg injury. 4.3, 4.35, 40. That's almost first round speed fast. Indeed. Brian says that Jones' Achilles injury can most likely get attributed to playing with the busted bone and running in a different manner. That's what I'm thinking. Like you change your gait, you change your running style. Your body's already a little tired through a full NFL season. Does that put you more susceptible to this kind of injury? I kind of think it would. Not a lot of guys out there playing with broken lower legs, huh? Thomas, I doubt AR will be a Colt. I think they'll find a bridge quarterback until Jones plays, but I believe Colts should just draft talented quarterback over Jones or let Jones mentor quarterback. Let Jones mentor said quarterback. I like your approach, Thomas. Definitely don't think AR is the answer there with the Colts moving forward. Then they do move off him after this year. They ain't going to get anything for him, but he says, I want to chip in the ball that records exactly where IR is when you start a series and exactly where it is when the guy goes down. AI will be able to determine when his knee or whatever goes down. I think eventually they'll get to that place where you'll see a chip in the ball. They need to get to a micros point of basically, I think, before they will. Donnie, 12th man. Well, I must go now. Thank you, Brandon. All have a great week. And go Hawks, man. Antoine, DK had a mouse game. Yeah, I think my fantasy got saved this week, maybe. I think I won my playoff matchup. DK helped me out there. Visor of Kicks. Would you trade for YK next year if we can't get Crosby? I would assume we wouldn't have to trade a first and his age, but I think, TJ. So you're saying TJ Watt. Sorry, it went YK Watt on you there for a second. It's going to be hard to do that, Visor, because he just signed a contract extension before the start of the year. So TJ Watt right now, it's all basically prorated signing bonus. So I'd be open to it. I'd be honest. There is a little bit of with him right now. He's not necessarily prime Watt, and watching him, I don't know if you're getting this, the same guy, and he's not quite that same place he once was, I don't think. With that said, is he still a difference maker off the edge? Yeah, I think in general terms, kind of, yeah. I mean, still pretty well graded here. I just haven't taken a look at him. He's still decently graded. He's 31 years old. There has been a real drop off here this year, it feels like. And he is kind of getting into that age where you're starting to worry a little bit about with him on that. So PFF has got him charted for 23 pressures and 8 sacks so far, 28 pressures, 12 sacks last year, 47 pressures, 20 sacks the year before that. I'm kind of open to it, but I ain't going to pay a lot because he's getting older and he's still going to cost a decent amount. Steelers got to eat a little bit of dead money to move him. It's not awful. I'm open to it. And Visor, as I've said with my point on this to Crosby, you're going to probably have to do something in regards to the edge. You're probably going to need to reinforce it with something. So, and probably something significant. Dave says, I do wish more people would follow the NFL. I know the world loves soccer, but they're wrong. They are wrong. Football is a much better sport. I think the European and worldwide audience is starting to come around. It's a sport born out of America solely, where soccer had really an international flavor to it long beforehand. It's kind of like soccer's had the running start on this one, Dave, but I wouldn't be surprised if long-term football gains some steam. And we know the NFL is wanting to expand eventually out into Europe and into elsewhere. Still dreaming. So glad to see Shaheed finally getting involved in the offensive forecast. Of course, that touchdown. How about some kudos to Myers? At the beginning of the season, he was looking very sketchy. Myers really has turned it around. Big, those field goal attempts in the first half to kind of get you to the, hey, we're even coming out of this half at least. We're able to kind of maintain. We're not letting Falcons kind of get up ahead of us in this one. We're going to have to make up a lot of headwind back on this. Had to hit a deep kick again in this game. He's been great. Great. And this is supposed to be a Dr. Jekyll. This is supposed to be a Mr. Hyde year for Myers. And he's been far beyond that, which is very cool to see. Yeah, those 100-year-old rivalries got kind of blown up. College football is kind of in a scrambling ground a little bit. Scrambling ground here just a little bit on that one. Joe says, so nobody's going to have to be the Rams for us. We're going to do it ourselves. That's right. Don't need any help whatsoever. No help needed. This is honestly, the Bears fans have become obnoxious as F this past week. Those hot dogs must have had something extra in that mystery meat. Caleb's garbage. He could be rough watching him play the position. He sure could be rough. How do we feel about the Brotherhood of Boom? Brotherhood of Boom's nice. I like that. Add it to the mix. So here's the current pickings we got from the stream today, Chris. We got the Emerald Scourge, Department of Defense, Mob, Death Zone, Dark Side, Tsunami, Mike's Mercenary, Mike's Militia, Mike's Merciless Marauders, Demons of Defense, Voltron Defense, Stunt Demons, the Tomahawk Tribunal, the Sound Barrier, Pound Garden, the Sound Surge, Rain City Ramparts, the Emerald Wall, Balls to the Wall, the Demon's Nest, Region of Doom, the Pacific Graveyard, Legion of Reborn, Seattle Tsunami, Gridiron Massacres, the Hell Hawks, the Dark Side Sea Fence, the Abyss, the Dreadnought, the Soul Takers, Gridiron Grinders, Dark Side Dreadnoughts, the Alaskan Way Assassins, the Seattle Pound, and Brotherhood. A boom. Jack says, who would want to trade up with us at the draft like the Falcons or Rams did last year? We should do that. Hey, anytime that's available, Jack, jump on with 2 feet. If you can move back in a draft, retain a second round pick, give up your first, and then get a first next year, that should be an automatic deal from John's perspective. Automatica. Brand Genesis, the Rams are S. No worries. Lions will handle them next week. We have the first overall, and we will not lose after that. NFC goes through Lumen, baby. Let's go. Vexo going to my first game ever versus the Colts. Hoping for a blowout win. Let's go, Vexo. Congrats, man. Should be a great environment in that stadium. Dan back in the house here says the quarterback draft, more than any we've ever seen, might show how these kids are thinking differently now. Sounds like Simpsons, Sounds like Simpson, Sellers, Moore, Mateer are leaning towards staying in school. Mateer still has me intrigued, Dan. That guy just intrigues me a bit. And yeah, it does seem like this is where we're going to see this go a little bit now, doesn't it? To where maybe these guys are more open to going back to school. And I think this comes back to, as we've had the discussion in the syndicate, I think we're back in a cycle of the NFL offensively where quarterback development is a little harder, where the instant returns of those guys running from a spread system going to a like spread system at the NFL level has been pulled down a little bit. And now you're actually going to an NFL offense now. Now you're going to be under center. Now you're going to do a play action. Now you need your footwork right. I think these guys are going to need a little more time than ever, at least for this next probably 5-6 year period. They're going to need a little bit more time than they had in the 2000 teens to get themselves truly ready to play and to be able to go out there. And you can maybe find some exceptions like a Jaden Daniels, but even in Jaden Daniels' case, it's because you're rocking an air raid offense. If you're asking Jaden Daniels last year to come out and run a Shanahan offense, he's probably not doing it as well. I know he's not doing it as well. So I think that's definitely a place we could see this going, Dan, where these kids decide to go back. NIL money makes this now to where you're not turning down money you could make in the NFL to do this. You can still go make a couple million going back to school. Hell, sometimes you can make more money going back to school, Dan. That's another factor to this. But I love it from the quarterback's perspective because this will better develop these kids. We'll get more quarterbacks that are further along in their development. There's less things you've got to correct and fix once they're coming out of college, which is how it used to be, where you'd have a guy that maybe was a 3-year starter and a senior coming out with still talent too, in addition to that. If I'm in 1985 or 1986, that was the standard. It's only just really got hyper changed into the 2000 teens where if you can come out, you just come out. If you're an Anthony Richardson and you've had 13 starts, to hell with it. Just come out. You'll be picked. I think those days are kind of going away. I think you're right on that. And it's a good thing. Megan says, what's up, Dan? Max Bailey says, Dan is the man. Dan is the man. I have an idea, Dan, by the way, for our draft coverage this year. I got to run by you at some point. I got a little bit of an idea. I think we should quadcast our draft coverage or triple our draft coverage. Even our pass pro needs help, HawksNest? Yeah. Pass pro's got a little dicey. Boy, Cross might have had probably he had some of the worst moments of his year this year in this game. Some bad losses. He cleaned up in the second half, but boy, he got taken to a couple reps there. Kogan B, I need your prediction blessing. I'm up by 26 points. My opponent has Saquon, Kelsey, and Texans kicker. I have Devontae Smith. I need this win to secure the last playoff spot. Can I get a quick prayer? Please, God, help Kogan out to go get this dub. He is up against one hell of a 3-stack here that's looking like it's going to overtake his 26 points. Don't allow that to happen. God, please don't let that go down. Give him this win. He needs this. Kogan needs this. Dan says, I 100% agree with that in regards to my pointing out on the play call with the rolling to left. If we're going to be the team we want to be, we need to get that third one on the ground. That's where I'm at with it too. Don't get cute. You're a physical team. You're a run first team. Doesn't mean every time on third down and one, you should be able to go get the first down. I think one of the places I have a problem with it, Dan, especially the roll to the left, is when I roll to the right, it's so much easier to just tuck it and then run for that 1 yard. When I'm rolling to the left, there can be a little bit of an awkward slowness to getting out to that left. And that edge especially can kind of get right up in my face coming off that side rather than peeling down to the run game. And now you're just kind of stuck into that. I've got to throw it or throw it out of bounds mode. And it's sort of removed from Darnold the ability to just tuck and run it there. And I like a little bit more when you're running out to the strong side of the quarterback. They can more challenge that defense late as they're rolling to their left and really make that a threat there to where now I can try to use my legs on that 3rd and 1. But it just didn't, I'm not a fan of that play call. I don't like those rolls to the left on 3rd and 1. I don't like the rollouts to the left out of play action when you're in the heart of your own end zone, which we've done a couple times too. It's not the most ideal of play calls, I feel like. Brian's with me. He says, yeah, rolling the left was a head scratcher. If you want to roll Sam out on bootlegs or throws, he needs to right. See, this is why you guys are so smart. Brian, I didn't even see your comment in there. I'm just saying this off the top of my head. And you're matching exactly to what I was talking about. See, I always say this with you guys. You guys are just Always so smart and on it with this stuff. Exactly this. Yeah, that's exactly what I was just saying a second. Exactly. Roll them out the other way. Roll them out to a strong side. You don't want quarterbacks floating to their left, right-handed quarterbacks throwing back across their body. Just is not an ideal way to roll. You put that in a little bit throughout the course of the game. You run maybe one or two of those just to keep the defense honest, but certainly not on high leverage plays. Is that actually Dan Vans in the chat? Yeah, that's Dan. Dan's in the house, man. Dan comes and says, what's up over here? Alberto, hello, everybody. Back to number one in the NFC. Although you guys lucked out with Daniel Jones out for the year, this division will come down to Thursday night football. One man's luck is another man's fortune. It's going to come down that Thursday night, man. I don't know if there was a lot of change in the second half, Alberto. We just executed better in the second half, it felt like. Yeah, Joe, Milroe needs a couple of years. He needs some time. We can't wait for that one to be a quick return there. Thank you, Industry Worth. Appreciate it. Appreciate you. Yeah, me made my baby definitely better than it already was. I was having a great day, but $200 donation. My goodness. Coming in strong as me. And they've dropped before multiple times over. I really appreciate that. X-Wing says, I swear I know you're on so much. I swear I know you are so much more, but every time my husband or I tune in, you can hear, oh, Pumpkin's dad. I don't mind being known for being Pumpkin's dad. I'm proud of that. She's a hell of a cat. Reminds me, I got to check. One sec. I'll be right back. Brian East says, Pickens is the latest receiver who's a pissy little diva and an overall PETA. Another reason I feel so fortunate would have GSN on my team. Me too, man. Those receivers, they're wired mentally, sometimes from a very weird place. And Pickens is at the forefront of that. You just don't know what makes him tick or what really drives him. And some of the moments that he has on an NFL field are just leave you. He can supply you some moments where he looks like he's got greatness in him. And then he supplies some moments to you where you just seems like he's totally checked out. And it's very hard to understand why. It's good to see you in the house too, Alberto. Hope you're having a good day. Congrats on your guys' win. Seattle Seahawks, Pat McAfee likes to say great teams are close, and that is overlooked a lot. The Bonds will turn a good team with a potential to be a great team. It's why I say it is the final factor. And then we like to think, I think from fan standpoint, if we think of like, do I have the great coach and do I have the great talent and do I have the great general manager? And it gets very clinical a little bit. And then you have these things that you can measure and value and determine off of, and that it's very tangible and you can put, 1 + 1 + 1 = 3 with that. But there is that factor of chemistry. There is that factor of having the right sort of ingredients at play to be able to create the culture within the locker room that is required to get to that final place. It's like you can have everything up onto that line. You can have all that talent, all that coaching, all that front office power. But now do you get that final thing to take you up over the step? And that is what separates, I think, to your point, those teams to greatness, those teams that win championships, is that you can backtrack them all and say, yeah, they were all connected in that way. You had that kind of buy-in 1 through 53 throughout the course of the year. And it's very hard to get, especially I think it's as hard to get as ever at any time in football history, because we have more distractions for these players than ever before. They're earning more money than ever before. There's so many other things to do to take them away from football than ever before. But if you can get a team that can get it and that can understand it, I'd be like, if I was a player in the locker room as an older player talking to young players, I'd be like, man, if you have an opportunity to be a time traveler. You have an opportunity right now as a 23-year-old kid to have your 45-year-old self come to you and say, hey, today, right now, this is valuable what you have today. This isn't going to last forever. You think you're going to live forever. You think it's going to last forever. It's not. You got to find out a time to make this work. Find out a time to leave your mark on this sport. You can remember 25 years ago now, a couple extra million you were able to cobble out. You can remember you were a champion. You remember that you ascended to greatness. Can I have that self-reflection in me as a young 20-year-old kid? I mean, I don't know if I would have had it as a young 20-year-old guy. I don't know if I would have been able to connect in that way and be that hungry. It's hard to do. Hard to do. But if you can do it, if you can lock it in, that's the final step. The final one. Martin says, had a bottle of Bushmills 21-year-old Irish single malt whiskey and told myself I'll have 2 shots for each win. Need a new bottle before the end of the regular season. This might get expensive. We call that beautifully expensive, Martin. This might get beautifully expensive. Congrats, man. You know, I hope Seattle College wins by 28 as well, man. Ryan says, well, if it costs $200 to get an F-bomb, I'm going to have to be a choir boy. Yeah, $200 donation, man. Yeah, that'll buy you on through a bomb and maybe some foul language from an ancient Aztec lexicon. There we go. There we go. Alberto, they're giving you shit. You're always welcome here. Kokin says, does Jake Ellen not have his own streams, Alberto? You're always welcome in, Alberto. You got to get a little bit of hell. You know you're going to get a little bit of hell. He just likes listening to different perspectives. I appreciate that about Alberto. Martin says, is there any argument against the NFC being the best division in the NFL? I don't think there is, in my opinion. It's unquestionable at this point. It's inarguable at this point. Yeah, we are the best division in football. 100%. Maybe there's an argument a couple weeks ago. That thing's gone away now. Mm-hmm. Hey, Grenade, good thing I slept through the first quarter. You missed the worst part. That was good sleeping on your part. Crafty Southpaw. Poor Darnold could find himself in the same boat as last year. He has one of the best records in the NFC, but ends up not winning his division because he happens to share it with the eventual number 1 seed. Very possible, man. Yeah, very possible, Crafty. I think that the part of this, though, is that, from their perspective, is that they control their fate to get there or not get there. So it's not left up to chance. It's not left up to, well, I need the tiebreaker to work in this. Is like, you've got the tiebreaker. You've got a game that not only do you have a game, you get to play them to decide this, you get a game to decide this at home, and you still got the opportunity to lose that first game. So, you got your chance here to be able to rectify this. So I think that's as good as he probably could ask for, but you're right. That's, as somebody was saying, boy, we got the best division in football. And this is one of the downsides of having that best division in football, is that you go win maybe 12 games and you still don't win the division. Crafty says Gino's been slipping with each successive year since his playoff year. IMO. I think that that's a fair assessment. Yeah, Martin, I think this is the best division in football. I just don't think there's no argument. There's really just no tangible argument to be made for anybody else being better. Francis Pete got no help from Spytech, but he does sort of own signing Gino and pairing him with Chip Kelly. Yep. It's true there. That situation's a complicated one. And Pete chose a really tough degree of difficulty in going to the Raiders. They're so far away. Jordan says the Raiders have lost yet another game, and I yet ask again, why didn't you trade Crosby? Why didn't you do it? And I think they're going to get less for Crosby this offseason than they would have gotten at the trade deadline. And I just don't think they've got any good reason. I've yet to hear anybody that present me the good reason as to why you keep him at this point. You need assets. You need draft capital. You have to rebuild this whole effing team. Even guys that you take in the second round in recent years, like Jackson Powers Johnson, may not be part of the core going forward. That's when you add up. That's why I always harp, Jordan. Always harp. You got to first identify where you are as a team. Rebuilding, ascending, purgatory, elite. You got to decide in which of those 4 states you find yourself in. And you got to identify it correctly. You can't get all wishy. I wish I may, wish I might. Shoot on a shooting star. This will be the truth. No, it's not the way it works. Accurately deduce where you're really at so you can make the proper decisions then that come off the back of that. Raiders, of course, failed at this and failed at it badly. People can't wait till Eric Saubert comes back. It's good to have a good block and tight end back in the mix. Callerup's giving you a lot of hope, I think, for the future. I think long-term, he's your Saubert replacement in the next year. I think the team's very high on him as a blocker. So good on that Charbonnet touchdown run last week. Name says, what's our best bet at right guard? Is there anything we can do to patch it up in the short term? Probably going to be pretty hard, Name. Bradford has another year on his deal left. You still have Haynes in tow. The team might just kind of decide to run with those 2 guys and see what they can get on another year from them. There's certainly room to try to go find an upgrade. I doubt you're going to be able to find something in free agency that's going to really fit. The draft isn't looking great right now. There's right guards in this draft that are pretty good right guards, but they're like Parker Brailsford from Alabama, where they're really good pass protectors, but they're not the best run blockers. I don't know if that's going to really fit for what the team wants. So hard to say on that Name. I'm not exactly positive on which direction they'll go with that. They could stand pat and just call it a day, and they could get very aggressive there too. Sundell's a possibility, like Coca mentions. Maybe you move him eventually here to right guard. I don't think he's the answer either, though. Joe says we could start Bradford against the Colts if it looks good. Put Sundell in for the second half. Get him some reps. See how he looks. Both Bradford and Sundell, then rest it for Rams. I like it, man. Maybe a way you could roll with this a bit. Creative. And then you got a little bit of like background keeping things fresh. I dig it. Martin says, Hawks Nest, which game worries you more, the Rams or 49ers? I'm more worried about the 49ers. I think Shanahan seems to have some kind of inside track on Mike Macdonald's defense. I think he found success in that first week by moving the ball and being patient, to your point. So there's a little bit of there where Shanahan maybe has a little bit of a better idea of dealing with Mike's defense versus, let's say, McVay. But indeed, I would be more confident against the Niners than the Rams. And as much as anything, Martin, it's the loss of both Fred Warner and a Bosa on top of other things that they've been dealing with on that team. Those are 2 players that have been thorns in our side, and they have to manufacture all their pass rush out of blitzing right now, which Saul has embraced blitzing in recent years, but it's not how they want to operate. And so they get into a place like that against us again, and they're operating like that to generate their pass rush. I think we're going to be able to cut them up offensively speaking. But Rams are a monster, and they're going to be hard to deal with. Crafty says Colts must have thought a corner was the one missing piece for a Super Bowl run, and they threw away their foreseeable future for it. Yeah, odd decision. They'd established themselves, but they've established what they've been. If they had, this is a team that's been kind of at the forefront in recent years, and maybe Jones had been there for a year or two, and things had been kind of stable. And what is that? That's one thing. But when you just kind of came up out of nowhere to be what you've been, that's not a proof of sustainability. That's proof of, hey, things kind of worked well in our favor. And let's also face it, we have one of the weakest divisions in football, which has allowed us to take this step forward a bit. Do we think Sundell can act at right guard, or are we just putting another bandage over a bullet hole? I think it's more bandage over a bullet hole with that. I think people are hopeful just because of the up and down nature of Bradford's play that they can get something more stabilized with Sundell, but he's a center. That's where he's going to be at his best. And I think that just cumulatively what he'd end up giving you would be less than what you're getting from Bradford. That's, I think, part of the reason the team has gone for Bradford. I think if Sundell was a better option at right guard, they would have just rocked with Oluwatimi and Sundell and called it a day. But I think that they realized in training camp, this is our best five. It's probably their best five. Thanks to the Colts Gardner deal has me shaking my head. It was a wild one in the day, and it looks all that wild there in retrospect. Crafty says he was favoring one leg over the other to accommodate the injury, and that put too much stress on the good leg. Makes sense. Makes sense to me. With Jones. X-Wing, Hawksnest, I cannot even imagine the amount of against medical advice and release liabilities form one would have to sign to continue to play football with a broken bone. Yeah. Team's definitely going to get themselves some protections in there, to your point, right? You ain't just going to be rocking out there like, yeah, we'll just trust in it. But yeah, they're going to be protective. And yeah, I can't think of a lot of quarterbacks in my lifetime that have played with a broken leg. This is kind of a Colts decision thing, unique to them thing. False narrative being 12-4 with close attitude and then just bombing. Do they already have chips in the balls? I didn't think they had them in there yet, Koken. Jan says so many quarterbacks being tried out too soon over the last decade and then getting wrecked even worse because of it. Yeah. I mean, how many failure points have we seen? How many times have teams tried this strategy for it to fail? And it's like they could have 7 failures and they get 1 success and they're like, see, it proves it true. See, with the 1 success, that, yeah, what about the 7 failures? Those are other things going on. There's a success. It can happen. It's the rule of thumb. Brian says the next frontier in sports medicine has to be working on ways to strengthen or shore up Achilles tendons before they get pulled or torn. I've seen so many Achilles injuries to star players the last few years. I can't count them all. Yeah, it's the scary one. You know, it's the one that can strike up out of nowhere. It can strike up like we saw with Jones off of other things happening. It has long-term effects. It feels like if you have it happen to you, and it just seems sometimes randomized. These guys take a step, and it's not like sometimes they're stepping or planning wrong. Like you typically get an ACL tear on a knee, and it's like, well, the knee locks up or they come down hard on it. You can see how it occurs. Sometimes with Achilles, like happens today, we had 3 quarterbacks in the last 3 years with Rodgers, Cousins, and Jones. It's just them hitting the drop of their drop on a throw. Just getting to the final portion of the drop and that final step. There it goes. Yeah, I agree. It'd be great if in the next medical science kind of invention is that they've got a way of getting around a way to protect the Achilles and a way to protect the knees a little bit better, especially. You do that, you'll clean up a lot of the real major injuries from the sport. Like I said, I've never done an Achilles, but know people who have, and they say that the center of balance is out of whack, hence dropping back on the affected foot is always risky, as we saw. Yeah. Makes sense. True Dad. Hey, Russell Wilson, the sports commentarian on CBS today. He was actually really good. He should seriously consider this after retirement. I could see Russ being good at it. True Dad. That's good to hear he did a good job. Yeah, let's just have the players have AI avatars and we don't have to deal with injuries. Colby in the house. What's up, Colby? Brandon, I've always wondered if you played football growing up or have you coached at all? Your football knowledge and foresight is always great. Well, thank you, Colby. I played up until about high school. We had about 2,000 kids in my school, so it was pretty packed. And boy, we had a lot of guys that were just like full grown ass men. And I was a little bit of a late bloomer. So it just didn't want to go through high school playing it as a guy that was going to be like the, 72nd offensive lineman on the team. It was going to play guard if I ever got in the field at 5'10" or whatever. Eventually grew to 6 foot after I left school. I kind of grew up a little bit high, taller afterwards, but wasn't fast, wasn't big, wasn't long, couldn't jump high, wasn't athletic, naturally speaking. Loved the sport, really loved it, and did pretty well in junior high with it. But once I got to high school, I kind of ran into the wall of not enough talent, not enough size. and just wasn't interested in being the, essentially you're kind of glorified water boy at that point when there's not a role in the team there for you. So okay. Plus I didn't want to play lineman, I want to play like receiver or running back or something like that. Ranjan says, we'll be in the Rams week 16. No concerns. Send the proper vibes to the boys. First, though, the unfortunate Colts might have to swallow a bitter Seattle pill. Don't let it get stuck in your throat, Indianapolis. It just might. Brian's, I don't know how logistically you could do a global American football season without playing year round. It just isn't going to fly. Be hard to pull it off. The international thing will be really tough. They want to do it, but it's going to be a hard nut to crack. Joe, 49ers have Titans, Colts, Bears before we get our revenge on them. Right now, the Rams are the team to beat. It may very well be the 49ers. This game is critical, but there's much more to occur prior to that. Yeah, well said. How about Clubber Reed today with the cast on his hand? Use that cast. I was joking on the telecast. It reminded me of the old Raiders. Raiders would have those pads, you put them on the hands and they go over the forearm and they come down about right here. And they'd have their guys like fill it up with concrete and then do a lot of forearm shivering throughout the course of the game, like it's a weapon. Different game back in the late 70s. Martin, 10 years ago, I had a depression fracture in my right tibia. I kept working on a job that I had to stay on my feet. Ended up with a grade 2 MCL injury in my left knee. Injury begats injury. So better to be careful, especially once you're starting quarterback, maybe, right? Dark Side, Pound Guard, and Legion of Doom. It's all good. Hand Grenade, thank you for the $2 donation. This is the Demons of Seattle. When the Demons of Seattle come out in the winter, run inside. Run inside. Thank you, Hand Grenade. KMS, thank you for the $5 donation, KMS. If we go undefeated, we will get the number 1 seed no matter what. Hopefully the Seahawks take advantage of this opportunity. So much hard work has been put down this year to get to the point to be able to have this be the case, Cam. And the schedule is going to get harder down the stretch. But these are all winnable games for varying reasons. And it is as good as you possibly can ask for. Not that you control your own fate to get in the playoffs, but you control your own fate for the number 1 seed. You're absolutely right. It is a stunning opportunity that they have in their midst right now. I know I'm hammering it. I know I'm talking a lot about it. You're talking about it, rightfully so, because we know that the 3 times in Seahawks history that you have had the number 1 bye, you've won the division before, 88, but not had the number 1 bye. Didn't get much done in the playoffs. Didn't do a whole lot. 83, not the number 1 seed, made some noise in the playoffs. Couldn't quite get to the Super Bowl. But when you've had the number 1 seed, the number 1 bye, the bye in that first round of the playoffs, 3 times you got to a Super Bowl. So don't undersell that out there, folks, as far as being anything but a huge, huge factor that we want to grab and take with both hands, because it will be just greasing up essentially the potential for a Super Bowl run at that point. Got to take advantage of this opportunity, but they've set themselves up, KMS, to be able to do it, which is the first huge part of this puzzle. Finish it off with Indianapolis, get down the home stretch with 3 games. You get that number 1 seed. You look as good a team in the NFL. You look as you've got as good a chance as anybody in the NFL to go and take that chip. 100% agree with you. Couldn't agree more fully on that. It's very cool. And we control our fate. Just got to go undefeated. That's all. Just that little bit. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that, Megan. She says, great effort in fantasy this week for you, B. See you next week. And you know what they say about payback, right?
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Shots fired. Shots fired. I'm gonna tell you about. I'm looking at this right now, week, Megan. I'm looking at this next week. You know what I'm doing? You know what I'm thinking about next week with our matchup in fantasy, Megan? You know what I'm thinking? You know what I'm thinking?
Enemy spotted.
Target neutralized.
That's what I'm thinking. Enemy spotted. Target neutralized. Target neutralized. So I was able to take down Megan in our fantasy earlier this year. Beat her in our matchup. She got herself a nice little seed. I won my week this week in the first week of the playoffs. I'm coming from behind. I'm coming on hot. I'm hot at the right time. But we're going to get an epic battle next week between me and Megan, the main mod in our house here, and yours truly going head to head in fantasy playoffs. I hope you're ready. I hope you got your lineup set. I'm bringing the heat this week, Megan. I'm going to be on that waiver wire. I'm going to be making moves. You don't even know. You don't even know what I'm going to do, okay? I'm even going to let you know. Thank you for the $5, though, Megan. Appreciate you. Koken, thank you for the 2 months as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that, Koken. Great stream as always, B. Thanks for your prayer for my fantasy team. I'm still cracking up. You're the GOAT. Keep up the awesome work and go Hawks. Well, I hope your fantasy team can hold on for dear life. It's going to be a tough. I've been in that position, man. It's tough when you've had everybody playing. You got like one left and they got 3 going and 3 pretty good guys going. You're like, avert my eyes, but I hope you can pull it off, man. I'm holding on by dear life myself. And I got Megan's monster crew next week with JSN to deal with. So we're in for both an uphill battle here coming up soon, Koken. We're both going to have to find our way. And Megan, industry worth just joking around a little bit. She's just being playful. Yeah, Brian, it's harder for the right-hand quarterback to roll out to that left and throw. It's just a tough throw. You don't really want to ask that guy to do that a lot. And if you're going to ask him to do it, you better catch the defense off guard. And certainly that play on that 3rd and 1, we weren't catching the defense particularly well off guard. Partly because we've run a lot of that roll out to the left. So you put a lot of film out there showing that that's something you do. Jordan says, I actually find it easier for me to throw rolling to my left. You're an unusual one with that. Certainly that's not the case with Darnold. I'll say that. He's much better rolling to his right. And Brian E. Dan is the man. Dan VN, Seahawks forever. Please do me this favor, folks, and sub up over there. Like I say, with him and Bryce Coots. We'll be doing a lot of work with those guys in the future. And I really appreciate showing them some love. Jordan says, get these fake loudest fans out of the playoffs. That's right. Absolutely just a couple of counter-handed rollouts to keep the D honest. I really do love the balance Kubiak has demonstrated this season. Me too. He's done a very good job overall. He's done a great job. Chiefs starting left tackle hurt on the opening play. That's not good for them. That's bad sauce right there. He's been coming on for them too. Yikes, carried off the field after the opening play. Ooh-wee. Brandon says, nor all receivers, but yeah, man, dude gives off very eerie AB vibes. Question is, who's the next Vontaze Perfect? We don't have a lot of dirty guys in the sport right now. There's a guy in Detroit that's got a little bit of that reputation. Kirby Joseph, a little bit, I think. But I don't think we got a lot of guys in the sport right now that are, Aziz Algier of Houston. He's kind of cleaned up his game a little bit, but he was on a run for a while there. NFC West media. So about the Colts game for next week, did the Seahawks give themselves a good position with the other backup quarterback for the Colts? Because DJ quarterback out, he has an Achilles injury. Did the Seahawks give themselves a good position with the other back? Because the thing with the Colts NFC West media, of course, is the ideal here was to have Anthony Richardson be the backup to Daniel Jones. And so that you could bring him out and you felt like you got a great backup to Daniel if you have to go to him. But you're going to the third quarterback because Anthony Richardson hurt himself pre-game by snapping himself in the eye with a stretchy band. That is not a joke, by the way, folks. So that's why you're going to get Riley Leonard, who's basically has the undrafted rookie free agent talent that we saw to Max Brosmer. He's going to be a rookie coming into Seattle. Mike Macdonald's defense is like the last defense you want to face as a rookie quarterback. And you certainly don't want to face this defense as a rookie quarterback in Seattle's house. That's just a long, long day at the office. Martin said the trade deadline, the Raiders could have cleaned up a Crosby trade. It made no sense to keep him for half a season to trade in the offseason for less value. Very true. I don't get it. I think they talked themselves into, well, we can just get the value in the offseason anyway, but why keep him? You're not going anywhere this year anyway. What's the point? Just doesn't make sense. None of it just doesn't add up. Doesn't make sense why they did that, especially knowing that Seattle was as hot to trot for them as, and it's not even going to Seattle. Just move him, period. Doesn't have to be Seattle. Just get what you can get. Turn this thing over and keep it moving. I'm going to give up 2 firsts and whatever for Crosby, a first for JPJ. No, JPJ probably ain't getting more than a late 3rd or a 4th round pick at this point back in return. Yep, Koken, if we win out, we get the number 1 seed. We control our fate. Our fate, our destiny is in our hands. And only us shall control it. No randomness. No outsiders. It is ours alone. Simogen, defense looks fine. I don't know if we need to do anything but a couple of draft picks on it. Again, it'll be the O-line and maybe a top running back. Could be. I think that's accurate. Got to get maybe a safety, maybe an outside corner. And Jan says, yeah, man, I'm not saying we went out, but we are winning week 16. F the Rams. Let's go. NFC West Media. So what is your prediction for playoffs? Do you think the Hawks can win and make it the Super Bowl, or will be losing the championship round? I think the Seahawks are going to be capable of making some noise in the playoffs. I think it's hard to quite pin down where things are going to lie with this. I think that if we have the number 1 seed, NFC West Media, and we control our destiny at this point, if you win out, you go get the 4 wins in a row here, you finish out at 13 wins. I think we have as good a chance with that number 1 seed and with finishing it as strong as we've been throughout the season and down the home stretch of our schedule. We're playing hot at the right time. Our health is good. We've got the number 1 seed. I think you got enough, as well a chance as anybody of going to the Super Bowl at that point. I think it is a little bit open up in the NFC right now because there is so many good teams. I think the AFC is a lot weaker. I think to the AFC, it kind of just comes down to a select couple of teams that you really feel like have a real true chance at this. I mean, it kind of, to me, feels like almost a bit of, you have the Bills and you have the Broncos, and, maybe you could talk me into one of the other teams in that conference of having a potential, but that's kind of about it. Whereas NFC, I think you see the Eagles, you can see the Rams, you can see the Green Bay Packers come back in and make some noise and make things a little bit hard on that. I would have said Tampa Bay, but they seem to be falling a bit off now at this point. Championship round will be awesome, man, but I think we're capable of doing more. It's hard just quite to say because it's a big difference between number 1 seed, NFC West Media, and potentially ending up at like the number 6 seed and going out on the road and maybe having to go into Lambeau in the playoffs, first being able to play all of your home playoff games. It's a very big spectrum swing there between those two possibilities. And if I've got to go into Lambeau on the road in the winter, I've had enough Hawk teams that have had to go on the Lambeau in the winter in the playoffs who have lost, and oftentimes not lost in the best of fashions, to where I wouldn't have a lot of confidence in that type of game. But Green Bay coming into our house, it's a little bit different. Ryan, it really is hard to hit on every position on the O-line. Those who have proven how critical the O-line is play to play, but really hard to get 5 guys who excel at both run blocking and pass pro. True. They're not coming off conveyor belts out of college, man. There's just a select sample, few of them every year, and they get taken very quickly. Vin Russo says, I'm not sold on Kubiak. We still have no run game and probably one of the most 3rd and longs in all the NFL. There's definitely some offensive inconsistency in running the ball. It's a lot of kind of boom or bust at times there, Vin. Today's game looks a lot better at times, and the run game gets souped up a little bit because of the big runs. You have a 27-yarder from Charbonnet, a 25-yarder from Felix Jones, a 10-yarder from Walker, a 12-yarder from Darnold. You run for 129 yards, but 4 of those runs take up, what we got, like 80 of those yards almost. So there wasn't consistency around the other runs. And kind of what you did expect with this running CAC was more of the consistency plan and play out of it being at least the 3 yards in a cloud of dust, to your point, to set you up in a place where you could actually be third and shorts rather than these third and longs. Because we know third and long teams don't tend to be very successful teams in third and long situations, third down situations. Third teams that are in third and short a lot tend to be pretty successful. They tend to be the better teams in the league at third and downs. So I think that's a fair criticism. Yeah, Achilles is both the Achilles and ACL repairs. Simogen, I've checked out of both of the surgeries on those. Those are really rough to look at. Where you're like, oh, it's almost like the same feeling you get when you see a guy get hit in the nuts. It's like, oh. Coca says, yes, Brandon, all Venmo balls have a chip in them. The chips are used for next gen stats. Let's go. Okay. I didn't know that. Robot legs would be cool. McDuffie's now injured for the Chiefs. Oof. They need this game too. They need it. Boo says, I like the nickname the War Machine because it just keeps on turning. Just look at how Okada and Drake Thomas stepped up in relief. I will add it to the mix, man. The War Machine. I like it. It's a unique one. We've got a lot of kind of boom offlets, Legion of this and boom of that. But War Machine, I like it. It's got a nice little roll to it, Boo. Let's go. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. Megan, she says, 3 of my favorite letters in the alphabet, J-S-N. It's going to be a problem next week. My only hope is that we get up by so many points, Megan, that we just don't have to throw to them. Maybe that'll happen. Maybe that'll save my happy ass next week in fantasy, Megan. Appreciate you so much. Thank you. Very kind. Sanchez says, watching JSN run routes live is so different. He is silky as F. So very smooth, very silky. Just a guy hard to pinpoint as a corner too, to tell which way he's going if you're trying to predict him. You just got to kind of react to what he's doing on the fly, which is part of why he just always is able to break open free. Martin says, Brando, fantastic stream as always. It's 1:45 a.m. here in Ireland, so I'm off. Catch you all in the next stream. Have a good one, everybody. And go Hawks. Go Hawks, Martin. Thank you for hanging in with me late on this one. We've got over 8 hours today, so we probably will start to get to a little bit of a wind down fashion here, as we've probably covered it pretty good. D-Nugget says, I went to a 2-hour Christmas concert in Tacoma and back now. Brandon's still streaming. Let's go, man. Let's go. Hope it was a great concert out there. Sanchez says, everyone says how hard drafting O-line is, but when there's a blue chipper still available, we draft Eskridge. Yeah, I think to your point on this, is it an inexact science? Yeah. Is there going to be guys you're going to miss on here and there? Yeah, even when you draft them high. But I think that right now is a really good example of what you really need to do when you look at the offensive line that we're trotting out there right now. Top 10 pick for Charles Cross, 3rd round pick for Abraham Lucas, 1st round pick for Gray Zabel, 4th round pick for Bradford, 5th round pick for Oluwatimi, undrafted rookie free agent Jalen Sundle. What's the worst part of our offensive line throughout this year? Right guard and center. Now, Haynes is one where somebody would say, well, if what you're trying to say to me, Brandon, is that you just put assets into it and that's going to bear out this result. It's not perfect. And if you're going to, maybe this is a general rule here. If you're going to make 4 guys in a 3-year period, day 2 selections or higher, that probably one of those 4 is going to miss. And you'll end up with 3 guys that are great stars, but maybe one's just a complete, and it just didn't happen with him. But I'd even still offer on that. That's probably the way it works for probably just about all positions in how you draft. And if you're going to pick high in the day 2s, that 3 out of 4 is about the hit rate you can probably expect. So it does come down to putting the assets and resources into it. As you talk about here, you went with an Eskridge instead of a Creed Humphrey. You went with an Elijah Arroyo this year instead of Tate Ratledge. Moves in retrospect, you probably would have been, you would have been better to go with the alternative option on the offensive line there instead of those picks, as you did. So it does come down to just, you have to put the blue chippers into this, Sanchez. And the reason being is because the differentiation of the top end offensive line talent to the back end offensive line talent is pretty deep, is pretty far. And the likelihood of you finding the diamond in the rough or the guy that can develop with time at the back of the draft, not likely. Not if you want a good offensive line. You can find guys like that to be functional and to get you by and to get you through. But if we're talking about actually finding guys that can move men off the line of scrimmage, that can be dancing bears in pass protection, you got to go high to get that in the draft. And when Seattle has leaned into that, when we look at a 10-year period with John Schneider and how many years that the offensive line struggled through that 10-year period versus where the offensive line is at right now and how good it's performing right now versus where it's been, this has had more investment from a draft capital standpoint put into it, more than probably any time in John Schneider's history here in Seattle. So it's weird how one thing kind of makes the other thing happen. The investment and the true investment makes the reality of a top-end performing unit go. Not Vexo hoping to see Darnold continue to use his legs. He has some decent speed and can help to extend drives. It's there for him, not Vexo. There's opportunities 3 or 4 times a game for him to use his legs, go get some free yardage, go get a first down, go get a 7-8 yard gain on a play where they've got everything covered up. Be willing to utilize it. Something that stood out to me in watching the tape with Darnold, even going back to last year, is he'll approach the line of scrimmage, and he's still in a pass mode kind of, and you'll see defenders still sink to the zones and sink to the coverage. They don't come up and act like he's going to scramble because the book's out that he's not going to scramble. Got to use your legs at times. Got to make defenses honest, right? Juno Trooper. What's up, Juno? Hey, Brandon, Rams fan here. Love your stuff. May the best team win in a few weeks. May the best team win, man. It looks like the stage is going to be set for us to go head to head on this. And then we have our second game of the year. The first one was pretty fun, and although I could have done without the 4 interceptions, but you guys, like us, scary team, coming together at a really nice time, really good from a health standpoint, looking really strong on both sides of the ball. So it's going to be strength on strength a little bit here, Juno. And hopefully we can take it from you, but let the best man win. Best man win. Seahawks says, Mike called the halftime touchdown. He said, Shaheed, go run this to the house. Megan, you have a good night. Appreciate all of your support there. Thank you so much. Tiza says, I love how in sync the offense was in the second half. Tip of my hat to Clint and the offense for waking up, making adjustments. Amen. Amen. Appreciate you, Megan. You have a good one this evening. Oh, yes. I know which one you're referencing, Sanchez. Very much in sync. And boy, when this offense does get hot, Tiza, as much as we can get a little bit frustrated with the cold moments and them getting ice cold, when they're hot, they can put up points on you in a hurry. They can get up and down the field on you in a flash. Kind of scary. Tiza says, Darnold has some sneaky speed. He should use it more to his advantage. He does. Yeah, he's got mobile function. I mean, there's a little bit because he doesn't use his legs like, well, is that just a statue in the pocket? But he's got functional mobility. This guy was a former linebacker. He can move. It's just he does a lot of these quarterbacks, Tiza, they get locked into throwing and they want to run. They don't want to take a hit. You got to use your legs. In the modern age, you got to pick your moments when you use your legs. There's too many times the pass rush is going to get outside their lanes, especially against him where he's not going to cause 4-man pass rushers to mush rush. They're not going to have to be like under control. They're just going to go with reckless wild abandon to try to get the quarterback. That's going to lead some open doors for you to be able to use your scrambling ability. IOW3R. Should we expect 1 interception average per game for the rest of the season from Sam Darnold? Maybe. I would hope not. But if he's going to throw for 3 touchdowns to the other side of it, I can handle the 1 interception. There's a price of I'm willing to do business with this as long as you're productive on the other side of it. If it's 3 interceptions and the offense is going nowhere, that's where you're going to have some big issues. I think sometimes we get caught up with interceptions being a bit of the end all be all. For instance, on this IOW, Matt Stafford led the league in interceptions just a couple of years ago, the year that the Rams went and won the Super Bowl. So having a high amount of interceptions in a given year in itself is not necessarily indicative there of a guy that can't make success happen in the playoffs or whatever. And you do want a guy playing clean football, no doubt about that. But if they're being productive, if they're finding offensive success around that sort of one interception a game, you can probably make your peace with it, I guess. Century says, legit, Mike said it. He was in the post press conference, same as last year's Kobe's interception. Let's go. Mike, a little bit of the little wind talker there, sensing a little bit of like, let's try to go get this, boys. Go get us, Shaheed. I guess he does see the future. You're right, Century Seahawk. That's cool. That's very cool. All right. Well, let us, I think we're going to go and put a button on this. We got 8 hours and 10 minutes in the books. I think we've covered it pretty doggone good here. Whew, feels good. Feels good to get this win from a Seahawks fan perspective and watching this year and knowing that we're getting closer and closer to this team seemingly getting to its best shape, health coming around. Can a team that we knew was kind of coming together this year and trying to go from that place, as I say, teams in 4 different states, rebuilding, ascending, purgatory, elite. Seattle very, 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 very simply in that ascending state this year. Can they take the next step to elite right now? Go make noise in the playoffs? We didn't know. That's been the uncertainty here. But more and more of the signs have shown throughout the year. As we've gone deeper into this season, as we can look at the various parameters of this team, dive into statistical stuff, just look at all 3 phases and how they're working well together, point differentials, how tough this division's been versus the rest of the NFL. The bottom line of it is you can see that this team is legit and capable of making noise in the playoffs, and that we've not gotten to 10-3 by luck, but we got in here because we got a great team. And now let's finish this off. You go down the end of this line, get yourself undefeated, go take the Rams down on Thursday Night Football, beat the 49ers at home. What a way to finish off the season there. Take down 2 of the teams that have had your number in recent years, as well as then grabbing the number 1 seed. It's like a storybook romance here this season. And you have a chance for that ending that we'd all read at the end and go, that's not real. That's so fictional. That could never happen in real life. It's happening in real life, maybe. We're right there seeing this very thing potentially play out for us. So if you're not connected to this, you're not locked in, you're not dreaming big for the Seahawks team, wake up, because they're giving you every reason to think that you should. I had a wonderful day here with you guys today. I really appreciate the great discussion, but you guys bring that every single time. We had well over about 141 different donations from member chats and just straight up donations, a $200 drop. As always, I say, just you guys are very kind to me. I don't know if I deserve all that kindness all the time on that way, as you guys are just unbelievable in your support, but the support that I get on this channel to do what I do, and with you guys showing up every time, and we had well over 1,200 people live here during the game, just concurrent viewers right here locked in. I really, guys, thank you for hanging in here with me, for riding with me throughout the season, for making this your stop during game days, to rock with me during games, as you could be with anybody, but you're right here. And it's really, really appreciated. And I really thank you guys for all you guys do to make this channel what it is all the way around. I just love where everybody's mentality is at today. Love where the discussion's rolling through from the Hawk fandom on this one. And it just feels like we got everything right there in our grip right now. Last couple questions here. We'll wrap this on up. Brandon said, I actually thought to myself, Rashid might just take this back just before we receive the kick. Commentary, the Seattle offense needs to get going just before that return. That was a shot in the arm, man. Big shot in the arm from a momentum standpoint at that point, because it just kind of felt like it took the wind out of the Falcons' sails. Whatever hope that they had as a little bits and pieces and parts were just kind of like, throw it overboard. Century Seahawk, what type of quarterback is your favorite? B, like if you could choose any type to build the team around? John Elway. I want a 6'4" rocket cannon arm with upper level mobility. That's all. I gravitate towards 2 things first and foremost. Mobility is nice. It is not the number one thing I go to, though. I think if I've got to derive it down to 2 main skills, I look for arm strength and I look for processing, because I think that those are 2 things that I can't really grow that in your game. Your arm is what your arm is, and your ability to process is either there or it isn't. You can get better with it, but if you get better with it, you probably have something from a core where you're able to do it, where it comes naturally, at least to you, to learn it. There's some guys that just can't learn progression reads, that they can go through one read and you ask them to start going 2 and 3 and it's live action and everything's moving fast like this, and they can't do it. So those are the first two things that I really do lean into on wanting to see from my quarterback. Mobility would probably be the third thing that I would add into the mix on that. Or at least size. I do not want a 6'1". Even getting down to 6'2" starts to get a little bit nervous for me. 6'2" is about the bare minimum I need at my quarterback. I like more of the 6'4" guy. I want a guy that can see over the top of an offensive line. But arm strength, processing, mobility, size would be kind of my pecking order of what I would want at a QB and what I would gravitate towards. But and the reason the arm strength, if you don't have the arm strength, you can't make all the throws. My coordinator's got to work around that. You can't process. My coordinator has to be perfect in his play calling with the first read he's sending you towards. It's hard to do that. I need a quarterback that can clean some things up for my coaches around that, which is what those two skills allow you to do at times. So I would probably go to those as my main ones. You can get better with your footwork. You can get better with your accuracy. Josh Allen, 56% completion percentage in Wyoming as a quarterback. He's improved his accuracy. You can get better with that. But arm strength, processing, size, mobility, it's all pretty much is what it is as you're walking into the sport. Tiza says, do you think Clint's holding off on fully opening the playbook until ending of the season? I feel like there's still a high ceiling for to tap into. I don't think you're holding anything back by this point in the season. I think he is still kind of trying to find exactly the flow week in and week out. Like, what is their model? What is their blueprint offensively? I mean, in general terms, it's run the ball, be balanced, take your shots when you get the opportunities against the defense. But how does it get structured in exact terms to that way? How does that play out over the course of the games from first to fourth quarter? I think they're still finding that flow a little bit. Brandon Jan says, the future sees Mike. Let's go. Little Chuck Norris-like quote there. Don doesn't see the future sees him. Chance, I feel like Seattle had the mimosas at 9 and smoke a little something else at halftime. Laughing out loud. No more of that, please. Yeah, no more of that. No more of that. Roll. Never lose again, says Jail. Never lose again. Randy says, haha, good vibes, baby. No reason not to have them. The Seahawks are the best in the world. Week 16 will solidify that. Nick says, I appreciate what you do every week, B. Well, I appreciate you, Nick. You guys have been amazing this year. We're going to do nearly in this month, like probably 450 to 500,000 views across all of our platforms. That's almost 500,000 views a month here. We're rolling right now in season, which is good as we've ever done. So I am loving life, loving where we're going from a progress standpoint, loving watching this team, loving my community, loving this season. It is nothing but great vibes, but enjoy this, folks. Really enjoy it. It's hard to win in this sport. This is the league of parity. This is the league where every year, every team feels like they've got some kind of shot. Even a Raiders team coming this year with, we got Carroll, we got Geno. Every team's kind of got a shot and how they look at it coming in. So to put this type of team together, to put this dominant season together, to have so many things set up foundationally that seem so pure and true for the future of this to be sustained, and that this just feels like the beginning, the start. It's a great feeling. And this is a fun football team to watch, full of guys that are all about ball, that want to be great. People oftentimes will talk to me about how hard it is sometimes to root for players and they're millionaires and they don't care and they just do the motions. You got a team that cares. Listen to Leonard Williams talk. Listen to Ernest Jones talk. Listen to Julian Love talk. Listen to Jaron Reed talk. These guys care. They're not just here collecting a check. They want greatness. They want to leave a mark on this sport that lasts forever. They understand that. And they're helping the young guys come along with the nature of that. And that should absolutely get you excited. The buy-in is across the board. The team's great. The team's healthy. The team's got everything ahead of them as far as possibilities of the season, but they also absolutely want it. That is undoubted. And that should get you really, 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 really excited, because you can have all those other parts and not have that. And that becomes a bit of the missing piece that keeps you from getting up on over the top. I really, really thank you guys for watching today. Tiza, have yourself a great night. Appreciate you. Good night to you as well. Nico Collins, he's a bigger guy. He's got some decent speed to him. Brandon Jan, thanks for the stream, B. Best dude on the tube. Thank you for that, Brandon. Very kind of you, man. Great win today, Hawks. Really great win. Another week full of good feels for us 12s. I sense that ring a-coming. Much love, guys. Go Hawks. Thank you for that, Megan. Take care. Much love to you too as well. Salute to you. And guys, I really appreciate it. We got a fun week of football action here we're going to get to talk about here. Of course, a lot on deck. Got the NFC West Roundtable, separate channel. I'll be on Tuesday, 6 o'clock p.m. Keep on the lookout for that. We'll be getting back on to you guys here, maybe with the behind me lines. I couldn't get a Colts content creator to respond to me, and after Daniel Jones's injury, I doubt I'm going to hear much from the Colts channels out there, but we'll try. We've got the B&B show as well coming up here in addition to that this week as well. Roundup on Wednesday. So a lot packed up still on the schedule for this week. Get to enjoy this win. Get to set the stage here for the Colts and see what's coming down the line. Really, really appreciate you guys watching. If you can for me today, hit that like button and sub on up. We're on the road here to 30,000. We're just about to clip our way to 21,000. So we're already 1/10 of the way almost there. You can help us get to that mark. That's the next big goal of this channel. By subbing up today, it's free. Doesn't cost you anything. No clickbait videos. I promise you on that. Shout out to the sponsor of the video as well, Sleeper. Please do use Sleeper. Take advantage of that code today. NEST is the code. When you use that code, they'll match you up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. $100 from me to you. When you use that code NEST. I know there are some limitations still in the state of Washington, but it is supposed to be opening at any time, and you can still use it in any casino in the state of Washington. The Sleeper app. It's #1 sports app of the game. Terms and conditions do apply. See their site for details. $100 from me to you, and you support the channel at the same time, and they give you a free $20 no deposit needed. Just create a login. They'll give you a free 20 into your account just for doing that. So 120 from me to you, and you show some love to this channel at the same time. We call that a win-win-win. I really appreciate you watching today, folks. Hit that like button if you get a chance. Thank you for all of the tremendous support here. Me dropping the big old $200 donation and countless others with multiple donations over about 141 or so when it was all said and done on that. So unbelievable, you guys, on your support. You guys are tremendously kind to me on that side of it. Really thank you guys for allowing me to do that. That's what keeps this thing going, allows me to do this full time. So I appreciate you for that. We got a great finish of the season. Let's just see how this thing goes. I am so excited to watch how this finishes up, to see what this team can go out there and accomplish. Everything is there for the taking. They control their fate. That's as good as you can ask going into a season like this with as much success as we've had. Now let's go take it. Let's go take this division. Let's go get this #1 bye. Let's get in the playoffs, and hell, let's just win the whole damn thing. My name is Brandon King. Hit that like button, sub on up, but beyond all else, don't you ever forget. Shouldn't have to remind you after a win like this. Shouldn't have to remind you after 10-3 season. Shouldn't have to remind you with the #1 seed and home field advantage right there in your grip, but I'm going to do it anyway. Don't you ever forget. Don't you dare do it. Go Hawks.